All right, guys, welcome in to the channel. Welcome to the big Tuesday stream. Going to be here from noon to 4. We got a bunch of Ball Mania 5s to knock out. It's going to be Badge Bros Day here on the channel. Nez and Jon are joining. Jon is not here yet. Right now, I guess he probably is just trying to get the skinny on if Roman Wilson really did anything to his ankle. We're going to ask Nez about that here shortly, our resident Pittsburgh Steelers fan. We are going to draft. I have a little surprise for you guys. I've kept my Bulldog entry undrafted. So that is what we are going to start with, our $75 single entry. So that'll be some nice little extra equity for Nez and for Jon. You know, they didn't know when they were invited onto the program that they might actually have a chance. Nez, you guys might actually be able to realize some equity from doing a guest stream. You know, how unlikely is it to realize the equity? So it's gonna be beautiful, man.
I'm honored and a little nervous. I mean, it's a single bullet, man. You only get one shot at this. 50K. It is nice to wait on these single entries. Like, I don't know if people are catching on, but if you wait for give it like 72 hours for these single entries to breathe. Let all the freaks get their entries in, and then you will draft with a bunch of people you have never seen before in your life. It's 100% the 101 way to play these single entries. But I am honored.
I mean, shout out to me. I'm blaming Jon like it's his fault that he didn't get to come on. And turns out I DM'd the link to Dinkmeyer for later. I DM'd the link for you, but I did not send the StreamYard link to Jon. So shout out to me for that. I love these single entry contests. I mean, the first being it's like a pretty fun sweat, you know, like the draft feels more important. There's such a difference. Like, I'm going to do 150 BBMs. I'm going to do 900 puppies. How many, MMG leagues? How many of these am I going to do? But you're like locked in for every single pick. And then obviously, we are also set up to, we're going to realize that equity a little bit more often. I'm going to more carefully select. Like, I'm not taking Darnell Mooney. I'm not taking Darnell Mooney in my single entry. Saying my audio is going in and out. Do I sound fine to you guys?
Yeah, I haven't noticed it at all.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe YouTube Talk Sports. Maybe it's yours. It could definitely be mine. Jon, I apologize for I sent the link to Dink. I sent the link to Nez. I did not send the link to you.
No, you're good, man. You are good. I'm catching wind of the fact that we're getting a little extra EV today, though, so it makes up for it.
You are getting the extra. Oh, I'm gonna have to go enter it on my phone. Do you guys get that when you do underdog on the desktop? Every once in a while it'll be if you don't refresh, it won't let you in.
It's like 50-50 for me. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Once I get the ball rolling and I get past that, I'm usually good because I do tend to enter, quite a bit of these dailies in one sitting. So once I get past that one message, then I am typically good. But yeah, they're extra safe. You can never be too safe here these days.
You guys just got to see a little peek behind the curtain as I've officially max entered the slow puppy. I'm 100% maxed on the slow puppy. So anytime we go to my active draft screen page, it's gonna be a tough time. It's gonna be the next 10 days of my life are gonna be pretty brutal.
You guys should get a little side action going here for who can get in more drafts this year, or a little fun portfolio side bet, because you guys are putting in big time volume. Both of you guys race to 1K.
Are you doing weekly winners and eliminator, Nez?
I'm not going to have to do as many as I thought. Once I max BBM, I will have like 5 drafts left until I hit 1,000. Because I've done a couple pup cups. I'm doing a lot of double dribbles. So I'm basically there thanks to the fast puppy and the puppy 2 getting that 30%, to the finish line thanks to those contests. So I'm basically like in cruise control the rest of the way. I would like to do more of like the side contests, like weekly winners and marathon, but I also am like madly in love with the sprint format, and that's also $50 a pop. So I think bankroll and time as liquidity grants itself, I'll be doing just a ton of sprints toward the end of summer.
Okay. All right. So I am not doing, I'm not in the NBA, MLB, any of those streets. So it's like a lot more for me to do. But I have been pondering weekly winners. Hayden came on and was kind of talking to me about weekly winners and like just the like, oh, I could just have like I could do like 20 Mahomes teams and just kind of be able to sweat that out every single week. Kind of sick, but it's
fun,
filling
man.
so fast. All right, we're up. We got pick 3. Do you guys want to do your equities part of this? I am fine with either Tyreek or Justin Jefferson. Up to you guys.
I think we like Tyreek. What do you think, John?
Yep, good with Tyreek. My portfolio, whether it's where I've been rolling draft slots or not, is heavy Justin Jefferson right now. It's like 18% or something. So I don't know how much is draft slot dependent, but I'm definitely taking him over Amon-Ra, Bijan, and Brees right now, and sometimes Chase. So yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I prefer Justin Jefferson there, but this is actually a great way to balance out my exposures. This will be a fantastic, so that the dollar amounts are not totally off. I mean, at the beginning, I was taking Jefferson. I was taking Justin Jefferson at 2 sometimes in the big board. So I'll be financially invested enough. Chase does go ahead. I feel like Chase over Jefferson is a little silly. I mean, obviously Jamar Chase is a great player, but the Bengals, the buzz at Bengals training camp is it's making me more excited about the offense as a whole, but I do wonder if it's a bit more egalitarian. I wonder if we don't see a 183 target Jamar Chase season, if like Higgins can stay healthy and Yoshi Voss is, meaningfully better than Boyd, and they're rotating Burton in and out a little bit. They're actually getting something from tight end. Chase Brown, I just read a long profile in The Athletic about Yoshi Voss and Chase Brown. This was brand new to me, about how Chase Brown worked out with like a private receivers coach for the entire summer.
Oh, Ooh. That's some alpha. That's some good alpha.
So what happened is basically, Yoshi Voss was playing junior varsity football at Princeton. So he doesn't really know how to be a wide receiver, like compared to like what T. Higgins and Jamar Chase would have been, or even Jermaine Burton. So he hires this private receiving coach who's worked with Brandon Ayuk. He's worked with Noah Fant and Hunter Henry at tight end. Like he's got real bona fides. And he basically was like, hey, Chase, like, do you want to come hang out with us this summer and work? And the last thing that Zach Taylor had said to Chase Brown in the exit meetings was like, pretty much your best way to contribute to this team is going to be getting really good at receiving. Like that's what we kind of view you as doing. So he went and worked out with Yoshi Voss and this wide receiver coach for like 3 weeks in the summer. And there's a bunch of video and everything in the feature. I honestly didn't want to tweet it out because like, I don't want that. I that's like one of those things
that's
like
too surprising. Too good. Out of all the things, Davis, that you will highlight in athletic articles and post, you won't post the one that could probably get you the most traction. I think that's hilarious. That's
I don't really want Chase Brown to be an 8th round pick. Really, I actually would prefer him to kind of hold where he's at. And once the preseason stuff happens, it's going to be over. Like Chase Brown is like 137-yard screen away from being
another
one
pick.
Again.
I mean, the steam is coming, right? Everybody is really kind of just hounding for any sort of actionable news items. And the one thing that we do have is Chase Brown running with the ones a lot. And we've seen this guy take a screen pass to the house already. People were just waiting for that crumb to get the permission to pounce on Chase Brown. It's not going to be long, honestly, until he flips Zach Moss, unless we get another item that says, whoa, Zach Moss, like running with the ones all the time. But like, I think it's on the way. So bags. I mean, you're already packed, but
well, and they've both been working with the ones from like my understanding, and Travion Williams and Chris Evans are not involved at all. Do we want A-Chain or Ayuk or Devonta?
Out of that grouping, I take Ayuk.
Yeah, I think I'd go Ayuk as well. I mean, the A-Chan and Tyreek could be like the most fun, like no duh combo ever, but it just seems to negatively correlate for two guys that are just like uber. Well, Tyreek Hill gets volume and is uber efficient, but A-Chan just being so insanely efficient, I just don't know how often he can smash while Tyreek also smashes. As fun as it is for like the regular season to have both those guys.
I think the ping pong thing is pretty likely there. And I am like actually worried about the Dolphins outside in the playoffs. Like I'm legitimately worried. So not having two of them. All right, we're up. A-Chain comes back around.
Jesus.
Yeah. It's fine. I mean, I like A-Chain's definitely the guy by my ranking. Neighbors, Cup, DJ Moore. I think they're all fine.
Let's do A-Chan. Let's do it.
All right.
He came back.
All right. So we've got A-Chan, Tyreek, and Brandon Ayuk through 3 picks in our Bulldog. The people really want to know, Nez. They are amped up for this. They want to know about your takes on Justin Fields still getting first team reps with Russell Wilson back in practice.
I mean, it can't hurt his case, right? I think that, any sort of window for Justin Fields to show his worth as a QB is very positive. And the fact that we have this, calf injury to Russ Wilson obviously doesn't mean that he's going to take the job, but it's good that he gets some reps with the ones more often than he would if this didn't happen. Russ was in pads today. He did end up taking some 7-on-7 reps, so it's probably a short-lived little bull cycle. But I still think he's totally fine in the very last round. Like, they keep using this buzzword pole position. Russ Wilson has pole position. Well, that doesn't mean that he's like the bona fide lock weeks 1 through 17 pick. And I think as we kind of lose these awesome picks in the 18th, like Estime is no longer there. We're going to lose Laube in like a week. Once this happens, like, now, okay, who's there in the 18th? And then it kind of goes back to Justin Fields being the best 18th round pick again, when we didn't know who to take before. Then we got action items to know who to take in the 18th. We're going to lose our 18th round picks as the summer goes on. And then Justin Fields once again becomes the best one.
I mean, there's probably no higher ceiling in the 18th round period for an isolated week.
Fields throwing is so immaterial to his fantasy numbers. I mean, obviously, I think Fields is a fine thrower. I think he's like the 19th best quarterback in the NFL or something like that. When you package it all together, his issue is sacks. I mean, his passing is actually pretty fine. His issue is he just takes way too many sacks for a guy as athletic as he is. This is a good one. I mean, the Roman Wilson thing does not sound good. Ankle injury to the cart does not sound good.
I will say they bring the cart out for like anything in training camp.
Training camp. Yeah.
Like the cart, I don't think people should be scared about the cart. We do need to pay attention to the ankle. What is being like missed by people here is they were giving Roman Wilson jet sweeps. They like Roman Wilson, man. That's one thing that we do know is they like Roman Wilson. So if this injury puts him to the 18th, hello, here's our new 18th round pick. We don't have to be scared anymore.
Correct. All right. We are true. We are about up. We've got 2 Dolphins. We've got 1 49er. The 4th round is kind of where 4th round is probably the trickiest round for me right now. It's like elite quarterback or the tail end of a
I totally agree with you.
That you don't feel that good about.
I totally agree. I actually don't love the 4th round at all. This is like where like teams are, the makeups of teams are decided.
For sure. I do like the idea of Lamar for a single entry. Lamar Andrews. I think Andrews
went.
Yeah, I like the
All right,
McBride
what are we? McBride? Perfect.
Yeah, I would have said Higgins, and then with McBride here, I said.
Did somebody pull up Mahomes in this room?
He's gone.
It's the new wave, man.
It's the new. I mean, look, a single entry makes a ton of sense. You take Mahomes, you take let's see here. I thought someone did it. The guy picking at 10 took Kelsey at 34, Mahomes at 39, and he says, "I'm just going to be winning $50,000 in the Bulldog by getting my Kelsey Mahomes stack." So we're going to have to snipe one of his guys from him. I think we're going to have to make him feel a little bit uncomfortable. Yeah, but this is true. We are setting up our round 16 Greg Dortch nice and easy, no sweat there. All right, we are up after this pick. Lamar's here after ADP. He would definitely be the pick okay, he goes. Yeah, by ADP Rice. And by ranking, I think it's a wide receiver.
Mm-hmm. Do you like Rice, John?
Yeah, or Rice or Keenan Allen.
Let's do Rice, man. Let's get ahead of this. If there's going to be no suspension, let's just be first movers on Rice, because if we get confirmation, he's going to go into the 40s.
All of our quarterbacks are alive here, so we've got 2 alive, we've got Purdy live, and we've got Kyler live. So we didn't need to I don't think we needed to sweat setting up another quarterback there. And Kincaid goes not to the Josh Allen drafter. How much Do you guys
That's
care
hard.
about the how much do you guys care about the reporting that Dawson Knox is still, pretty relevant in the Bills offense, and Kincaid might not run as many routes as ADP is expecting?
It makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside because I've had a soft Kincaid fade the whole time. I've basically only been doing the Kelsey McBride Andrews stuff in here, occasionally Laporta if he falls. But I mean, they're so hard to pair together comparative to the other pairings that you can get in 4, 5, 5, 6 that I just don't push it. I'm just like, okay, if I get Josh Allen on the right hand side of the board, I'm the guy who tacks on a third tight end and does tack on Dawson Knox. So, I mean, he was getting paid big boy money and they have a commitment to him. So, I don't know why anyone would expect him to go away. That being said, I mean, the ceiling of Kincaid in an isolated week is still pretty high.
I think
it
that's
is interesting.
definitely true.
Yeah, like I think Kincaid is definitely overdrafted right now, which makes it really tough because like drafting Josh Allen in these drafts is like really tough because he doesn't align with like his wide receiver one. You have to essentially reach to take Keon Coleman or hope he falls. That's never like fun to hope somebody falls. Kincaid doesn't line up with Josh Allen either. So like all of my Josh Allen teams are basically Curtis Samuel skinny stacks or Curtis Samuel Shakir because like it feels so bad to reach on Dalton Kincaid and Keon Coleman in these drafts. So I think Josh Allen may get that reach treatment from me as well. Mine out of the gutter there, guys. With as Outlaw Mahomes, where we are, reaching just to like get a cleaner stack. But yeah, dude, no, like very little Kincaid for me. I am worried about that, but I think Knox is definitely gonna have a role because they ran a lot more last year, and it kind of seems like they're gonna do that again.
This is a different contest. This is not Best Ball Mania. This is the Bulldogs. So we're not sweating this. We're not sweating teams having Rice in the 6th and 7th because those teams don't exist in this contest, which is actually a good point. It's actually a good point that you can draft differently in these time box contests. We are on the clock. I think we take Watson or McConkey.
Yeah, sure. You guys pick.
I would say McConkey.
All right, sets us up with another quarterback. I've actually been really in on Herbert, like really in on Herbert, and the training camp stuff is actually making me even more bullish on him because I think all the running backs stink. So I think this plan that Greg Roman and Harbaugh might have to just run the ball a ton, I just think it might not work. I just think it's going to be like the best laid plans of mice and men often go awry, and their best offense is going to be Herbert launching the ball. So do we want to do anything other than take Kyler? Or do we want to just set that up?
No, I'm good with Kyler.
Kyler is a lot of fun here with Trey, and we can still get Herbert on this team and make it, or Tua, whoever comes first, and make this like a very clean, solid 2 QB team.
We've got 2 of the Dolphins, so that gives us an extra chance to push it. I've noticed that if you have 2 of the 3 guys that go, that as long as like, well, let's see here. Who did the Waddle drafter? The Waddle drafter took Hurts, so I think we are really going to be able to push it. I think we either just plan on taking Herbert or do the backs, do a Knicks back stack or a May back stack or a Justin Fields back stack if you are so inclined, and just really try and push it onto it. Yeah. And also to go back to the Herbert thing, not only that, I mean, there's only so much that you can glean from reading training camp reports and from watching highlights, but it does seem like they're making an effort to push the ball down the field more, just based on like, the play of the day is always like guy was 47 yards down the field catching a bullet from Herbert or whatever. Like, it's not like, yeah, McConkey looks really good in the screen game. I mean, they're even talking about McConkey not just playing the slot, which I think is obviously pretty bullish for him.
Yeah, dude, McConkey's a damn good prospect and a really good route runner. He's not Wes Welker. Like people just, see like white receiver.
White boy tree.
yeah. Like low A dot. Herbert can sling that shit. And I'm really excited to see Ladd in this offense. I think there's some really strong comparisons, not in the tight end room, but like Chargers and Bills. like two really strong quarterbacks with pretty weak wide receiving cores around them right now. And you could even say Ladd and Curtis Samuel, like similar-ish. I think Samuel's more of a
I think
gadget guy.
Jacoby Myers is, I think, a really good comp for Ladd, where it's like you think he's just slot only, but anytime he's been cast to the outside, I mean, that the Patriots were like, you can only play in the slot, and then he goes to the Raiders last year. What he scored 11 touchdowns last season, like playing like a mix of both. I think that is like a pretty good stylistic comp.
You got me kind of excited thinking about Jacoby on the Chargers. It should have been him instead of DJ Chark.
We are about back up. Evan Ingram, massive faller. I mean, I don't really think I care actually in this contest. Like ADP value in a time box single entry contest, it's going to matter way less in my opinion. He goes anyway, so we don't have to sweat it. I'm open to kind of anybody here. I think Zamir White would be good. Swift would set us up another quarterback. Moss, Pollard. What are we thinking?
I typically take okay. I'd say Swift or White. Yeah.
All right, there we go. That's that'll even out my exposures big time on Zamir White. That'll be
same here. Same here. I do not take a lot of Zamir White.
Yeah, that'll be a guy. So I have $67 worth of Zamir White. So I just doubled my my dollar exposure to Zamir White by taking him there. I think that is fine. And we can either take one of these kind of. I actually think we should probably skip on wide receiver here. What are you guys thinking?
Yeah, this is a hell of a spot for running back here. Yeah, I'd say Tony Pollard, and I also give you you've got some heavy Chase bags, so I won't make you reach on Chase Brown, but like Chase Brown is coming to this range.
This is where I have him ranked. This is literally the exact pick where I have him ranked.
I like Tony Pollard, but Chase Brown is like on a fast track to pick 100.
Pollard sets us up. Pollard sets us up with another quarterback too.
You know what he's on? He's on the Jaylen Warren arc where Jaylen Warren was like 130s last year, and it was the best thing ever. And then everyone's like, "Oh yeah, Jaylen Warren is a stud," and let's get him to pick 100. It's literally what's happening.
Did it matter?
Well, what do you mean?
Year?
But like losing Warren, ADP value?
Yeah, did it matter last year? Those 30 spots ADP?
No, you should have still been taking him.
Yeah.
That's sort of the evidence that has been gathered over the years is that the ADP risers generally don't rise enough and the fallers don't fall enough. So an example, let's say, I guess an example this year might be someone like James Conner, where his rise started a little bit earlier. He was like running back 30, running back 29, running back 28. Now he's up to, what is he, running back 22?
22, yeah.
But I think you could make an argument, given the context of that offense. What is the difference between James Conner and Joe Mixon, really? Like, be sure, the presence of Benson versus the presence of Dameon Pierce, his backup is more capable. Mm-hmm. But their week one projected role is going to be the same. They're like, when we pull up establishtheRun.com DFS projections, week one, Mixon and James Conner are going to be right next to each other. 16.2 PPR points basically is going to be their projection.
Yep.
100%. It's kind of funny to think about when you do, especially at the running back position, because everybody is so priced down and we kind of have this arbitrary ordering in some ways of these guys. Like it's a great comp.
Brian is right. Brian is 100% right. Connor actually is just better than Joe Mixon. He
literally is.
He literally is. Yeah.
It's not even like a bit. He is actually better. Like look at the stats. Like there's a reason James Conner isn't leading the league in expected fantasy points every season. It's because he's converting on his fantasy points. He's not leaving shit on the field like Mixon is.
He was legitimately the best goal line back in football for a 3-year span.
I mean, last year as a 28-year-old playing with Josh Dobbs and half a knee, Kyler Murray, he was 4th in the NFL in rushing yards over expected, top 5 in broken tackles, like had good advanced numbers and all the receiving stuff. And I mean, don't get me wrong, Benson is like gonna eat into him. It's why I don't think James Conner is like a windmill by any means. But he is at his cost to me a way better pick than Mixon. And I was light on him early because I'm such a rookie slappy. So I had tons of Benson and I'm trying to back off of that. All right. This is a much better spot for receiver than a one that we were just in. We also have some of our favorite handcuff running backs here. What are you guys thinking?
Are you Downs over AD Mitchell yet, or no? You kind of like the Texas. Right?
I just like them. I like them both, but I'm trying to get more Downs because it sounds like the coaching staff is so high on them.
Yeah, he's almost certainly going to get some big time noise or some big time ADP movement.
I like Judy here.
Judy, all right. My Q is totally screwed. I took Judy on the, I took Judy on the phone. This is it would have been something I did wrong with the draft caddy, but I saved us. Yeah. I saved us there. That was,
I don't know if you've heard about my nightmare with the caddy before, Davis, with this.
Oh, okay, there we go.
I took LaMichael Pirine in like the 6th round or something in a BBM. It was so Jover for your boy, but I actually built a pretty nice team despite that pick. But I got called out on it immediately. Like oh, Nez got some Pittsburgh alpha because LaMichael Pirine is a Steeler. If you didn't know, no, I didn't have alpha.
All right, Tua went in the 10th round, so that one is over. Do you guys just want to take Herbert and be done?
Yes, I would like that. I don't know about you, John.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it. I'm a proponent of pushing, but it does give us a really comfy 2 to just build around. And if there's no like obvious target, what's the point in pushing?
This was not tech support. This is me. I just need to make that clear. I was messing around with the settings on the draft caddy earlier today, without the supervision of one Mr. Brian Hooper. And if you're gonna have me messing around with Chrome extensions without supervision, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do something wrong. I was getting it. I was trying to have it do exactly what it was doing earlier, which was add guys into the queue for me. Mm-hmm. And that makes it a little bit different. So the Herbert pick there, I mean, I think in BBM, that's a spot to push it, John. But like we have McConkey, and this team is pretty dead without McConkey playing well, actually, because he's our wide receiver 4, and we're gonna need 9 scoring weeks from him probably or something in order for this team to advance. So I think I think Nick is right. I think pushing it in BBM where it's all about getting super teams. I mean, there's real. If you get one of you guys would be better at this than me, but doing the EV calculation on just advancing in this contest is going to be fairly large, I think. Let's do the Dowdle talk. We are in the firm Dowdle range of the contest. I moved him way down in my rankings this morning. I moved Zeke ahead of him. I think, and maybe Stephen Jones is talking out of his ass, but if the team is thinking of Rico and Malik Davis as the same level of player, that really does not speak well to his odds of contributing meaningfully to your fantasy football teams.
No, and I mean, like, Royce Freeman actually had some good usable weeks with the Rams. Like, what was that, a year and a half ago or something like that?
Literally
last year.
Literally last year.
I'm on record of liking Royce Freeman on film. Like, I will go out and say it, man. If you actually like watch Royce Freeman carry the football,
great college running back. Great.
He looks the part. I can understand like what they see in him, and I think it's also fair to say is like Rico Dowdle is like definitely just a guy that we just clinged onto because he's the RB2 in Dallas for the time being. They are almost certainly adding somebody. You look at any like reputable projection source, they are factoring in player X to take carries in this Cowboys backfield. They just don't know who it is yet. And I mean, it really shouldn't come as much of a surprise, but it is a little concerning considering I have like 13% Rico Dowdle.
Yeah, that's right about my number as well. All right, what are we thinking here? By my ranking, it's Burton. I might need to move him down a little bit. Kind of the last tier of premium handcuff running backs here with Marshawn and Jaleel. What are we thinking?
I do like Komet. I honestly am not too keen on these running backs.
I'd take Lloyd.
But yeah, go ahead. I think Marshawn Lloyd is like going to be like the biggest egg on face moment for the cabal this season personally. But
well, there we go. If it is in fact an egg in the face cabal moment, then you just got me right there. You have me. You literally have me clicking select on Marshawn Lloyd as you telling me that the best ball cabal is about to take a gigantic L.
It's just like my stance, and I'm kind of on an island on that. But I think people wish casting this like same exact usage of Aaron Jones like being pasted onto Josh Jacobs, who has shown that he can like take large workloads and stay healthy and is going to be the goal line back for a team that's going to score a lot of touchdowns. I think people are just kind of like overthinking that and just really wanting the cool,
All right,
exciting rookie to get
John made the last pick. You get to make this one.
Let's see here. And no on QJ. I do like we just took a running back, so no on Algier. I like Hunter Henry. Shit, man. I like Komet too.
We needed a wide receiver, so I moved
That's
Mooney
fine.
in. And that is actually really funny. $36 of Mooney exposure. So we just tripled my Mooney exposure there. Let me just be honest about what's going on here. The Atlanta Falcons training camp reports have me down bad. Rondale Moore is practicing not even with the second team, dude. Rondale Moore is practicing with the third team. He's catching passes from, I literally don't even remember who the third string quarterback is for the Atlanta Falcons, but it's not someone you want to know. So I'm trying to balance the books there a little bit. 13th round is, now that I'm a little bit lower on Burton because of the Yoshi Voss stuff, and I'm not taking Dowdle, the 13th round is a spot where I'm like, man, I hope that this team needs a quarterback, because if it doesn't, I don't really know what I'm doing.
Yeah,
I have no problem with Mooney. I have no problem with Mooney in the 13th round. He has 1,000 yards in his bag at one point in his career. It is just very funny that we're not taking Darnell Mooney in a single entry, and then Darnell Mooney, welcome to the squad. We did need a wide receiver. These 20-second clocks are definitely like drafting on hard mode when you're streaming too. Like, let's give ourselves like some slack here.
I mean, I would have just taken Burton, but the Burton, like I'm like very consciously trying to prune the Burton bags at this point because his price is bad. It's not reflective of. Maybe it will end up being fine in the end. Like, we get to the end of the season, we're like, oh man, we were sweating this junior varsity Princeton wide receiver compared to the guy who went to Alabama and Georgia. But it's not reflective of the current reality, which is that the team views Burton as the pretty clear fourth behind Yoshi Voss right now.
Even if it's just coach speak, right? I think the point is that we are very tapped into the market, and the market is about to dock Burton. We know this. It's not showing up in ADP yet, but we know it's going to happen. So therefore, at cost, he's bad because we know that we are paying a price that will be cheaper tomorrow and the next day and the next day. I think that's what it comes down to, is like, there is a discount coming and we know this. So it's not good to take him right now. He's still a fine pick because at the end of the day, he is what he always was, which is like hopefully a guy that can break out at the end of the season because he has a strong talent profile.
Yeah. So Chirath, that's not really fair, because if Yoshi Voss would have played football earlier in his life, I think he probably could have went to Georgia or Alabama. He's like more athletic than Burton. He is a multi-time NCAA decathlon winner. Like, this is a supreme athletic talent. All right, we are on the clock. The caddy suggests Fant. Those are some big Fant bags there. What are we thinking, boys?
Could take our boy Dobbins or Fant. You like Fant, John?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Let's do it.
I would take Dobbins. We did about 97 minutes on the Chargers backfield on ADP chasing yesterday, and I landed on, in the end, I think Dobbins is a shitty pick, but I don't want to have zero of him.
Yeah. I mean, it's just hard to bet on a dude coming off an Achilles because the history is so bad.
I mean, his leg injuries are insane, dude. He broke his leg. He's done his ACL twice. I mean, it's really, really bad.
And he still might be the fastest one in that backfield.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? We haven't seen him. I don't really want to take QJ, to be honest.
I don't either. Can
we
look at wide receiver?
Yeah, let's scroll.
Mims he's the riser.
Yeah, Mims is
right
getting hype and playing the Z or whatever.
Mims is the riser because Ben Albright took to Twitter yesterday and said Troy Franklin is the wide receiver 6 on this team. Although, to be fair, that's probably what we would have assumed anyways, right? That he was on July 30th, Troy Franklin was always going to be the wide receiver 6 on the Broncos. It's like, can you beat out, what is it? It's Josh Reynolds, Tim Patrick, Lil Jordan Humphrey, Brandon Johnson, and one other guy whose name I'm forgetting.
Josh
That's like
Reynolds.
the whole point, right? Well,
Yeah.
he said Josh Reynolds, but that's like
Oh,
the whole
sorry.
point. Like, yeah, this rookie, if he can't find his way on the field, he's a bad pick anyways. But this is a Broncos team with a ton of shifting and movement to come this season, unless Bo Nix is just absolutely him, which I don't think many people are counting on. But if Bo Nix is leading the Sean Payton Broncos to success and he's doing it without the use of Troy Franklin, then okay, then I'll take that L. But they're almost certainly going to see what they have with these young guys this year. No one expects the Broncos to be good.
It's wild to see the stark difference between like where Polk's going versus where Franklin's going, and versus like those reports, right? Like, oh, Polk with the ones might be WR1, and like you look at the depth chart in New England, I don't think it's good, but I think it's better than what we're getting in with the Broncos, right?
Yeah, Drew, these are how many entries this username did in Best Ball Mania 4 in 2023. So it's just matched up from the Draft Caddy database. Is all it is. You know, we are far ways away from Poker HUDs, John. But so it's extremely limited. It's extremely limited information. But
I think it's gonna be a cool evolution to track as you go through the season, and like, okay, now I have like concrete actionable drop down menu that says, oh yeah, Davis is 72% Chiefs in the 4th, 5th, and 6th or whatever.
And that could definitely be done eventually. I mean, the capabilities not there right now, but it could definitely be done. Hawkinson, I'm in. I think his price right now is
he's back. We got him. He's my highest owned tight end.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. We need a running back here. All my favorite guys are gone. Literally, they are so annoying. That's so goddamn. Braylon Allen is gone in the 16th round, and Estime.
Khalil Herbert is certainly there, and Khalil Herbert. Let's just picture him in Jerry World carrying that first carry of the season.
I think it's just fine for him to be a Bear. Like DeAndre Swift,
he has outs.
DeAndre Swift is just not an efficient rusher. He's good in the passing game, but he's not an efficient rusher. Hartman, this is the Endgame Syndicate Draft Caddy. There's a link to that in the description of this YouTube video if you are interested. But that is where
you got the official invite last night, eh?
I got the official. They wanted a personality hire.
They needed some.
Sorry, guys, I was overriding you there. There was no way I was doing. A single entry Kyler Murray team and not taking Greg Dortch.
And you can't trust this room at all either. So
yeah,
I would have taken Dortch there anyways. I think I'm in on Dortch too.
That how could you not be? I mean, it's like I don't know if you guys are having this experience, but with your player takes, but I'm kind of having this player takes experience this year where it's the first time coaches have ever agreed with me. Where I have these insane takes. Greg Dortch is the greatest. Wan'Dale Robinson should lead the Giants in targets. Chase Brown is the best running back on the backfield. Xavier Worthy is gonna have 80 catches, and coaches are coming out and being like, Greg Dortch, oh yeah, we want him in all the time. Greg Dortch, backfield. Greg Dortch, starting wide receiver. Chase Brown, most efficient guy. It could be my Liam year. People are saying it could be my Liam year.
I love that take.
It could be, especially with the tethered to the Chiefs narrative. I respect it. I don't know. Yeah. Like it's also this like false hopium narrative, because we get this as a feedback loop so much quicker in the daily streets where on a given day, I'll be like, oh yeah, this guy's going to smash. Oh yeah, he's leading off. Oh yeah. And then he just goes 0 for 4. And you're just like, oh yeah, by the way, it doesn't fucking matter even when you nail it. So like the feedback loop associated with BBM is so funny because we double and triple down for like 5 months on it. It's so good.
I'm definitely going to be in the daily streets this year. I did realize the most heartbreaking thing, though, which is that they are going to do college football dailies this year. I'm assuming. I don't know what that's. I'm sure that's why they launched the best ball the product, just to get the player IDs and to see if people were into it. But I can't enter them here. I can't enter them in Missouri, which is like that to me. I think that's like a super exploitable game. Like people are going to be really bad at that at first. There's not going to be good rankings or anything. Like it'll take the ETR guys a little while to get up to speed, and the roto grinders, like who they probably won't even have anything out for the daily. So yeah,
that'd be some nice edge there.
Yeah, but I'm not going to be able to enter them. All right, we got one more pick left. We have a 2-5-8-2 with Kyler and Herbert. I've got one.
Who wants to scroll for the
here.
super bring back? Okay.
Super bring back would be Bourne, right?
Whittington. Jordan Whittington.
I have not. There you go. I've got none of him yet. That's on brand.
Single entry Whittington. Yeah.
That's on brand for having the Badge Bros on is to have a guy. I mean, we might be the only Jordan Whittington team in the Bulldog.
Yep.
Jordan Whittington.
It's not crazy, and it works as a bring back off the Arizona stuff. I mean, he could be in 3 wide receiver sets. He could just be contingent upside. I don't know. Trivoli in the chat's tugging on my heartstrings too with the Jahar Jordan's gonna smash in the Hall of Fame.
So
people are gonna start talking.
I got bad news for Trivoli. I got extremely bad news for Trivoli. I think the Cam Akers signing was not about Damian Pierce. I think it was about Jahar Jordan. I think it was looking at Jahar Jordan and being like, I don't know if we want to have him as our third running back active on game day. Because, I mean, remember, Jahar Jordan got benched for Isaac Guerendo. He injured his ankle. Guerendo had been a backup his whole career. He comes in. I believe Guerendo had like 190 yards in his first start when Jahar Jordan got injured. And then he came back and was in a timeshare the rest of the season with Guerendo.
Yeah.
The only thing we care about is the full season stats. That's all that we were pumping, or John was pumping, and I was buying. Yeah. Was that hey, he outperformed him on the whole? So I was like, oh, nice. Okay, Louisville product.
Trivoli, I'm not worried about Cam Akers in terms of I think Cam Akers is good. I'm worried that Jahar Jordan might have to learn, game day inactive, buddy. That's where I'm at. I mean, obviously taking Brennan Rice would have been better for the brand. This is a pro Nepo baby channel, but when I invite my friends from the Badge Bros on, we got to do something a little bit different. All right, let's look at this team. See if we made any mistakes. All right, we did Tyreek and we did Ayuk. Any regrets from either of you guys after seeing how this played out with taking Achane at 27 instead of Neighbors or Cup?
No, I like Achane as the anchor on this team, personally.
Yeah, in a vacuum, I take Neighbors or Cup there, and I kind of take Kyron ahead of Achane. So I don't do a ton of Achane, but I do get the ping pong effect of the Miami stuff and making the bet on Miami.
That's all it is. And that's why that's actually one of my reasons. This is like ninth order reasoning, but it's one of the reasons why I like taking Jefferson there, which is that you don't have to sweat about that ping pong. If you do this start, Jefferson, Ayuk, Achane, there's no ping ponging. I mean, obviously Tyreek is a great pick. I'm not sweating that. I think McBride and Rashid Rice and Ladd, this is where it gets bad in these drafts from the 3 or the 4 or the 5 is when you get to this pick right here, you get to 69, 70, 71, and it's a real piss boys room, and you're staring at Keon Coleman, JSN, or Curtis Samuel at that pick. That's when it's I
like JSN. Really, so I'm kind of fine with that. And I think like all the bullish reporting on Deontay Johnson has made that pick like a little more palatable in a room like a piss boy room like this, where you get like Nook and Rome and Ridley to go on the other side every time. Then it gets really thin. But in your standard BBM room when nobody's watching kind of thing, I don't mind like just going 6-7 with my like 4th, 5th wide receiver there. Because I like Brian Thomas, I like JSN, I like Ladd, I like Deontay Johnson a little bit more now, even though I didn't.
Where does the tier end for you? For me, I'm getting woke. I'm getting woke to JSN because of the Grub stuff and like all of the Geno camp reports are, shout out like Geno's playing very well. I'm getting woke to it. I mean, I do think ultimately JSN was probably a bit overrated as a prospect and is now like a possession slot wide receiver on an offense with 2 other grown men. But I'm prepared to include JSN in the tier. But for me, it ends at Brian Thomas right now is where is where it ends. And if that tier is obliterated before you get up at 72, 71, 70, I think you probably are just not winning the contest, really. I don't know if you have the wide receiver fight, unless there is a Puka Nacua this year.
I'm sort of extending that tier down to like Curtis Samuel, J-Mo, and Addison, like right before Cortland Sutton. Like I don't include Cortland Sutton in that tier, but he's definitely like a line for me where once I hit Cortland Sutton, it's like, okay, this is no longer where I want to be drafting wide receivers. It's time to pivot.
Truly,
the JSN one I would just say is like, there's no reason to think he can't do what like Jalen Polk did last year. You know what I mean? Like surrounded by alphas and stuff like that, a guy who can move around and just like stay on the field. It would just require them playing as many 3 wide receiver sets as they did at UW.
John, not many of us stayed up till 12 o'clock to watch these Huskies play football. So the cross sport, you might as well have just made a cross sport reference to comp JSN there.
But I'm big. I dove deep in the weeds on Polk, McMillan, and Adunze because Polk and McMillan were like the 2 best picks on the board in the big board. If you didn't come out with like 50% of your rosters having one of those 2 guys, you were big time losing to the field, basically. This Zamir White pick is bad. We should not have done that. Okay. We should have just taken Chase Brown. We really should have just taken Chase Brown.
The Zamir White influence is me. I'm the guy who's saying even if he's Mike Davis, at least he's 3 rounds cheaper than Mike Davis was. That's the Zamir White pick. If this all goes to hell, that's on me. That's a me pick.
Yeah, sure. Here, I'm here with it. I'm fine with it.
I'm staunchly anti Zamir White, like staunchly.
It's Adunze or Adunze?
I say Adunze.
It's Adunze.
Okay. Adunze. I mean, here's the thing. Gretsch was lecturing us about this the other day. Apparently, he kind of likes it when people say it Adunze. Like that's a direct quote from him. He's like, yeah, that's not my name, but like he kind of likes the way when people say it that way. Lex, it is. Yeah, we got no Chiefs on this team. Oh, we got Rashee Rice. We got Rashee Rice. Okay. Rice. Yeah. Sources are not saying that Dortch will be cut. Sources are saying Greg Dortch is going to finish 3rd on the Cardinals. And
they want to find a way to get Greg Dortch more touches. I think they're trying to figure out how to make it work.
I mean, you know it's real with Dortch because normally veterans just get deference in training camp regardless of if they've played well. And Zay Jones has been with the second team the whole time. That's how you know it's real. Although Dortch and Zay Jones like literally might be the same age. People forget that the Dortch has been around forever. All right, Pollard, I like it a lot. Judy, good. Herbert, fine. We had some dissension in the ranks about Marshawn Lloyd.
The reason I suggested Lloyd there is because we were just talking bearish about Rico, and I really didn't want Cole Kmet on this team because I'm so out on Cole Kmet. Those are our 2 stark differences, me and Nez, Zamir White and Cole Kmet. So I was playing defense on making sure Cole Kmet at the top of the queue didn't end his way on this team.
Yeah, that's correct. Fant, fine. Mims, I like buying. Mims is going to be he has 2 catches for 37 yards in a preseason game and ends up being a 13th round pick candidate for this team. KJ Hamler. Yeah. Oof, Herbert, Dortch, Whittington. I mean, which one of you guys wants to take we've talked about Whittington a little bit. I'm totally woke to the Whittington experience, but which one of you guys wants to explain it to the folks?
That's just hit mute on his mic. Yeah, I mean, like I the beat report stuff now that he could supplant Tutu Atwell for that 3rd wide receiver role. I mean, he was buried on the depth chart around a bunch of really good Texas talent that all gets drafted in every single one of our BBM drafts. There's no reason to think that the kid can't ball. He just didn't have opportunity to do so. And then you just trust the track record of the fact that the Rams have been really good at isolating wide receiver talent that was underrated. And then they run the most 3 wide receiver sets in all of football. So why not use him as a bring back?
He just has to beat out stink ass Demarcus Robinson.
Yeah. I mean, there you go. The most overpaid 30 whatever year old breakout wide receiver ever.
Jordan Whittington's going to be hitting the sleds after training camp, trying to work on his run blocking so he can find his way on the field to outbeat Demarcus Robinson. That's the only reason Demarcus Robinson's out there is because he run blocks like he's a left tackle.
Yeah, I don't want to
think
see.
You think Jordan Whittington, who went to the University of Texas with Bijan Robinson, Jonathan Brooks, you think Jordan Whittington can't block, bro?
I mean, that's probably why they drafted him, right? I mean, let's be real. I think we can trust the Rams and like in picking out the wide receivers they like to fit the offense that they run. I think that we can absolutely put trust in them.
Whittington is really what he is he's Ben Skowronek, but he's Ben Skowronek with a little bit of juice.
I'll take Skowronek with a little juice. Skowronek with a low taper fade. Let's go.
Yeah, like that's really it. And I mean, look, Skowronek with a little bit of juice could be a decent NFL player. All right, I've got this one labeled. My Bulldog.
Thank you.
You're splitting the equity with my Badge Bro friends, and now we are gonna go rip a Best Ball Mania draft.
Daytime Diamond.
Yeah, look at this beautiful menu that we have on Underdog. There's so much to be drafting. BBM.
Hey, congrats.
How 51.7% fill. So
and this is your 51% draft here. It's number 76 for you. Yeah, that's what I was commenting on. You're right on pace.
Okay, sick. That's nice. I think I would like to we'll do a pick 'em entry after this. We will get sure. I think I've already fired one, but we will fire and we get the 3-hole again, so we're gonna have a chance to do this again. We'll do a slip after this.
I mean, hopefully we can get like a Lamb or McCaffrey fall. Maybe like number 2 here is part of the August crowd. He's a first mover of the August crowd. He's getting in here and he's saying, you know what? I want Bijan Robinson. Why would I not want 2025's 101 at the 2-hole? And then we can get ourselves a little seedy, but I'm down to take a ride on the Davis train and get some Justin Jefferson at 3.
I mean, that's absolutely beautiful.
I'll give you permission.
Hartman is in the draft with us at 9. Let's see if I recognize anyone else in here. DMH09.
We know Pepper Tony
and Pepper Tony. Yeah. So we've got some friends in the chat, which is our friends in the draft, which is always.
Kobe said 2 drafted with us yesterday too.
Okay. Dylan Gibson is in. Bright H is at 5. All right. So this is real. It's real friends and family draft, which I love. I love a friends and family draft. Oh, King of QC is in the 1 spot.
This entire draft is basically filled with commenters. This is fantastic.
Yeah, we love that. All right, McCaffrey does go 1. Kobe, take Tyreek, buddy. You know you're trying to balance your range. Take Tyreek. He did. He did.
Let's go. Slam it. Send it in.
I will never forget the first stream draft I did back in July. The July 1st, I guess. We got Justin Jefferson at 9, and I've just been waiting to duplicate that feeling inside myself ever since, and I've not been able to find it.
No. You peaked early, man.
Item was out on that time for that to happen. Jesus.
You know, I'm wondering if we actually get a real Justin Jefferson slide, like an actual one, because of the Darnold stuff. Because all the KOC stuff is saying, Darnold's going to start. He did mention Nick Mullins ahead of JJ McCarthy in one of their first press conferences.
I mean, Nick Mullins threw for 500 yards or over 402 games last year.
412, buddy.
Yeah, like I don't really care who the quarterback is for Justin Jefferson. Like, I'm totally fine with if people want to discount him because of Sam Darnold. I'm just aping into KOC's ability to scheme Justin Jefferson open and him being the best wide receiver in football. So
that's the thing is I think it simply doesn't matter. FF Doom is right. There's just no reason.
No, I think people, I mean, I know he's being drafted in like the top 5, right? So no one's like truly disrespecting Justin Jefferson, but I think people truly do not understand how good Justin Jefferson is at football. Like he is that that good. Like we just saw it last year. We literally saw what is arguably the worst case scenario for Justin Jefferson in fantasy, coming off an injury and playing with a 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th string quarterback, and was like still that fucking guy. It didn't matter.
Yep.
I don't
Dobbs.
do this. I don't do this at all. I don't sprinkle AOC. I don't sprinkle Minshew. I don't sprinkle Brissett. I play only for week 17. So Sam Darnold is doing nothing for me in week 17. I take a smidgen of Justin Fields. I had a lot of Justin Fields early on and had to back off of it, but I'm getting back onto it now, a smidge. But if I don't think a guy can, really what it is, it's can he run for 100 yards in a week 17 game theoretically? And if the answer is no, then like what is Sam Darnold gonna do for you? I think nothing. All right, we are up in one pick. We have a plethora of beautiful options for us to take here at pick number 22.
Yeah, we do.
No, it's fine to have Nix because Nix is going to start 17 games. Nix
and he runs.
And he runs. He had more rushing touchdowns in college than more than Caleb and May combined, and more than Daniels.
That's fat.
What are you guys thinking?
Do you like Devontae?
Oh, I'm very woke to Devontae Adams. Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's take Devontae Adams here.
I would take him or Saquon here. I'm kind of out on this Waddle train in the second round.
I like Waddle. I can't get with you on that. I've got Waddle ranked ahead of ADP, but I would have. I'll tell you, I would have sprinted to the podium on Jonathan Taylor there, and then done a hyper fragile team. We could have taken 4 running backs if we took them. It's not gonna be. Come on, it's not Stidham's. It's never been Stidham season. It's never been Stidham season. Jared Stidham in college. It was not. Guys, no. The chat wants me to watch receiver so bad. They've never wanted anything more than for me to watch San Francisco 49ers
I can't believe you haven't, documentaries. Do you not watch? You don't watch it?
Here's the thing, dude. I don't really watch.
I don't either.
TV like that.
Because I'm on Underdog all the time, so I don't really have time to watch a television show. Because any free time I get, I'm drafting something.
Pass on Smith. Let's take Neighbors.
Oh man, you want to gloss over that correlation?
Yeah,
you guys.
Everyone in their dog has it. It's the most repeatable combo in all of BBM.
You're right. And I have amnesia about what they said about the CeeDee Lamb Week 17 correlation last year.
CeeDee Lamb. This is Devonta.
It's Devonta Smith. Yeah, take Neighbors. I like Neighbors. I can't be seen giving a bearish take on Neighbors because I love Malik Neighbors, but like, dude. We said this about Amon-Ra and CD last year, and it was just straight up didn't fucking matter.
Nick, you're literally hitting it exactly. I literally don't have 90 minutes in my day to watch receiver because who else is going to tell you guys about Chase Brown and Andre Yochivas training? Like someone's got to do it. You guys watch receiver and tell me what happens in receiver. I will read this is actually true, guys. I was just on vacation in Oregon with my beautiful wife and my little brother-in-law. We're hiking, I'm jumping off of cliffs. It's a great day. And you know what I did for 2 hours before bed every single night when we got back to the house? I read every training camp report on The Athletic, every single team. I read every training camp report because I'm not going to get out work, dude. I'm not going to get out work.
You know what? With this freshly new Underdog partner money, you need to outsource some of this. Pay somebody like $10 a day to like read the Steelers, $10 a day to read the Browns, and give you the Cliffs Notes, man. It's good for you.
Here's the thing. You guys know this. We're already outsourcing plenty of things. Like I got to outsource all kinds of stuff in my life anyway. So adding extra things to outsource, and we got to do it for the tweets. This time of year, a good athletic clipping with like a little bit of commentary where you mention a guy's ADP. I mean, that can do numbers if it gets picked up the right way. Like you can do, like if you do I had one that didn't hit this morning, which is like fine. Sometimes they don't hit. Like this Roman Wilson one, no good. But the Yoshibas one, I mean, that's gonna be in the algorithm tomorrow. That's gonna be in the algorithm by Friday still probably. So
yeah, I mean that's a good way to do it, man. I got to get in this clipping game. I got to steal your bit.
I got to outsource someone else to do the sightseeing on my next trip. Yeah.
John's really into the inspect element game, so maybe you can inspect element some quotes, and create some fake FUD. Like
Dude,
the SEC has no jurisdiction as far as what you can do in securities fraud in Best Ball Mania. So go ahead and just like make some fake FUD.
Hold on, I need this on the record as it pertains to the Eagles' backfield last year. I was a Gainwell and Swift slappy. I was not a Rashad Penny guy. I need that officially on the record. I can't have that attached to my name.
I was throwing salt at all the negative Rashad Penny pieces. Are you guys crazy? This guy just ran like a madman, and now he's in a great offensive situation. What are we doing not drafting Penny? Yeah, that hurt.
Daniel killed the inspect element game. That bit is dead forever now after he did the Jalen Polk one with like $1 million and 200-something%. I vowed to retire from the fake exposures game.
Good job.
I'm in the fake blurb game, though. You just set me up for this. Dude. This could be an electric bit.
Asking ChatGPT to inverse an insanely fluffy piece about a player is actually just hilarious, even on your own. Like it's actually very entertaining.
This is the bit. Who is doing this? No one.
I did that with Achan. I tweeted out a fake Achan blurb,
okay.
And I was like, guys, this is clearly like not it. Like I'm joking. I ended up following up.
All right, we are about up. I sadly do think T. Higgins is the correct pick here.
You're doing the Mahomes thing.
We could absolutely do Mahomes,
the thing
could
is
also
about
do
the Mahomes
the
pick is like
Andrews
Dak is on this team. Like Dak is on this team.
Yeah.
Okay. Then go T. Higgins.
I think
T. Higgins or Mark Andrews.
The only time I'm taking T. Higgins is if he's my wide receiver 4, because like now we can deal with the fact that he's inconsistent and he's going to put up like 6 zeros. But when he doesn't, we're going to be fine.
Williams?
He's everybody. He's literally everybody.
Nez, that is a good point. You get gifted with CD at 3, and then just building the same team that you have with Tyreek or Jefferson at 3 when you've got CD is probably a bit of a mistake. You probably do just because that ninth round pick, we're at the back end of it. We're in that Zamir White range. It is better to just be like, you know what? I'm actually just going to bookmark that for Dakota Rain Prescott instead of doing the running back.
I did this a little too much where like at this range, like we just saw, you get the elite tight ends, the elite quarterbacks, and they're there when you have CD. And then I'm like, wait, now I'm like kind of getting diminishing returns on this Dak pick that I'm obviously going to make with CD Lamb. The problem is we have this guy named the Icon in the draft, and he is a notorious asshole. So we need to just cross our fingers and pray.
I mean, we've got multiple quarterback outs at that pick, and we got plenty outs. We do not need to sweat it.
Fingers crossed.
Oh my, easiest click of my life.
Yeah.
Wow, that was fun.
Yeah,
it's crazy that nobody on that end went with the double tap.
That's the thing is you don't get that all that often because the double tap is so popular, but Lamar is still there. I mean, and shout out to the team that's going to get 5th round, Lamar Jackson. So through 5 picks, we got a true piss boy wide receiver heavy start. CeeDee Lamb, Devontae Adams, Malik Neighbors, T. Higgins, and Mark Andrews. It's a nice start.
It is a nice start. And I think you and I are similar, Davis, in how we like to start drafts. And I rarely have 4 through 5 wide receivers, 4 through 5. I'm like stay true to the fantasy football, return to tradition and still giving respect to these good running backs in my drafts.
I was just about to say this is my most common start, like 3, then the elite tight end. And then if Lamar doesn't fall or someone else that pairs with it,
aren't you guys worried about drafting 900 of the same team though? Because Karain and Sherman and Peter and Gretsch are telling me I should not draft 900 of the same team. But I don't know. It's like, can I really take Josh Jacobs there? I don't want to.
When you get that noise from them, you need to go back to your friend Easy, who's going to tell you like just be a man. And draft your guys over and over.
The thing is it doesn't matter. We're probably going to lose anyway, so I might as well lose. I prefer to lose with style points. And by the way, losing with style points, I mean, you want to talk about the easiest decision of my life, Devin Achane over Saquon Barkley. And I know that that's so insane and bad. And Saquon's going to have more touches, and Saquon's going to score. I don't care. Mm-hmm. Devin Achane is our generation's Chris Johnson. And that's my take, and absolutely nothing is gonna. But Here we go. We can have some healthy conflict on the program. You guys are Ridley bros, right?
I don't know if
Nez
John is. I am.
I'm a Hopkins guy.
Yeah, I'm a Hopkins guy.
Yeah, I think, and I don't have like an insane Ridley bag either, but I am very much like not caring about comparisons of efficiency metrics of two guys in way different situations. You guys really laid out a really good, not laid out, but Sam did. He had a really good take on like the Ridley and Hopkins stuff, which was like Hopkins' target competition last year was just awful. And I mean, who else were they going to throw the ball to? Of course, they were going to give Hopkins a lot of looks. But the point is that he was efficient with those targets. Ridley might be a volume merchant, but Ridley's still going to run a ton of targets. And I just don't think that Hopkins is this slam dunk, like the field is stupid pick over Ridley. I think the field has this right. And it's just kind of shocking to me that people like people are calling for the age curve on literally everybody. And then when it comes to DeAndre Hopkins, there's like an exception, like, no, not him. Like, no.
Because
like,
he and Adams are built diffy.
But
yeah, their first
ballot. But Adams doesn't have Calvin Ridley as his teammate right now.
The week 17 definitely matter. Week 17 correlation definitely matters less in the Bulldogs. Smaller final, smaller need. It's just easier to get there. Just matters way less in all those single entry formats, in my opinion.
Agreed. Especially the ones where the advanced structure is like week 16 dependent, like the Dalmatian.
Just find your favorite play and take the guy directly below. I mean, that is a great way to get diverse. I think we push it even further. I think we piss even more.
Oh, okay. Let's do that because these guys might leave us a running back.
Take JSN.
Okay.
I mean, that's balancing my range. 11% lad. What do I have on JSN? Probably like 4%. So all good with me. And then because I knew there would be a running back, one of these running backs that we like coming around. Doesn't really. Pitts over Kincaid is not crazy. Pitts over Kincaid is just reflective of reality, dude. Like that's just what's going to happen. Kyle Pitts is going to.
How many more routes is Pitts, or how many more targets? Let's make it actionable. More targets is Pitts going to get than Kincaid? Do you think? 20?
I bet it's very similar because Kincaid has worse teammates, but Pitts is going to be on the more efficient passing offense, which sounds crazy to put Kirk ahead of Pitts, but all the other contextual things are in the favor of the Falcons, like worst division, they play indoors, pass heavy coordinator versus Joe Brady. Like it's all that small contextual stuff goes in his direction.
That's a very high pick for Jameson Williams, but this might be the path that we're on as well.
Haven't you heard, dude? Aren't you woke to Jameson Williams training camp superstar?
Oh, dude, I
in the X, baby.
Who?
Yeah, wait, what were we saying?
No, I was just gonna say him playing the X. Yeah, David Montgomery feels like the obvious click here.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think taking Kittle and shutting it down is insane either because it's a pretty rare combination.
Let's do it. That's way more fun.
All right.
You want it? All right. Let's
have some fun.
Here's the thing. I've got so many of the waving the white flag, taking David Montgomery as your running back one teams. And I actually think there's like no way that wins Best Ball Mania. Actually no way. David Montgomery, right? I think you're much more likely to find the nuts when you take all the running backs rounds 8 through 13 and you find a guy who outscores David Montgomery there.
The Montgomery path is Gibbs' injury, like for contingent upside, but then it's also they have all the highest implied team totals and they have the best game environments as of right now. And they play indoors for the first 11 weeks or whatever. So it's like, they were hyper efficient.
Time for you to learn contingent value, buddy.
Yeah. But then they were also like hyper efficient at the goal line. Like they're the best goal line rushing team in football last year outside of the Eagles. So it's like, I don't know. I could see him if they just pump it down there and he does the Jamal Williams thing.
TJ Hawkinson literally just stood there and was the top 5 tight end with Kirk Cousins. Yeah. I mean, that's basically what it is. T. Higgins. I mean, the thing about T. Higgins is I'm never taking T. Higgins ahead of his average draft position. I'm not even frequently taking him after it. I think T playing with talented teammates, like more talented teammates. Like if I'm right about Jermaine Burton and about Chase Brown and Yoshi Boss is going in, like and Jamar Chase is him. Like there's a lot.
Team Butler.
Don't even get me, dude. I've been on Hakeem Butler long time. That's actually funny. Hakeem Butler was a St. Louis Battlehawk, so I've been to a couple.
Oh wow.
of his most recent games. Yeah, big Battlehawks guy. Caw, Caw is law, man. I hope it works out for a lot of the guys who were really good in the UFL. Donald Parham, shout out. I hope we see some more success stories like that. Cam Phillips, PJ Walker. But I don't think Hakeem Butler is going to make the Bengals roster. I really don't.
Fair enough.
Hope he does.
Christine Michael, the greatest St. Louis Battlehawk of all time.
People are saying, yeah, he was awesome. I mean, actually, funnily enough, they also had former podcast guest Brian Hill on the on the roster. Yeah, not
That's
this year,
good.
but the year before. He was a Battlehawk.
Wait, he was a Falcon, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
He was a Falcon. I think he went to college at Wyoming. What a career. What a career for one Mr. Brian Hill. All right, so we're doing a true 0 RB team. So I think we take 6 on this team. We're done at tight end. This is definitely a 2 quarterback team. We've got some catching up to do at running. But there's also another true 0 RB team happening here at the 12.
Wowza.
Yeah, he's got 7 wide receivers through 8. So we are competing for a lot of these 0 RB targets with this team. He just took Dontavian Wicks. He just took Dontavian Wicks at 85. He's woke, dude.
Well, he took Dontavian Wicks at 85 instead of putting Kyler Murray with his double stack. That one was kind of shocking. Yeah, I'm good with Warren for sure.
Yeah. Smack it.
I assumed we didn't have to argue about that one.
Team 12 has the woke mind virus. That is crazy. If you're taking Dontavian Wicks as your seventh wide receiver before you have a running back or a quarterback.
I mean, yeah, like I'm all for ideological drafting, but you will not be winning $1.5 million USD with that strategy.
Can I see it again? I'm curious. Did Cooper Kupp fall all the way? Oh, he took him at. He set up the game stack and then passed on Kyler.
Yeah,
I just don't get
he
it.
Did.
He's hanging in the chat. I think he can speak for himself.
Oh
man, love to hear it.
I mean, look, I'm not going to tell him he's wrong. I'm all for it, but
sure,
you're just simply. I don't think that's
our team.
That's the most optimal way. Yeah, we could definitely take Kyler, and then we set ourselves up with. I love this man. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. He said 80 Mitchell. Blessed. 80 Mitchell is a gam. 80 Mitchell is a gam. I want. Yeah. he outpissed him.
Yeah, it's a pissing contest, and he outpissed the hell out of us. I mean, look at his profile picture. He's outside. He's got the sunset. This dude is just living life. He doesn't care about
Tua at 98. This draft is living a little. You guys want to take Kyler?
Oh, you don't want to take Dak?
I'd rather take Dak, I think, on this team.
That's insane. There's no amount of correlation that can make
with CeeDee Lamb.
We should push it then. If we want Dak, we should push it.
Push it then. Push it. I'm good with it.
All right. Let's do it. Let's do it.
I think there's no chance he comes back to us. But if Kyler is still on the board, you're not taking. That is correlation cannot make Dak and Kyler the same for fantasy.
I don't know.
I mean, people are saying Dak is a better. Like, people think Dak is better than CJ Stroud straight up this season? Would you say that CJ Stroud and Kyler are like you like Kyler more than CJ Stroud?
Yes, I have Kyler ranked. I have Kyler ranked ahead, and I draft more Kyler than I do Stroud. I think it's easy to forget because it's been so long since we've seen the real version of Kyler Murray to forget how incredibly good he is at fantasy football.
Yeah, and I mean, if you want to go back even further in the time capsule, he was really good with a bad offensive scheme. Like that full horizontal raid was like bad for Kyler, and he was still amazing.
I literally could not understand this because I am trying to do the reverse of this. I'm trying to jam as much Arizona as possible.
Man, this is going to work out for him too. Oh no, Kyler went right after.
Kyler went right after. Naked Kyler is more valuable than Dak and CD because Kyler is going to outscore Dakota Prescott. Well, I'll say this. Kyler is going to project for more fantasy points for 17 consecutive weeks ahead of Dak. I am concerned about systemic risk with the Cowboys when your second option is Jake Ferguson and you've got Zeke and Rico Dowdle, and like I mean, obviously Dak is the style of quarterback who can elevate his teammates. Like I'm not saying he isn't, but also this is the thing: is there is no such thing as naked Kyler Murray, because George and Wilson. Wilson.
I kind of floated that idea out to John a month ago, that what if like the Cowboys, like what domino has to fall for like the wheels to fall off the Cowboys? Because I don't think it's going to take a lot of, like things happen in the NFL season. I don't think a lot has to go wrong for things to just like crash and burn in Dallas the way that they're set up. It's very much like the CD show, like you said. Jake Ferguson and Brandon Cooks are next
it's not
in
like
line
the
to
offense
produce.
was that much better last year. Like it's not like the surrounding options were like. I don't think the most likely scenario is that Dak has this bad season or anything like that. But I am just and that this is also the thing is kind of I thought the Cowboys offense was going to be worse than they'd gotten with Kellen Moore in the past.
But they became more pass heavy after the bye last year. Yeah.
They became such more pass heavy. I'm not saying people are fundamentally misunderstanding what I'm saying. This is not an anti Dak Prescott point. This is a pro Kyler Murray point. This is just an extreme pro Kyler stance. That is what it's about. And guys, this is going to probably end up working out for us anyways. We're about to get a potential big value anyways, so it doesn't matter. It's fine.
I've landed planes that people wouldn't believe. This is nothing.
Yeah, please. I understand, and I get it. The Dak thing. It's very straightforward. He's a great quarterback. I'm definitely not saying that it's not. And
the pass rate, and then the QB.
It works out. It works out anyways because we're gonna take Joe Burrow with T Higgins.
Yeah,
way after ADP.
I mean, and we can also we could do Purdy on the way back too and shut it down if you really wanted to.
So I would really want to personally.
No, I think we need to take a running back here. I think running back goes to a whole different tier. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens after these turn picks. Maybe Purdy will be the best pick.
We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, he might go to the CMC drafter too, but
Purdy's just going to absolutely cook this season. It is what it is. With the weapons that he has, just getting one stack partner is fine because you just need one of them to tell yourself the story. Like, okay, this is the guy that's going nuke.
Justin Fields did work out last year. I need to be very clear. Justin Fields did work out last. In what world could you say Justin Fields did not work out last year?
Yeah,
he was more than fine.
He had the 2 highest scoring quarterback games of the entire season.
It's a funny comment. Okay, right, there goes.
Purdy goes. So we need to take one of these running backs.
What's your preference here? Who do you normally take? Do you go with the safety of Gus, or do you like to?
I think on this
think
team,
about winning $1.5 million.
I think on this team, Gus Edwards 11.2 points per game. Probably is actually what we need. What do you?
But isn't that what we kind of have Mostert for? Like Mostert's going to be healthy. Like, don't we want to think about
moon shot? Welcome
I
to
would
the
shoot
team.
the moon.
Yeah, welcome to the team, Blake Corum.
We're going to draft like way more running backs to kind of help piece together a regular season RB2 as well. Like this is only our third. We got more coming. So take a moonshot.
I don't think Justin Fields is good. I think he was a good fantasy quarterback last year. That's all I'm saying.
That is factually correct.
Yeah.
that fully checks out.
I don't really care about the AJ Dillon coach speak. I did see it. Our friend Coach Speak Index was tweeting it out. I have officially seen enough heading into year 5 for AJ Dillon that I think Marshawn Lloyd is better. What's the difference between Corum and Algier? A better running back is ahead of Tyler Algier. There is a 0% chance that Algier, ends up overtaking Bijan to any meaningful degree. There is a 3% chance that Corum ends up non-performance related starting over Kyron, you think?
I'd say it's higher than 3, but yeah.
The Corum pick seemed extremely intentional by them, and I think it's one of two things. One,
Well,
like
yeah,
we need a
said
competent backup. We need a competent backup, and we need to take a load off of Kyron. That there's baked in like what we think right now is he has his own role. Plus, like if anything happens to Kyron and we could redraft, Blake Corum would be like a 3rd round pick if this was the case. I mean, just based on the role. We like Kyron was not this outstanding prospect. I don't think that he is this otherworldly talent. He's just like good in the system, good in an efficient offense, and thus he was like an absolute monster. That's the thesis here for the running back in LA.
I think that's a fun little question there. If hypothetical scenario, Kyron's ankle's no good and he got injured in camp right now, where would Blake go? And do you think they would just like literally change spots? Like, do you think people just like sight unseen would just be like, yeah, Rams running back?
I don't think he could break. I think Pacheco would be like a pretty hard resistance. Like, I don't know that people could take Corum over Pacheco, but I bet he would go pretty close if like we woke up tomorrow and Kyron Williams was like removed from the player pool and doesn't exist for some reason.
Fair enough.
Benjamin, you got me beat. I definitely don't have 42 in Best Ball Mania. I might have 42 when it's all said and done. But that's a prime. He's not going to rise enough guy, in my opinion. I think there's almost, because Moss is not going to get injured, or I mean, I guess if Moss is injured, then something could happen. But with no injury, Moss is not. Most he can get is like round 8, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying there. Who's your highest drafted at percentage, Davis? Do you know off the top of your head?
It's either Wicks or Brown, one of the two.
At like 30 or higher.
33% Chase Brown, 31% Worthy, 31% Wicks, 30% Burton, 30% Jalen Warren.
You trying to maintain those throughout the summer?
Yes, those are down from where they were from doing the stream drafts, where people are being like, you gotta learn ball.
Fucking your plan.
Just getting a little bit of diversity. All right, we are up. We don't
Chubb
really
go?
have. Yeah, Chubb just.
This is like Ty Chandler with a bullet for me.
I'm good with it. I like Ty Chandler.
That is our 3rd running back with a week 6 bye. Do we care?
No,
I don't think we can afford to care.
Okay.
He's just the pick.
Welcome to the team.
We could go.
I don't know.
Rico.
Me too. If Moss gets injured, Chase Brown is a 5th round value. I mean, he's a 2nd round value probably if he gets injured for real.
Yeah,
the Bengals offense, so many points.
They are set up very interesting in a way, because Joe Mixon was such like a traditional goal line back for them, or just a traditional running back in general for them. Are they either set up to like have one of these guys be way undervalued, or like somebody in this Bengals offense is undervalued? We might be undervaluing Joe Burrow. They might be passing at like an unforeseen amount, which would be weird off the wrist injury, but they were kind of like set up to pass the shit out of the football.
They were pretty cromulent with Jake Browning at quarterback. Like it's just a good group of players. I think is just a lot of talented players. Burrow, good coach. Although they do have a new play caller. They just promoted a guy from within though. Not like he's like brand new.
Okay.
Lloyd McLaughlin might make sense for this team actually too. Just like a guy to like get. Well, actually, no. We're gonna take another Denver running back on this team.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Let's take Lloyd or Rico.
I'm sorry, Rico. We can play this back in a week, and you guys can all tell me that I'm a coward and that I should have just gobbled the Dipperino. But
we're doing the right thing.
Just hearing Malik Davis's name, not ideal, man. Really not ideal. Yeah, Rusty, this is right. Zach Taylor is the play caller, but the OC is just a guy. Just a guy that I literally don't even remember his name. What do we chat? Can you off the top of your head remember the Bengals OC name? I mean, this is the most.
I know
this is the most create a name. You just hired this guy in NCAA 25 to be your new offensive coordinator for Tulsa after you got them
to the
college football playoff in year 3. Dan Pitcher. I mean, he's been their quarterbacks coach for the last 2 years. Like this is like what Dennis Allen did when Sean Payton left. It was the same team because everyone just got promoted one rung, basically. Yeah. Scott something. Yeah, no one knows. No one knows.
That's a real person.
Yeah.
Nez, what
all
was
right.
your highest own?
Right now is
percentage wise.
Debo Samuel across
Yeah,
all my portfolio it's only 20%, but in BBM it's like 33.
Got it. Cool.
Nez knows ball.
Just
Nez watch
clip.
receiver, dude.
Dude, like, don't you just want to like draft somebody that is like good at football? Like, don't you just want to be watching Red Zone or Sunday Night Football, knowing that you have 33% of the guy like taking the ball to the house while he stiff arms and bounces people off of him? It's okay to just want like the most fun player in football on your team, I think.
Yeah, that's my entire operational philosophy. Is I get to week 17, who do I want to have in my lineup? Who's gonna have the highest ceiling projection?
Against 17. The Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
That game total is going to like flirt with like 53, 55 by the time that these two offenses are rolling. Debo's entire playoff schedule is just nutted. It's the Rams week 15, the Dolphins week 16, the Lions week 17. Like, how do you not just want as many Niners as possible on your team in the fantasy playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, look, if Marshawn Lloyd is going to fall after ADP because AJ Dillon is in good shape,
we love it.
I mean, I've seen AJ Dillon in good shape before, and it doesn't really mean anything. And which is such a bummer because I loved him as a prospect. I mean, look, I've spent a lot of draft picks on AJ Dillon. I've used him a lot on DraftKings.com in my day, but it just seems to not be happening for him. All right, we need one more tight end. We need one more quarterback. Oh, we don't need another tight end. We need another quarterback and a minimum of one more wide receiver, maybe two.
Yep,
we do have a stack here, and we also have. I don't know if you are anti Daniel Jones, but we have Jones like waiting for us with this neighbor's pick as well toward the end.
I would take Jalen Wright.
Jalen Wright. Yeah, there we go. So this is the bet against A-Chain team.
We're gonna handcuck Mostert. I'm cool with it.
Yeah.
Yes. The Miami handcuck is good.
I think it's a good way to do it, right? With Mostert, like they're both like, you know, I mean, A-Chan's short career, but injured a good amount so far. And Mostert, obviously, like very often injured. Like Mostert, like Jaylen Warren probably has like more mileage on him than Raheem Mostert in his career, just because Mostert never plays. But I think that's a good way to do the cuck.
Mostert was a track athlete, man.
Many forget.
People do forget. Yeah, I would definitely prefer to take Geno over Daniel Jones for sure.
Okay.
If it's a 2 quarterback team, I vote Geno. If it's 3, I would vote you take Mims and then Bo Nix and Daniel Jones.
I think we need an extra. I think I'd like to get to 7 wide receivers.
Yeah.
So I think we do Geno.
Agreed.
Yeah, I like Geno here. And then we can be very comfortable, in my opinion, leaving this at 2 QBs.
Yeah, I think we leave it 2 and 2.
Who's the last quarterback you guys are most comfortable with as like just 2?
Oh, I don't care. I take Lamar and Dimes. Like I'll take Mahomes and just Knicks. Like if you have one elite, to me, I think the better one is who's the last quarterback you take where you feel comfortable only having 2.
I see what you're saying. I think I know what you mean. Right? Like who is the QB1?
Who's the QB1 that you feel most comfortable only
if you're doing 2
with?
QBs, who is like the last QB1 that you feel comfortable with? I think for me, it's like it's like Jaden Daniels, Caleb, Trevor Lawrence. I think if I do Trevor Lawrence and quickly grab a QB2, it's probably him.
Yeah.
As my QB1.
I can do 2 with Trevor Lawrence, Jared Goff, and Justin Herbert.
Mm-hmm.
Just
like,
because
it has to be one of those.
Just because of like the type of player that they are.
Mm-hmm.
I take Herbert just with 2 sometimes. Maybe I'm too bullish on on Jay Herbs.
No, I think if you have like a double stack with Justin Herbert and you make him your QB1, just lean into him being way undervalued and actually being like a top 8, top 5 QB. I think that actually is totally fine if it's done correctly. But like if it's like just Justin Herbert and Josh Palmer, like I don't think that's a strong enough bet to do that.
Yeah. I've accidentally become a 3 QB guy this year, even when I'm trying to get some of these elite ones, just because of like the correlation patterns that it opens up, like the guy you need versus guy that slaps in the playoffs kind of thing. Just because quarterback scoring on underdog is like so important. We talk about it in the daily stuff all the time because like it's so much easier to separate at quarterback, and you have to have the quarterback because it's half point PPR. Like how many touchdowns does a wide receiver and or running back have to score to match those like smash Justin Field weeks that we had in the daily street last year? It was like all that mattered was you have Justin Fields and you finish in the top 1,000, right?
I think too, when you get to the end of drafts, especially like in certain periods where like our favorite guys get steamed up and now we're left in the 17th, 18th, and we're like, who do we take? Like a starting quarterback is so much more likely to hit your lineup than like, a dart throw, where a dart throw, maybe, mystery box, maybe they do end up hitting like an extreme ceiling nutted outcome. But I think at that point, like I'm much more leaning into the idea of let me just take a third QB, and just get somebody that's way more likely to hit my lineup.
Yeah.
I'm kind of transitioning out of 3 quarterback season. I think it was 3 quarterback season for a long time. And now that we've got greater clarity on who's starting for a lot of these teams, who's likely to finish the season for a lot of these teams, and greater clarity on who's going to make the rosters. Like I feel better about some guys in round 18 now than I did 2 weeks ago. I think that's a good take.
Yeah.
But I've got plenty in my portfolio. All right. We can take a wide receiver here. I think the running back tier, our dudes, Estime and Braylon Allen went. So I think we could take a wide receiver here. What are we thinking?
Let's take Luke McCaffrey.
Yeah, he correlates, right?
Luke McCaffrey or Javon Baker?
McCaffrey's one of my highest owned players, so I'm on the McCaffrey train right now.
Are you
whether it's good or bad?
What's the operational philosophy?
Oh, just his last name. Simply his last name. That is the operational philosophy is can you be 80% your brother?
Sold. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm with you. I think this is a 7 running back team. Our running back room is bad. It's real. And
we got a lot of 6s.
We got a lot of 6s. Yeah, we got 6. Yeah. Okay. We definitely need another one.
And we're in good.
No, I was just gonna say like, for our next running back, like are we worried that like Tyrone Tracy just like didn't play running back his whole life?
Yes.
Okay.
I like the Giants.
He goes in every draft, and I'm
it's bad. I cannot believe it. I can't believe that he does, because the Giants are a prime candidate to sign one of these guys that gets cut, and it's Laube for me. Yeah.
Okay.
Ship it. All right, and then we've got. We'll see if we get the guy I want in round 18. We'll see if he comes. Put
it in the old private chat. I'm my curiosity is just like
I'm in if it's a double stack guy.
It is a double. It is you know who it is.
Okay. All right, I'm in.
I'm trying to very much add to my bags on this specific player as we move on. Yeah. Can you see if Luke has been drafted first overall by mistake? I mean, truly, I'd bet my whole roll that it's happened at least once on underdog.
It's the Jokic versus Jovic.
Yeah, Nikola Jovic gets drafted on every NBA slate. It's the greatest thing ever.
It's the best.
And right now too, Bronny James gets drafted as well.
Nice.
In the double dribble every time, which is just like.
Can everyone in the chat chill the fuck out about blowing my spot up, dude? Can everyone chill out?
Can we get
my
more?
God?
You guys act like you've been here before.
D Eskridge for the double stack. Here we go.
I'm taking Jake. It's Jake Bobo season. I'm gonna live out Sam Sherman's dream.
I mean, he scored 3 touchdowns last year and had a red zone package. New coaching staff, but
I think he ran a 5-second 40.
The Bobo stuff is just such a meme. The Seahawks admin knows what they're doing. They know what they're doing by pumping this Bobo shit. It's a bunch of BS. They're having fun.
Yo, Davis, we had this conversation the other day based on watching Hard Knocks and them talking about like Dable talking about his 40 time. If he could run like 5.8 or something insane that he said, what do you think you could run 40 in? No training, like just get out of bed this morning and stretch and run.
5'5".
5.5. All right.
The thing
Nez
is
was bullish that he could touch like 5. What did you say, Nez? 5'2", 5'1", or something? I was like, there's a 0% chance.
I think I said like 5 flat.
Okay, yeah, 5
flat, no shot. 5 flat is hard, dude.
Yeah,
5 flat.
I'm a fast twitch guy. There's not a lot of dark meat in my body. I'm a fast twitch guy.
Like dudes who play like college, like linebacker, like have never ran a 5 flat in their life. This is the worst 18th round I've ever seen in the history of BBM. We got in consecutive picks. We got Royce Freeman and Alan Lazard.
I thought you were talking about Brennan Rice for a second.
No, dude, come on. This is a Brennan Rice program.
That was just a little.
I believe Liam could do sub 5.
Sub 5? Fuck, that's fast.
Who's shocked that Liam thinks that he can do sub 5?
Well, of course, Liam believes that he could. I think I could run a 5.43 or whatever.
5.43. Well, like because we were looking up O-line times.
Oh my god, did he go? No, he didn't go.
No, we got it.
Andre,
surprise him on the board.
Back.
There it is.
There we go. I bet this is maybe my only 2772 team in the whole contest.
You might need to get a little bit more woke. I at least have like more than one.
Yeah, Pete could run faster than a 5. Pete is in great shape.
I mean, Pete is a freak. There's just no reason for him to be doing this much content, be a father, and just be like the most like pristine physique.
Sir, it just makes sauces, very simple process. Anyone can be sauced at any time for a $5 super chat. Very simple process. Nothing else to explain. According to a 2007 study, the average 40-yard dash time for a man is 5.21. I probably couldn't even beat that. I got little legs, dude. I'm very short.
I got little legs.
You got Greg Dortch speed.
Greg Dortch can run it.
Dortch is fast. Oh, all right. Here we go. Let's
You know what's one? Oh yeah. Let's do that. Sorry. You know what's one last Greg Dortch bit of alpha is as soon as Rondell left the team, he just took his number. Like that's a straight alpha play. Like he's number 4.
Dude,
now, right?
I didn't even realize that.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Rondell's out the door and he goes, fuck yeah, number 4.
Snatched
well, they were,
dude, yeah.
Were they college teammates? Did they both went to Purdue, right?
Ooh, good question. I don't know the answer.
Yes. Yeah. 2020 or 2019 Purdue.
Huh.
They were it would have been the year before for Dortch, I think. No, never mind. I'm wrong. Greg Dortch didn't go to Purdue. He went to Wake Forest, which is just Purdue, but
Purdue rebranded.
Yeah. Literally, just East Coast Purdue.
It is East Coast Purdue. All right. I will defer to you guys.
Okay.
You on the first pick. I will here. Let me pull up my unabated tab, and I will see if I can add anything.
What are you doing for like baseball? Like we do?
Baseball.
Today? That's what's today. Okay.
Yeah. Give the people something to sweat today.
Okay. Here, let me pull something up on the side too.
All right.
I like Ketel Marte, but I'll look at what we have. I like Ketel Marte in the late game.
So do we want to like do anything? We shooting the moon, or are we kind of sticking to our regular multipliers here?
Let's do a 5-legger, and then I will come back to Sauce, Mr. Hartman, DMH 09. You have my word, sir. I will come back to you. I did see this last night. The streaks, man. The streaks are real sweat.
Paul lost. Our boy, I was inverted. He didn't even hedge. It was just, he said, I asked him, he said, no, it's just gonna be me and these two nuts. And I hope he still got him. That was tough.
I think for Mr. Marte,
I don't like it.
I was gonna say, I like higher stolen bases. If you just want, if we're really gonna start shooting for the moon, I think you go higher stolen bases.
I think he's got too much extra base power to versus left-handed pitching to be in position to steal bases tonight. Like, I really wanted the spicy home run here and to
All right.
catch them sleeping on the 3X.
All right, my number one. This is from Unabated and their tools, which obviously is going to start favoring lowers. We're going to do the under on Corbin Burns strikeouts.
Oh,
We're going to do lower
5.5
on Burns.
against
it's a
the
good
Blue Jays. Okay.
Yeah, Blue Jays don't strike out a ton, especially against right-handed pitching. There is weather in that game, but
There's
should be fine.
Is it though? I mean, Roth is
close.
we know Roth loves to throw condoms on these forecasts. He's got this as like a possible PPD.
I
mean,
like lower Jeffrey
Springs.
Agree.
Springs.
Yeah. I think Jeffrey Springs lowers are the move.
It's his first start off the IL. He hasn't pitched. It's a good place to pitch or decent place to pitch, and it's a bad lineup that he's going against. But like, there's no way they let him go like more than 70 pitches tonight.
And if you want more alpha on this, they are in the process of like trading their entire team. Like Yandy Diaz is probably going to get traded before they even hit the field. So I would take a lower on his Ks. It's a little bit neutered there.
What if we do lower on the walks and just say he really only gets like 50 pitches in?
They have it at less than a walk.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, that is kind of crazy.
Let's do lower 5. Let's do lower 5.5, and we will add. Do the Royals play tonight?
They do.
Yeah,
they're at Chicago.
Baseball.
Oh, 2.25 is crazy. Here, there we go.
Shit.
A little spicy RBI for Bobby Witt.
Okay,
I like it.
Yeah,
if you're looking for spicy home run,
yes, I am.
I'm looking at Jake Berger and I'm looking at De La Cruz. Brian De La Cruz as a 4.75. I mean, it's thin, but it's like
no, I like BDLC today.
The price is nice.
And I would also toss in a who do you like more to hit a home run tonight, John? McMahon or Bretton Doyle at the Angels against Griffin Canning.
Let's do total bases for Brian De La Cruz.
Okay.
That gets us back. We need one more.
I think McMahon or Tovar fantasy points or
Tovar. There we go. All right, ship it. I'll put this in for 20 champions points. Contains a scorcher. Corbin Burns lower 5.5 strikeouts. Jeffrey Springs lower 5.5 strikeouts. Bobby Witt Jr. higher 0.5 RBIs. Brian De La Cruz higher 1.5 total bases. Ezekiel Tovar higher 6.5 fantasy points. All right, let's go back to the draft that we just finished up. I will label this one so that I don't forget. Badge Bros 0 RB. All right, and we have to do a sauce on this one as well. All right, we did CeeDee Lamb, Devonta Adams, Neighbors, T. We took Mark Andrews. We took JSN. Any regrets on this Kittle selection here at 75
whatsoever.
Instead of taking Demont or whatever?
No. I think it worked just fine.
Yeah, I think that's right. We did not get Chase Brown on this team because we didn't take him where we took Raheem Mostert.
Yeah, the Warren fall was what made this roster.
Yeah, and I mean Mostert early season running back too, and we handcuffed him with Jalen Wright. I like that a good bit. We got a super faller. We got Joe Burrow at 10-10 to go with T after missing on Kyler and Dak. That worked out great. Corum, Love. Chandler is like totally fine to me. I mean, I honestly would have just taken Lloyd, so probably he would have just came back around to us. We got Jalen Wright, Gino and JSN, Luke McCaffrey, our boy Dylan Laube is the running back 7, and we did get Yoshi Boss at 18.
I like this team.
Yeah. All right, we are saucing. Who are we saucing here? DMH09, AJ Brown, Super Faller, Jahmyr Gibbs, look, anytime that you can take the backup behind Michael, 80 Mitchell's jockstrap holder in the 3rd round, Michael Pittman Jr., I'm going to pass on that. Pickens, completely uncorrelated. Come on, bro.
I don't even know who the quarterback is.
He's he's doing uncorrelated George Pickens, but he's just trying to curry favor with Nez. Kincaid, we just did a 15-minute soliloquy earlier in the show about how Kincaid's not going to get there. You took him anyway. Xavier Worthy at 64. I guess you do know ball. Every report at a Patriots training camp is that they have the worst offensive line in world history, so you got to take their running back 1. Jordan Addison will be watching Week 17 from the same place that you will be, the couch, because he is going to be suspended for those games. Tony Pollard,
great pick.
Fine. Yeah, it is a good pick. Tyler Lockett, I mean, he might be the oldest guy currently being drafted in Best Ball Mania 5, but I'm sure it's fine. Jared Goff, brother, what happened here?
He's 3 dump offs to Jahmyr Gibbs. 3 dump offs.
I'm really trying to figure it out. I guess it is. I guess it was the Goff Gibbs.
He took the all Cal team because he got Goff and Rodgers. So that's all he was doing there.
Incredible. And you apparently don't care what Stephen Jones has to say because you took Malik Davis's backup, Rico Dowdle, in the 13th round. Apparently, also, this dude just doesn't read training camp reports because he was just jamming in Aaron Rodgers and Tyler Conklin. Tyler Conklin with one of the most illuminating quotations I've ever heard in the Jets update this week from The Athletic. He was basically like, these practices are miserable. Aaron Rodgers is a perfectionist. All he does is yell at us all day. Like it's not that fun. I believe he called Rodgers a perfectionist. He was trying to sugarcoat it, but it didn't sound like they were having a very nice time. All the followers on this, Kendre Miller and Rico Dowdle, that's the value hound special. So I hope that your value hunting works out for you. Ending it with, I mean, truly, Alan Lazard. What's the point, dude?
Triple stack.
What does Alan Lazard do for this team? You did get killed at QB. You did get killed at QB. Sorry, man.
This dude DMH might have a shame fetish. Like drafting Alan Lazard.
He was like
taking Rodgers and Goff and then paying you to talk bad about him.
Super chat.
I mean, like, I don't want to know what's going on.
Well, look, don't get me wrong. The super chats, they keep this channel in business. So I appreciate them, but I would not have personally paid for a super chat on this team. This draft did go insane though. Look at where all these quarterbacks went. Baker at 152. Stafford ahead of ADP, Levis way ahead of ADP, Rodgers ahead of ADP. We took Geno a little bit ahead of ADP. Danny Dimes ahead of ADP. Nix and May way ahead.
The 112 passed on Kyler at a fall double stack so that he could push up Will Levis into the 13th round.
Well, he just got behind. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I think he kind of landed the plane. I'm going to be real. I think he kind of landed the plane. He got Benson and Chase Brown, Sharbs. Then he got his, I guess the one thing he didn't do is this team needed like a Zeke or a Gus Edwards or some old guy to play for the first week of the season. And he doesn't have, he might be by the time Trey Benson and Kamani Vidal are fantasy relevant, his team might already be dead.
Those 5 chart points at the RB2 are not going to feed your family.
No, they are not. That was good drafting, boys.
That's fun.
Those are 2 good teams. How are you guys feeling about this best ball season relative to some of the ones in years past? Are you getting some CLV on your picks? I mean, what are we feeling? Are you feeling optimistic? Are you wanting to draft more? Are you tired of drafting yet? Or are your eyes starting to hurt yet?
Nez might be tired of drafting. I mean, I've really put a focus this season on like just drafting when I want to and remaining like I'm enjoying this whole thing.
That seems like insane to me.
Yeah, instead of pushing the pace entirely. Yeah, I don't know. I'm at about 200 total drafts now and mainly focused on BBM at the moment. I'm up to 75 now, which I'm quite proud of. As a guy who no one thought I could get there. No one thought I could max. But yeah, I don't know. Like I'm really excited for this next portion because this is the portion where I start scrolling and I'm gonna end up with Jordan Whittington and Jahar Jordan and Jordan Mason and all these sick fucks in the 18th round. And this is the part that I really love.
I love that you're doing that. Somebody needs to stay true to the brand. I am having fun drafting. I'm way more market conscious than I have been in the past, and that has led me to a lot more positive CLV when I look at my portfolio on Best Ball Explorer, which I am happy with. I'm using BBM. I'm only 70 in on BBM. I've got 80 left, and that's been like way more of like my convictions where I believe like I have like my player takes and guys that I wanted to take, and then with these puppies and these other like smaller contests is where I start to like lean into the market, what I think is going to happen a lot more. And that's been pretty enjoyable for me. But now like the pressure's on when I'm doing these remaining BBMs. Like the pressure's a little different when you're drafting a BBM than a puppy, but I am having fun and I'm excited to get to the finish line.
I see that's kind of funny. I sort of do the opposite. I'm more market conscious. I'm more market conscious when I'm doing BBM and in the puppies and in these other, the single entries and stuff. I'm just firing. Like I'm just coming straight from the hip. I'm like
probably the better way to do it, like objectively, but
well, I mean, I think we don't really know. I mean, we are
that's
so
the best
early
part
in the process. We don't really know.
And we never will. That's the best part.
Well, the best thing is to just draft the right players, right? I mean, that's
an undefeated strategy.
That is an undefeated strategy.
Davis, I got to ask you about the exploitative versus more balanced and whatever. Obviously, you're leaning into it more so this year after Brick, comments and whatever there. How much of it is bit? How much of it is risk tolerance? How much of it is bankroll management, et cetera? Like for you, do you think it's the optimal way to play as a ball knower now?
I think it is I think you want to play exploitative right now because the field is still doing some pretty obvious things bad. They're very scared. I think A-Chain is a perfect example of a guy that the field is just scared of. He probably should be going ahead of Jahmyr Gibbs. Like, what is really different between Jahmyr Gibbs' situation and A-Chan's situation? A-Chan was a better player when he was on the field last year than Gibbs was. And, so I think that's an example. I think Chiefs wide receivers are a big example. So I do think you want to be doing things like this. Like I've got a used Mazda Miata on Xavier Worthy, Dontavian Wicks, and Jermaine Burton, because I think they fit the profile of extremely good fantasy picks and they all should be higher. Yeah, I think this is it. I think GTO basically as a concept just simply does not exist for season-long best ball, for 17-week best ball. For two reasons. The first being I think GTO is unknown, basically. Like really, like we don't know what is optimal outside of like structural context.
Yeah, if we don't know the base theoretical of what the esoteric optimal is to chase, we can't then balance around trying to chase it, right?
Exactly. And I definitely think you want to respect the market and you want to build in some humility, which is why I'm doing things like I'm starting to take some Zach Moss now. We just took Mostert on that team, even though A-Chain is on my front page. I'm working up to, let's see how much I've got up to 6% Ayuk after having like literally none, like literally zero. Like Debo is like my most owned player. And I'm like, well, there are a lot of smart people who think that that's wrong. And I also think GTO you guys can, I'd like your opinion on this, but I think as you draft more teams, it's more important to have a flatter range because your risk of ruin gets so much higher. Like if I was only drafting 100 teams, I might just have 70% Chase Brown. But if that would be just really, it would be horrible return on my time for Chase Brown to turn an ankle in week 4. And for that, even if I was right, for that to just ruin my season.
I would like to direct people to John's Twitter, at @roto_run. Just like bump that tweet that you had, John. Like you basically, like that question Davis just asked, like you basically kind of gave an answer for in a really well-written way, I thought, where it's like there's the exploitative and what's your time horizon? How long do you plan on playing best ball? What can you afford to lose playing best ball? That all should be factored into your ideal playing style. And maybe I should be leaning into more exploitative play styles, which I think I am in BBM this year. I'm using BBM as my way to do the exploitative thing, because how many more BBMs will there be? Hopefully 1 million. Hopefully BBM goes on forever. But for now, I want to try to win. I'm kind of doing this in the dailies format, where I'm playing way more exploitative in the baseball streets, and I'm sort of like really into it. But obviously, like, BBM is just one slate, and I've also had some really bad slates as well in baseball. So it's a really fun thought exercise, and I just want to point to John's Twitter, because he had a really good answer to how to play that.
Yeah, I think
that's big for me, because there's so much equity in shipping something. Like the multiples of value of, like, I'm winning, like, oh, I won the Bulldog. Like, that is worth like 3x to me what the money is.
Yes. Right. Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, who should we be way overweight on in best puck?
Oh,
we have an answer for you tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a tease. Find out tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern. We are going to dive into the best puck streets there with DJ Mitchell and Matt Moody from the Monday. I always say Monday, from the Morning Skate Pod.
Tell the people about the Badge Bros channel, about becoming a member, about joining the channel in the Deposit Kingdom. Give the people the goods, fellas.
Yeah, man. We're out 2 p.m. Eastern every single day. We cover every sport on the platform. We are heavily focused on baseball dailies and season-long NFL at this point in time, but we've mixed in a little hoops. We did the hoops with Mike Zakarian there. If you guys are interested in the double dribble contest, we'll tackle puck on Wednesday there. We are going to tackle baseball behind the paywall after this here on our own channel there. And anything else to add, Nez?
No, $5 a month to become a member. You get a cool badge in the comment section. It actually looks pretty clean. If you want a different colored badge, you're bugging Underdog for it. We got you covered on the Badge Bros comment section. If you become a member, we do, like John said, members only streams as well, once or twice a week. And yeah, we cover all the sports. So if you are a baseball guy, want to get more into baseball or NBA, we're covering that as well. And I think we're a good time. I think people just want to be entertained. They're at work. They want to open the YouTube.com and see a live stream that's entertaining. I think we got you covered on that.
I think that's absolutely true. And I know that for a long time in my life, I have just had streams on in the background while I've done whatever. And so I definitely have been. I mean, I just love having whoever happens to be live when I log on to youtube.com, when I am working on an article, working on rankings or whatever. So I have greatly enjoyed that. And I would definitely love, when we get into the season, to have you guys back on as to teach me the BR streets a little bit. We might have to work out a deal. I don't know, where I know that John is on Pacific time, and I know that that Nez, you are located more centrally. But I don't know if can you guys play college football? Are you in states where you can register for the college football contest?
Yeah.
It's Texas, baby. We can do anything we want other than gamble and smoke weed.
So I'm gonna have to work something out with someone for college football battle royales when they get that launch. We might have to do a little profit sharing agreement or something. But I think that's gonna be super exploitable.
I think we might be your guys, Davis. I think we might be your guys.
We might have to do Friday afternoons or something on the channel. We log on, we do a little crossover, and we draft some college football. Everyone, make sure to check out the Badge Bros on YouTube. You can get into their Discord inside of the Deposit Kingdom. Nez, John, thank you very much for joining.
Appreciate you, Davis. Thank you very much.
Shout out to Dink coming on next. A true hoops guy, just like us.
A true hoops guy.
Yeah,
man. We're actually just going to be doing double dribble drafts. I'm going to do that. All right, later, fellas. Thank you for hanging out. Everyone, we are going to transition now to my great friend, one Mr. Drew Dinkmeyer. Drew, How you doing, buddy?
Buddy, it's been too long. It's been way too long since
It's been a long time,
shared
dude.
the content space with you. I think it's been like 4 years since I've shared the content space for you.
Really
it's way too
incredible.
Long.
Yeah, it's been a long time, Drew. For those of you who don't, I mean, there are probably people who have followed my work and your work for a long time who don't even know how linked our pasts and our presence. I mean, people actually wouldn't know that I introduced you to NFL best ball in a way that was not pleasant, with names that no one listening to this would even remember, with about 75% of Bishop Sankey and 50% Michael Floyd. I mean, but we are so back, Drew.
We are so back. We've learned a lot of lessons in the years since we started off just auto-firing Bishop Sankey and Michael Floyd at the 2-3 turn every single time. And what ended up being, thank God, best ball contests were small and not costing a lot to enter, because boy, did we have a negative ROI that year. But yeah, we've learned a lot. I've heard how much you've learned. Word on the streets are you are still taking the same exact players at every pick in every position.
But they're good players now.
Well, that's an improvement in the process for sure.
Well, the thing is, Drew, is I had been too Dinkmeyer and Leone's in the past. I had gotten too balanced in my range. I'd started to treat ADP like too much gospel. So everyone made fun of my exposures last year. They were too flat. All my teams were all different. I will say, though, doing these shows, they're much flatter. They're, some of these numbers here, you're seeing some 30%, some 25%. Those were much higher, like 3 weeks ago. So we're living and we're learning a little bit. What is your best ball season been like thus far?
It's been condensed is the best way that I can explain it.
Because you were traveling, right?
Yeah, so I try to travel a bunch in the summers. Whenever the NBA slows down, I try to make sure that I get out and see the world and just get out of the cave that I'm in during NBA season. So I will load up a bunch of FFPC slows while I'm traveling and add Leone as my co-manager, and he just takes care of them while I'm abroad. And then when I'm here, I'm trying to get like 10 to 20 in a day between Underdog and DraftKings to just try to, I think I've targeted to get like 350 total drafts in this summer. Last year I did 700. So it's going to be a dip down, but I've probably got, 150 to 170 under my belt at this point.
All right. Well, let's just scoop you up $12.50 of equity in Best Ball Mania 5. And we just drafted 2 back-to-back out of the 103.
Oh, nice.
Sometimes and we get the 1-4. So actually now we won't even have to argue. We can just take Justin Jefferson at 4. I can't imagine you're that much of a Jamar Chase bull. I mean, maybe you are. I don't know.
We have Chase 4th, but the tier for me between Jefferson, Chase, Amon-Ra is very flat. So I don't have strong preferences there. I know Justin Jefferson is your guy this year. What's the reasoning? Because everybody's scared. Aren't you worried, Davis, about quarterback play?
I literally couldn't be less worried. Like, I can't imagine the thing that worries me the most in best ball is waking up to learn that Samaj P. Ryan has been traded to the Cincinnati Bengals for a conditional 7th round pick. But each day that happens, the closer we get to preseason games happening, the far less likely that becomes, because it's been pointed out, the Bengals are basically the dumbest team in the NFL as it pertains to salary cap and transactions. They might not be able to actually figure out the salary cap machinations to get a cut running back onto their team after they've cut down from the 90. So no, I'm not worried. I think JJ McCarthy is fine, and I think Sam Darnold is roughly as good as Nick Mullins, who averaged over 300 yards a game for KOC.
Was your stance impacted at all by the Jordan Addison stuff?
Weirdly, I actually think it makes it a little bit worse. I actually like the gut reaction, and we are going to take Jefferson at 4. I think the gut reaction from the market and from, just kind of the Twitterati, I suppose. That's annoying. I got to open this back up. Was the idea was that it was actually going to be good for Jefferson because he was going to get more targets. I think it just introduces way more systemic risk, though. Like the idea that throwing Sam Darnold out with Brandon Powell and Jalen Reagor and Robert Tonyan will work out, it actually seems bad. It actually seems not good. So I'm hoping that TJ Hawkinson actually is back by the time that Jordan Addison is suspended is currently where I'm at.
Yeah, it's weird at this point in the season because you always have to balance these different risks that we have, and we still have no legitimate news on Rashee Rice in terms of a suspension there. I know that's going to drive people to be a little bit more optimistic of late. The Addison suspension seems like fairly straightforward whenever he gets it, but who knows when, based on where they've levied these in the past. So it's a very strange part of best ball drafting is this season where you're like constantly trying to figure out what a suspension is going to look like for a player and when it's potentially going to come down.
Yeah, I mean, turns out part of being a fantasy football person in 2024 is becoming like a legal expert. You have to have like real legal expertise. You have to be, a neuropathy surgeon, basically like to understand what's going on with J.K. Dobbins. That is a whole issue in and of itself. I would love to get your take on what you do when you get the 12th pick. Do you buy into this best ball cabal idea that you should just get weird and do weird shit there? Or do you just take Jahmyr Gibbs and Drake London?
So I usually am taking, honestly, it's a lot more London and Harrison. I'm taking a lot less Gibbs on UD. I've got more Gibbs in other places where like it's not as penalizing to get behind at wide receiver. So I had been just kind of playing it straight, but the more that like the argument is very convincing because you are definitely playing from like well behind based on the tier that you're starting with those two players and where the tier breaks. So the idea of like pulling up Mahomes or different things like that, that's like much more interesting to me but I've not done it.
What I will do is I'll take whoever there, Gibbs, London, Harrison, whatever, but then I'll take them with Nico is a lot of the times what I do.
Don't you get pinned a lot though on Stroud there?
Well, but sometimes you can get Stroud at 84, 85. Sometimes you can get him at roughly 10, 15%.
Yeah, so I take a lot of Nico at like, 15, 16, and then I get a lot of Stroud at like 78, 79, whatever the number that correlates there is. And it just seems to me like with where the wide receivers are with Houston there that like if you try that on the turn, you get pinned just because like somebody takes Diggs or Dell before you get back to the turn. This area I despise.
When A-Chain
this area.
When A-Chain is not there, it gets quite thin. I don't really care though. I think all of these guys are equally good.
Yeah, I would honestly take Adams and just deal with the hopes of getting 150 plus targets.
Seems good.
But
it's just what he does every year.
It's also like these Jefferson Adams starts, you like automatically start thinking of, okay, which rushing quarterback am I going to be? Because I'm not stacking my top two guys. So that's one of the other outcomes. And this is where like, if let's say the board came back to me where like Devonta Smith or Neighbors was still back, which it won't, but that's where I would lean towards a more stackable quarterback.
The thing about these starts though is that it opens you up perfectly to do the Andrews Lamar double tap at 4 or 5.
That's true. Yeah, there's a lot of pulling of it's one of the things that's been most challenging about my exposures at tight end is how much Andrews I have simply trying to pull Lamar to him, and I'm like light McBride simply because of that, and that's not like an intentional.
I feel the
choice.
Same way. I've got McBride ranked ahead of ADP, but I don't end up with a ton. I think I've got him like with the field because of that exact dynamic. Because it makes more sense to take Andrews and set up getting Lamar from where you are getting him most often. I do have good news for you though, assuming that Saquon Barkley goes here, which is that we can set up our hometown, both of our favorite quarterback in the NFL, our joint favorite. We can take DJ Moore.
Let's do it. Caleb. Let's do it. This is Davis. I've never been in a position as a Bears fan, laundry bro, to have my dollars so aligned with my heart.
With your team.
This has never happened to me. I'm
not even the Allen Robinson JF1 year.
No, I mean, I just didn't. I wasn't playing as much. I didn't have as much capital out.
Well,
So like,
it wasn't nearly. I mean, that would have been Best Ball Mania 2. So that was a long time ago.
Yeah, exactly. And then before that, it would have been like, the Cutler, Brandon Marshall, Alshon Jeffrey. Like that was our best year. Matt Forte. That was the best year we've had as a Bears offense. So it is overwhelming the amount of sadness that they could bring me this season, which I'm usually totally fine with the sadness that they bring me, because usually I'm not in on them from a DFS perspective. So my pockets aren't impacted by the sadness that they bring. But this year they could bring me a lot of financial pain along with emotional sadness.
Nah, dude, it's not. If Caleb doesn't get injured, it's just not happening. I assign like some of the lowest bust probability to a number 1 overall quarterback to Caleb that really I've ever seen. And he's got a lot of institutional ghosts to shake off.
Yeah.
I really, knowing that it was pretty clear they never planned to bring Fields back and that it was always going to be Caleb, it makes even less sense in hindsight to not have fired Matt Eberflus. Like, if the idea was, let's run it back with this number 1 overall pick and give Justin another year and trade this haul, it makes a little bit more sense to have kept Eberflus. And the vibes are so good right now, and Caleb's fun at practice, and you don't want to put yourself back in that mindset. But yeah, it does not make sense to have basically Eberflus is a lame duck. Like, they'll have to win 10 games this year for him to not be fired, because Caleb probably, I guess he probably doesn't care. I was thinking like he probably wants to bring in someone who's more of an offensive minded coach. But
I think if he gets along with Waldron, it won't be an issue. But the issue will ultimately be like, do you get into this position? Is Eberflus like such a good guy that's like Dan Campbell, where Ben Johnson still wants to like hang around? Like, can you navigate that situation if things work? And that I didn't like it just from that perspective, but Eberflus seems to have the respect of a lot of veterans in the locker room, and it seemed maybe it was necessary with the transition, because a lot of the people in the locker room seemed to like Justin Fields as well, that maybe it was like necessary there.
Sure.
But by the way, what is happening on Underdog with the elite quarterbacks going in round 4 is incredible. I have so much exposure to the elite quarterback this year.
I don't have very much Josh, but I've got a bunch of, Mahomes just went. So like, I've got like 16% of Mahomes, but these guys are all great picks.
Yeah. This feels like big hit, small miss.
On this team though, I think we should do the opposite of what we just talked about. And I think we should take McBride.
Yeah. So this is the spot that I would take McBride, because Lamar's already been pulled off the board. I'm never taking Hurts on stack. I don't think I'm taking Hurts on stacked at that level. I'll take him.
What is Hurts Goddard really going to win Best Ball Mania 5? Probably not.
Yeah, I have a little bit of that when like Hurts fell to the 5th, and I'm just like, all right, fine.
People do forget Justin Fields was going as the quarterback 8 in the pre-draft NFL best ball contest.
Really incredible stuff. That was a generational opportunity if you evaluated Justin Fields correctly. I still could not believe that the Bears couldn't get anybody to bite on him. I thought that would have been like
they did it to themselves. I truly feel they did it to themselves. They could, if they would have just moved as the season ended, they could have gotten Carson Wentz price for him, but they waited too long.
Yeah.
It was all, which is classic Bears to have, misplayed their hand there.
Yeah, I just can't believe they couldn't get more for Justin Fields than like Sam Howell got. Like, it's just like wild to me that a guy who is like a borderline top 10 pick basically played the same as Sam Howell. Like in the most optimistic view of Sam Howell, they basically played the same. And like the Bears couldn't get. It's just crazy to me.
All right, so we do have 2 quarterback back doors open.
Yep.
This is kind of a tricky spot, because I suppose we could take Keenan. I don't really like Jacobs. My ranking is Hollywood Brown. I like him less without Mahomes. What are you thinking?
So, I have so much Rome. We'll get to that conversation later on.
Ball, dude.
That that in a lot of situations here, I actually don't mind taking Rashi, thinking that the news is going to get even better on him, and just trying to stay in this range where he's currently getting drafted,
fine by me.
Because ultimately, in like when you have a 3 wide receiver start where you've got like this early production that you feel pretty good about, I mean, like if this scenario happens that Rashee Rice does not get suspended at all, he is jumping to round 2. Like he
I think he won't go that high. He'll go right where Metcalf and Pittman Jr. goes because of Worthy and because of
you think so?
Hollywood.
You think like
yeah.
I mean, I don't know. He was so productive last year. I think it's maybe
Drew, the call is coming from inside the house. Where is Leone going to rank him?
It's a good question. Good question.
He won't put him up because anyone who's
we've got him in the 5th round right now with an assumed 4-game suspension. So I'm just like,
okay, then yeah, ETR would have him. You'd have him at the 2-3 turn. You'd have him at the 2-3 turn.
I think he's going in the 2. I think he's in that tier with like Devonta Smith and Brandon Ayuk and Devonta Adams. Like I think he's in that group. So yeah, I think now is a good time to buy, because I think
this is not real. So this idea that it was all fabricated, I mean, we did like literally an hour of this on ADP chasing. So if you're super interested, you can go and watch that. It's not true, because he basically changed he was an outside wide receiver in college. He was like a boundary X, kind of like a DJ Shark style player, which seems so crazy to think about the role that he played for them last year. Basically what he did was Andy Reid was like, I think you're good. I want to get you the ball. Like, can you learn this brand new position? And he was like, yeah, sure. So I just think the idea that he can't grow and he can't have an ADOT of like 9.6, I think it's crazy. I think people are missing the forest for the trees, which is he had 900 yards and 7 touchdowns as a rookie playing out of position. Like Rashee Rice is going to be fine. He's going to be fine.
Yeah, the other thing I note is like, in terms of, so certainly changed styles in terms of what he played and how he played at college. The other thing is simply like where the Chiefs offense had to evolve in terms of operating kind of in the short end of the field. With Kelsey, you can make the case that like it's an age situation. He can't get down the field quite as much. He needs to operate with there. With Rice, you can make the situation like, well, they have the choice of how to prioritize him, however they want to use him. And I'll pause the thought there while we're on the clock. Rome going 2 spots ahead is, just, I mean, he usually doesn't get all the way back there anyway.
He doesn't get all the way back. Yeah.
The chances that he does, I salivate.
All right.
We're light on Christian Watson. So give me the Christian Watson sales pitch. It makes a lot of sense with Justin Jefferson on the other side for sure.
The Christian Watson sales pitch is twofold. First being, he is healthy right now. And when he's healthy, he is going to lead, he's going to lead the Packers in targets when he's healthy. They did the hamstring thing, they balanced it all out. The other thing is, I think the ADP is probably wrong between him and Jayden Reed. I think you want to talk about a guy who got a lot of gadget manufactured shit.
Yeah.
Jayden Reed, it was much more gadgety and manufactured than Rashee Rice's was. I mean, Watson, when he's healthy, is going to lead the Packers in targets. He's the deep threat. He's the guy who's going to lead that wide receiver group in average depth of target. And I think yards per route run is just a quarterback stat. And like every Packers wide receiver has a yards per route run that demolishes everyone else. Because I mean, sad for you as a Bears fan, but I think Jordan Love is probably just very
It's
good.
really unbelievable how this team just effortlessly transitions from great quarterback to great quarterback. It's just, it's mind-boggling. But getting back to Rice, the thing that I wanted to mention was, so let's say Kelsey is kind of confined to that area of the field. Your next highest target earner, they're choosing where to manipulate the field and get those targets. And they're basically saying teams are taking away this deep stuff. So let's turn Rashee Rice into these manufactured targets. I don't think that's a bad thing if the team is prioritizing hey, we got to get the guy the ball in his hands because he's so efficient when he has the ball in his hands. Then you add in Xavier Worthy, who I know he's not the deep ball specialist that people want to think that he could be. Maybe you'll blame that on Quinn Ewers, whatever. He has speed that opens up the defense in a way, good with taking color, opens up the defense in a way that I don't care how fast MVS is. It's very different, right? And then on top of that, you add in Marquise Brown, who's a player who has stretched the field kind of wherever he's been as well. And so there's so much space underneath opened up now for Rashee Rice and Travis Kelce to continue to dominate targets when they're all on the field together. I know people are saying that Rice was going at the 2-3 turn before they drafted Worthy, before the suspension risk. So maybe 2-3 turn is a little bit heavy on expectation, but what are we talking about? Mid-third anyway? So we're talking about 2 rounds of value. Like, I think it's 2 to 2.5 rounds of value if he's not suspended on where you're getting him right now. And I think the downside risk of like, if he gets suspended 4 games, I don't think he moves very much down. I think if he gets suspended 6 games or greater, then I think he dips down to like 6, 7, maybe 8.
If it's
range.
4 games, he'll go behind Godwin, and Worthy will come back up a little bit, but that's it.
Yeah. So if people are saying 3-4 turn, like we're talking like Zay Flowers range, I think he's going to go above that, man. Like,
I mean, I'm taking, if in my true heart of hearts, if I was drafting without market concerns, I would just take him there anyways. Like, I think this is the biggest structural edge that we are going to have in best ball this year, is that the Chiefs are being drafted halfway in between the 2022 offense and the 2023 offense. And I think they should basically just be projected like the 2022 offense, which was still no Tyreek, right? That's the no Tyreek offense where Mahomes threw for 5,100 yards, 41 touchdowns. And McKinnon was the another thing that people are not factoring in with the wide receivers was McKinnon was on those teams. I believe he had 8 receiving touchdowns that season. Take those are not going to generic Prince. All right. They're really not. That is
the Prince false flag operation.
Yeah, that is all. I mean, look, we've already gotten the reports from training camp. Like Rashee Rice, Tony, and Worthy are all running out of the backfield basically because they know they need to replace that explosive element in the offense that they don't have because McKinnon is not coming back.
Yeah. We'll see where, I mean, we'll see if he gets suspended. We'll see where the dust settles on all this. But ultimately, like I think in the 5th round, I think there's more upside than downside to where you're buying him currently in the middle of the 5th. And I think it's going to be sensitive to news. Like I think was watching these last 2 days to see how, you know, when the fantasy football legal guys start breaking it down, how that moves things. And it's moved it a little bit, like a couple spots, like 2 or 3 spots. But I'm expecting like a half round to a round move if there as we get closer, like every week that goes by. I have no idea why Hurts is falling. Like it's insane.
I know why he's falling because there's no one that a casual drafter hates more than Jalen Hurts. I would say he's the number 1 guy that a casual drafter is gonna hate. All right, we are about up.
I would take Connor.
I was gonna say there's an old running back I really want to take.
Yeah.
Okay, there was someone else that something said.
That's a very nice fall to have all those quarterbacks, the Dak, Burrow, Love, go ahead so that it pushes the running backs back to us there. That's a nice get to get Connor beyond.
I mean, this is why fantasy football feels too easy this year when you can get James Conner as your running back 1 on a true 0 RB build with an elite quarterback and an elite tight end, which just makes me think like this is going to be the year like Saquon and Henry and Joe Mixon are going to be what you need in week 17 because it can't possibly be this easy, right? Like there's just no way. But I mean, like most of my teams look like this, like some variation of this, you know, sometimes Achan's in there, sometimes Breece Hall is in there, but they all mostly look like this because I think this is the right way to draft.
Yeah, mine mostly look like this, but with like Jalen Hurts instead of Kyler Murray a lot of times. Like I'm finding myself in Josh Allen. I have a good bit of Josh Allen as well. And then Lamar gets pulled in with that. So that 4-5 range is like a lot of quarterback tight end correlation for me. I'm getting like, I don't have enough Kyler because of how much because I've drafted so much of my underdog is in the last week and a half in all this.
So you keep getting pick 48 Jalen Hurts.
Yeah. And I'm just like, I have to take this. Like, I'm sorry. I'm going to take this.
All right. What do you want to do at running back here? This is by,
this is your Chase Brown spot, ADP. Right?
Oh yeah. I mean, it's where I have him ranked. It's where I have him ranked.
Yeah. I would take B-Rob here and then hope that Chase, you know, Chase probably won't make it all the way back. So if you want to take Chase, that's fine.
We are definitely not getting him.
Yeah. If you want to take that Chase, that's fine.
I mean, looks, anytime you can get the Bengals, lead back, who's going to get all the third down touches and actually weighs 4 pounds less than Zach Moss.
You feel good about the third down touches. That's where Leone got nervous, because our data science guys talked about how there were basically very few third down snaps for Chase Brown at all last year. And
yeah, so they were playing Travion Williams instead.
Nervous projecting it forward.
So we talked about this earlier with the Badge Bros, but Chase Brown went and worked with a wide receiver coach this offseason, a guy who was Brandon Ayuk, Hunter Henry, another guy's personal coach. So basically, they do their exit meetings at the end of the year, and Andre Yoshibas is, he's an Ivy League guy just like you. He went to Princeton. Basically, doesn't know how to play wide receiver, so he's like, I'm going to go get this personal wide receiving coach. And Chase Brown in the exit interviews, Zach Taylor was like, basically your best way to get on the field is going to be to get really good at catching the ball. And Chase Brown and Andre Yoshibas went together to go work with this wide receiver coach for like 3 weeks in, I think, Atlanta in the summer. And there was just a long athletic piece published yesterday, I think, about them training with this coach. And it basically is like, Chase Brown is a super elite catcher of the football now, like can run wide receiver routes, has wide receiver hands. I mean, obviously this is just confirmation bias for me. Like, this is stuff I already believe. But the other thing on top of that is, and I would be curious, your data science guys on this, go sort by worst run blockers on PFF. And it's going to be like Christian McCaffrey, Jahmyr Gibbs. It's guys who run routes on third downs. And that is what I think their role is going to be for Chase Brown. Like 3rd and 13, it's probably going to be Zach Moss in there. 3rd and 5, it's probably Chase Brown. Yeah,
it'll be interesting. And I oddly root for Illinois because like my family's from Chicago. So I watched a decent bit of Chase Brown in college when I was like working on Saturdays.
A game.
And he was the entire offense. They had nothing else. So he's a guy that can carry a big workload. And obviously there's, Zach Moss is proved to be good competition last year and had a really good year last year in Indianapolis. But before that was considered kind of a retread in terms of his NFL career. So I have a lot more Chase Brown on DK than I do on UD.
He's like pick 130 or something on DK.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Like so easy to load up there. On UD, it's been harder for me. Like you have to be in the right ADP pocket unless you're like just taking him, really aggressively.
Yeah, I mean that is definitely that. He's my Bishop Sankey Memorial pick this year, where I'm just taking him. And although by Monday, ADP is going to agree with this. He's going to be like the running back 29 and Moss will be like the running back 32 or whatever. This is true. Basically tied for total yards with Bijan. And he did grade out well as a pass blocker in college, a solid pass blocker at Illinois.
It is. I will say this. It is an unusual situation that a player that is the younger player that there was draft capital invested in that was like productive in college is not the favored pick of the fantasy community compared to the older.
So bizarre. Isn't that so weird? Normally the fantasy community.
Not the way this usually goes, right? Like you look at like Jalen Warren and Najee Harris, like they're dead even, right? And like Najee's, I know Najee has a lot of draft capital with it, so it's different there. This would be, I was going to say that would have been interesting if B-Rob made it all the way back.
Spears or Gus.
I would be loading up Spears. Unfortunately,
yeah, obviously that was knew that was how. I think we just have to take Gus.
So
probably.
I actually.
You want to take
Gus
Lockett?
Might come back to us. No, I kind of want to take Corum. You gotta get the week 17, baby.
I have 15% Corum. I'm a bull. You got
to get the week 17. We got to get the week 17 and Corum on these 0 RB builds. Like that's the home run, right?
That's the cheat pick.
Like you hit the year that Kyron goes down with an injury. Corum ends up replicating Kyron.
Doesn't even have to go down with injury. You know, I've been saying like 3 to 5% chance of Kyron just doesn't play well and gets benched. Like it's not super high, but it's higher than like Nick Chubb, Chubb or something like that. Like there are outs there. Karain was saying this yesterday. He's like, Chase Brown is the first time in my life that an NFL coach has agreed with me on talent evaluation. like we did the Pollard Zeke thing for 4 years, and the coaches never agreed with us. And now we're showing up, and Zach Taylor's like, yeah, dude, Chase Brown's sick. Let's get him the ball. It's really an unbelievable feeling.
I mean, careful what we ask for, right? We got Pollard season last year, so you never know.
It turns out it was the tightrope. Turns out it was I mean, I actually am drafting Pollard like fairly heavily this year. All right, you want to do Gus?
Yeah, that was gonna be a coin flip for me between Judy and Gus. So like I'm cool with Gus here.
All right, 8.1.
He's been slipping a little bit, so I figured he would make it back.
Yeah, because he's got the unidentified knee injury. What about where are you at on the Chargers? What's your Chargers?
First of all, literally every Chargers running back that you'd consider has some sort of unidentified knee injury. We're just waiting for it to be identified. Like you're just waiting for J.K. Dobbins' injury to be identified. Right now, it is currently unidentified, but there will be one coming.
There will be one,
I'm sure. And so I don't know, man. I'm underweight. Like I think I'm overweight Gus a little bit, and then I'm underweight Vidal and Dobbins, figuring that I'd get a better price on Vidal as training camp came out, and that's starting to happen. So I'm starting to get some, but I'm pretty far behind. Dobbins, I get it. Like the upside of getting the Chargers running back right in round 14, 15 is so worth it that like if you wanted to, and this is where people who took Vidal, like I get it. If you want to go there, I just thought the price would get better at some point. The Dobbins price, I don't know where it's going because it can crater at any moment. Like the slightest hint of a knee soreness or anything will impact that price.
It's going to end his season. If Dobbins has a sore knee, it's over, dude. He's not coming back from a sore knee.
As you can imagine with our ranks, I am way overexposed to the Chargers passing game as opposed to their running game, which is scary given, but this is why we have data science guys and Leone and all this team to do the projections work, is they understand that we can lean this team really run heavy and the market can still already be taking that into account, and there can be value to be had on the passing side.
I think Herbert is one of my most drafted quarterbacks, especially now that I currently am in about 185 slow drafts on UD. And when all of those end, Herbert is probably going to be my second. I maxed the slow puppy. I don't really know why. Well, I do know why, because I'm just trying to get as much volume down as possible. Because I think
I respect it.
I think this is the most wrong the market has ever been since I've started doing this on like a couple key spots, and I think the Chargers is one of them. I think Justin Herbert leads the NFL since his first game in pass attempts per game, and the market is basically like, nope. They hired John Harbaugh. He's Tyrod Taylor. He's Alex Smith, and I'm like, yeah, Harbaugh is a dinosaur, but he also would like prefer to win games. He definitely, like, if you gave him the
100%.
option of winning or losing, he would definitely rather win. And like, I respect Harbaugh. I think he's a good coach. I think he understands football, and he's not going to be like, you know what I should do with this Lamborghini? I should put it in the garage and I should get the Gus bus out, and the Gus bus should be our primary mode of transportation.
Yeah, I think there's just going to be a lot of their approach is going to be built around play action, right? And play action is how you get some of the most efficient looks in the passing game, just generally.
Yeah. We did not get Caleb Williams. I've thought about that with the last pick. It didn't make sense.
Yeah. Whoever you want, I'd probably take Ty Chandler here, but whatever.
Sure.
Because like running back is getting to the point where the guys that
you can't even get guys you want in the 16th round anymore.
So the guys that I've been a little bit comfortable taking late at all levels after Ty Chandler, there's now a little bit of aren't you worried? Like this Rico Dowdle stuff. That's
a full 10. No. That's a full 10. That's not aren't you worried? That's like, yes, I am worried. Could not be more worried about this situation. That is a DEFCON 1.
It's like, what just happened? Royce Freeman, and he's with Malik Day. Like, what just happened? I feel a little rug pulled there.
Bad.
There's the AJ Dillon stuff that's going on in Green Bay that I'm like, I'm not super worried about it, but enough that like Lloyd is not as comfy as it was like a week ago. And then you get into some of the like really late round guys. And so I've been pushing up my running backs a little bit and then fading into wide receiver. Like I'm starting heavy wide receiver, then attacking running backs, trying to get to like 5 good 0 RB targets that I feel good about, and then like tack on a 6 later and then kind of come around. That's kind of the way that I've been drafting of late. But yeah, it's like I have so much Dowdle. I have a lot of Ty Chandler. I have a lot of Lloyd. This is a range that I've hit quite a lot of.
I agree. I also liked the next range, but now the next range is starting to be...
They're getting pushed
like
up.
You can't take Estime or Braylon Allen anymore because they're like 15th round picks. It's like, well, that's not as fun.
Yeah. I don't have as much of those guys. I think I missed the windows on those guys. I've just an ungodly amount of Khalil Herbert. Just in all the different ways that the Bears can punish me. I am prepared.
Look, it definitely could happen. It's possible. All right, I want to take Wandale here, actually.
Cool. He'll come back around. Though.
Well, what do you want to do then? We could take a tight end. Take
you
Fant.
can take Fant's good.
Take Lloyd. We could take Lloyd and be done at running back.
Take Lloyd and close it out.
All right, done.
Yeah.
Well, we could actually take one more if we wanted, but
I think that's good. I think that's a good six running back room right there. That's a good mix too.
Sus Edwards. This is not true. I've done 3 already today, and they were all off the board by round 15. Maybe this is self-selecting because those guys are highest in my ranks, and these are all stream drafts, and people know that I like them. And maybe it'll be different if I do some off the clock later or off stream later. But Estime and Allen are getting big pushed up.
Yeah, in that range, like that 12-13 range. There's some wide receivers that I really, really like there. Downs is one of them. I think Legette's a good name. Wandale didn't come back. That's my bad. He must be getting pushed up quite a bit of late because he's usually there in the 14.
He's getting backfield snaps, dude. It's already starting.
Oh, that's the memo that's out on Wandale.
He's lined up in the backfield more than Eric Gray has thus far.
Interesting. I mean, that's what he did at Kentucky, right? He was like
this is, oh man, we're getting deep into lore here. So actually at Kentucky, they fully transition him to a wide receiver because Liam Cohen, who is now the offensive coordinator for the Buccaneers, is like a size maxi. So Wandale transferred to Kentucky. They moved him full time to wide receiver. Do you know the stat about Bowles that he's never had a running back under 200 pounds have over 38 carries?
No.
So so that's that's an anti-Bucky Irving stat.
Uh-oh.
And then Liam Cohen, same deal. Liam Cohen gets to Kentucky and says, Wandale, see ya. Let's give Chris Rodriguez 250 touches. So that's
concerning because I have a lot of Bucky Irving. That's concerning. I loved Bucky at Oregon, and then he tested so poorly, and I was like, because when I watched him at Oregon, the guy he shed contact. Man. Yeah, he just shed contact so effortlessly in a way that I was like, how is this little dude like just lit? Like I don't know. It was like Kamara is bigger, so it's not the same, but he just shed contact in a way. He always fell forward, and so I really liked him. And then he tested so poorly that I was like, But then the Bucs gave pretty good draft capital to him. So I was like, okay, maybe I'm back in. And I took a bunch when he was like 16th, 17th round. Now he's gotten pushed up a little bit and there's a little bit more of a pause. But that group like Algier, and then we're way ahead of market on Antonio Gibson. So I have a lot of Antonio Gibson and Khalil Herbert. Like those are guys that I just have boatloads of this year.
Khalil Herbert is that's an interesting one where I have not been in line with the cabal. But it was because I was taking Braylon Allen, and now that Braylon Allen is going earlier, now I can take Khalil Herbert.
Yeah. Michael Wilson going there is also disappointing.
Oh no, that's fine. We don't need Michael Wilson on this team.
Forget who I'm talking to.
Yeah, come on, Michael Wilson. Although I did recently learn that Michael Wilson is engaged to the starting striker for the U.S. Women's National Team. So that made me more. I'm more into him. I feel like he's got more game now.
Interesting.
Like if Sophia Smith approves of him, like maybe that means like he is really a baller. All right. I would like to take a wide receiver that leaves a back door open for us here.
What quarterbacks are still left?
Watson, Levis, Mayfield, May, Jones, Bryce. Yeah, so we're pretty open.
This would be a McMillan spot for me.
Love it. I had 70% of McMillions in the big board.
This was another one of the, like, I had very few draft takes. I play a little bit of college football DFS when I can get out of New York and reg, which is just basically before NBA starts. And then I follow a lot because I'm like working a lot on Saturdays and I'll just have it on. And I was so confused because when you play college football DFS for like 2 years, McMillan and Odunze were the same price, like every week.
McMillan had more fantasy points in 2022 than Odunze did.
Yeah, they were like the same price every week for like a year and a half. And then the last half of last year, like Jalen Polk came on in a big way. And then all of a sudden Jalen Polk's drafted in like the second round and McMillan slides all the way. And I was just like, I don't understand this. McMillan dude was really good in college and felt a little bit like the Amon-Ra St. Brown situation with the USC wide receivers where there were just too many of them and he just kind of fell behind. And so like, I'm very big in on McMillan and the camp buzz has been good so far.
I think the secret was they were just all good and they all made Penix look better. And the Atlanta Falcons bought damaged bill of goods.
Thank you to the Falcons. Thank you very much to the Falcons because Rome Odunze in a Bears uniform is making me very, very happy.
We really.
I forget the one thing I forgot about the backdoor with Bakers. It wouldn't have worked with buys anyway. I like Deshaun if he's there.
Yeah,
you could still always backdoor that with Elijah.
We can take Elijah. We can take Tillman. We can take Jamari Thrash. Whatever.
I've not gone to the Thrash section of the portfolio, but I have gone to the Tillman section of the portfolio in a few spots.
Thrash is not an underdog click. Thrash is round 20 DK. You're absolutely in jail. But whatever. We've got our next pick is already written in stone. He probably actually won't get to us in this room, but it is what it is. Deshaun Watson as a quarterback too. I mean, look,
at 172, round 15. How bad can it be?
He sucks. No one wants to take him, but I don't know. I guess he already is having throwing issues at camp though. Did you see that? Did you see the video today? So he makes this really weird throw where he just looks like horribly uncomfortable, and then he just shut it down. He was just like, I'm done. He just walked over to the training staff and was like, cutting this. We're done for today.
I will say, can you imagine if they just roll out the same play calling as last year with Flacco, but with Jameis, and we just like, oh my God, the fun that we will have back in our lives with Jameis in fantasy football.
Jameis throwing to Amari, Elijah Moore, Jerry Jeudy, David Njoku. It could be. I mean, the Flacco stuff was fun, but Jameis would be 3x as fun as that. I mean, it would be unbelievable. And I hope we get it. We deserve it. We really do. We've been through a lot. Cleveland Browns fans deserve it. They just for all that they have been through.
They had a lot of fun last year with Flacco. That was a lot of fun for them until reality hit in the playoffs, which that was a generational game.
Jameis versus Miami. I mean, how much higher would you push? How much higher would you push every player in that game if you knew Jameis was starting?
Would no longer be concerned about the weather or anything, right?
If anything, the bad weather makes it more likely that Jameis throws a pick six to speed the game up. Then it becomes. I would definitely bet the over on that game.
Yeah, but this range to get him in from a price standpoint where he's like 9 picks ahead of Drake May, who I like Drake May a lot. I'm a real big Drake May guy, but he's like 9 picks apart in this year. It's probably too close of a gap. So I think that's a really, really good price on Deshaun.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's going at DJ Shark just went at pick 170, which, by the way, I mean, fantasy football really has jumped the shark.
What's happening there?
It's this. DeMarcus Robinson is consistently a 14th round pick. It's like we get amnesia about who guys have been for the entirety of their careers because of like a week of training camp. It's crazy.
Yeah. People get wild.
What are you thinking for tight end 2? I guess it doesn't really matter.
I've got a lot of names that I feel decent about for tight end 2. I think this is a 2 tight end build most likely. So
definitely,
I'm not worried about tight end 2 at this juncture with this pick.
I mean, yeah, we're sweating out. We're sweating
waiting
out
to
one
see
guy.
if he gets sniped. There you go. You can take your
right.
take your guy.
I mean, there's just no point in taking a Kyler team without Dortch, in my opinion. Like, what are we doing here?
Do you have you tacked on any Zay? I just did a DK draft where I went Dortch Zay in very late.
Sure, I'll do a little bit, although it's bizarre. I mean, veterans are always shown deference in training camp, and it's very bizarre that he got signed as the vet in the room and then is practicing with Desmond Ridder. Like they basically, like I think he is purely Michael Wilson, Marvin Harrison Jr. insurance. I mean, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe he does start, but it does not seem that way.
What do we got at wide receiver? Because we're basically just considering wide receiver and tight end for the most part.
Tillman or Moore.
Moore.
Elijah is there. Tillman, I'm sure Tillman's there.
Yeah, I take Tillman, or I take Moore, and then close out wide receiver, and then it could be
the year
on the end.
It could be the year. It could be the year for Elijah Moore.
Never know. God.
Yeah, Michael Wilson is getting a lot of. Michael Wilson's a good player. Like, don't get me. Yeah. I'm not saying that Michael Wilson is not a good player. I famously had like 21% of Michael Wilson in Best Ball Mania last season. I think.
That's right. That's right. That was a good pick. That was a good pick. He was on the field a ton.
Yeah, I mean he was the best. He was a good boundary receiver. I just think it's very hard to learn anything, and I'm applying this to Hollywood as well. Just very hard to learn anything from that team. Colt McCoy was the starting quarterback for the entirety of training camp. Then he got traded for a conditional 7th round pick. Then Colt McCoy quit to be a fantasy football YouTuber. Then Josh Dobbs was their quarterback. Then Dobbs got traded. Then Streveler started a game, or some anonymous guy started one more game before Kyler's knee was ready. Then Kyler was playing kind of at like 75%. I think it's just very hard to learn anything. And I definitely apply that for Hollywood too. Like, I'm not mad at Hollywood for having bad yards. Clayton Tune was the creative character.
Yeah. That is Leone's son's favorite football player.
Yeah, because he was the University of Houston quarterback, and he just keeps getting a bunch of his cards.
Yeah. And he does all these Madden drafts where he just drafts Clayton Tune first, and then like builds his team, and his team's like terrible, and he tilts off like, why is his team bad? And Mike just keeps telling him Clayton Tune's not that good, buddy.
You never know. Maybe he was Tank Dell's quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he was really holding back Mr. Dell for the University of Houston.
How in were you on Tank Dell last year? Because like I can't imagine a better.
No, this is actually like a real moment. This is a real moment of shame for me.
Like the short king, the legit short king. It happened.
So I knew he was good too because of college football DFS. So I was like aware that he could play. I mean, I had some of him, but I didn't take like a real stand on him because I was worried about John Mechie. I was really worried about John Mechie.
Oh no.
Yeah. Well, it was like I was taking him when he was an 18th round pick, and then he scored that crazy touchdown in the first preseason game, and then he was like a 15th round pick. And I was like, oh, I can't possibly chase him into the 15th round. That's when you can't be that market conscious. Like being that market conscious is just terrible. Like really leads to no good outcomes.
I will say I did not have enough Tank Dell last year. I was not on the boat. Structurally the way
I just didn't have any. I was not a Stroud believer. I really thought Stroud was going to.
Same.
Yeah. I really thought he was going to be bad, if I'm going to be honest.
Missed that boat big time.
Yeah, I had Bryce over him as a prospect.
So we'll see which tight end falls here. So I like Juwan a lot. Like I think Juwan in the 18th round is awesome value, especially with a late.
Are we good on bye weeks?
Yeah, we're good on bye weeks because he's 12. Also, one thing that I just to be thoughtful on for those of you drafting out there, like if I'm taking Juwan in a 2 tight end build, it's probably not with Laporta. It's probably not with like a week 5 bye guy, just in case like there's like some slow. And again, this stuff is like this is big bye week bro energy. But I try to think of ways to influence the room by 2 to 3 fantasy points every decision that I can make, right? And like getting him in a tight end build with a late bye week guy, I think is more likely that I'm going to get his counting score during that bye week than early on, just in the off chance that foot injury is a bigger deal than is letting on. But if he didn't have the foot injury at all, he'd be like a 15th, 16th round pick. So like, I think you're getting a lot of value there.
Yeah. I do that more with Hawkinson, where like I won't take Hawkinson with Kelsey, but I'll take him with McBride because McBride is the week 11 bye. Although the reporting on Hawkinson is actually more bullish than I thought it was going to be. It sounds like probably after their bye, which is week 6, but it could be before. Like he could be like he's running in a way that like Nick Chubb is not running right now. Modern medicine, man, it's crazy.
Yeah, and it's stuff that is like, I think it's the hardest job for our projections team is to like figure out what is this worth? Like what is this player worth that is guaranteed to miss a bunch of games, but could be a difference maker down the stretch? How likely are they to be a difference maker down the stretch? I think that's certainly a better outcome for Hawkinson than it is for Chubb in terms of likelihood there. But like, I think that's so difficult to project, right? Because you're automatically like docking a guy a bunch for just not playing. Like you're getting a bunch of zeros guaranteed in a game that like zeros are hard to overcome. So it's like, I think it's one of the most difficult decisions. And I have like maybe a share of Chubb. I've almost none. And then I have like very little of Hawkinson, maybe like 2-3%.
I'm more into Hawkinson because his points are more like his bar to matter is much lower.
Much lower, exactly.
Like if like 75% of Hawkinson might be the 8th best tight end in fantasy, and 100% Hawkinson might be the 3rd best tight end in fantasy. So I have more of him than I do of Chubb. Absolutely not. No falling out with Mr. Mayo. I've loved him for long. Master Pro, I was on his channel last Monday. We did an intro to best ball video. All right, let's go through this team. No mistakes here through the first. I think Moore was good. Any regrets on McBride, seeing how it played out?
Definitely not. Definitely not.
I think Watson was strong. I mean, maybe we could have taken Kenneth Walker instead of Watson, but then you're looking at like.
But Watson helps with the correlation as well with Jefferson. So like that opened up another avenue for us too, a quarterback. True. In terms of like if Kyler gets snagged early or something like that, we have Jordan Love. So I think that was a fine pick. And the running back room that we collected, I'm totally good with.
So, running back. Yeah. So true 0 RB team. Connor is the first running back, then Chase Brown, then Corum. Gus is kind of the boring start the season guy.
Yep.
Chandler, Lloyd. Back correlation of Watson and Elijah Moore. Juwan Johnson is tight end 2. McMillions, Dortch, Elijah Moore. I mean, look, if Elijah Moore ends up mattering this season, man, am I going to have a lot of this exact combination? Like this exact, like, shit, I better take Deshaun Watson. Because I've been too heavy on the Drake May, Javon Baker, bail me out, like last 3 rounds. And I think Baker might end up hitting, but it does not sound like Drake May is going to be starting anytime soon.
No, I think if you're taking Drake May, you're expecting like week 6.
That week 6 is my best guess. Yeah.
I think that's around where you're thinking, which is as a third quarterback, totally fine, like plenty of time. But again, he's another guy that if you're taking, you want to be conscientious of the bye week quarterbacks that you have. Like, for instance, like I have like some Jalen Hurts teams that I'm just like, I'm not taking another quarterback until the very end. And that's always going to be Bo Nix. Like, because I can't count on getting a week 5 score out of Drake May.
Correct. We have a ball knower in the chat. He had the most Dell of anyone in Best Ball Mania 4. That's 139 outrageous. Out of 150.
Sir, my only question, sir, is how how have you not? Why are you here? Like, why are you here learning from us?
Yeah.
How many islands do you have? Like, if you have 139 of 150 tank dells, like, don't you have something better to do than like to watch us? I mean, come on, man. Like,
how well did I would be very curious. How well did you do in the overall? Because they paid out regular season points last year, so I would assume you had a real sweat. Because I assume a lot of that was with Stroud. I assume you had Nico. But that's the thing, though. If you were a big tank bull, you probably didn't have a ton of. You probably
77% Richardson there.
God,
You know, that's a
you played good though. I'll tell you, 70% Richardson. If you would have gotten 17 games of him, you would have won. You would have won best. You would have won Best Ball Mania 4.
Yeah,
The last
I will say, unfortunately, this is a game, the NFL, where 77% of any player is potentially crippling. So you might want to smooth it out a little bit. I don't know, maybe 45%. Like I don't know, but yeah.
This guy, very, very blessed indeed. In the last draft with the Badge Bros, he took Dontavian Wicks at the 12-13. He took him at pick 85.
Wow. Okay.
People are saying more and more that Dontavian Wicks might be. Dontavian Wicks has to be the absolute anti-ETR pick. Like, no chance are you guys.
No, I think we're like right at ADP. We're not ahead or behind. I mean, I grab Wicks because I like him, so I grab him a little bit more. But yeah, I think it's.
This is a good question. What's what in your estimation? What do you think is the most percentage of a guy you should take?
So I also think the answer should change by round. In terms of like, it should be lower earlier because the risk of ruin is so much higher, and also the opportunity cost is like known good players are probably going to outperform that player at some point. So I think it should be like the most I've had of guys. I'm not saying I'm right on this. I haven't done math on this, so this is just how I've played it. The most I've had is probably 35 to 40%.
That was my napkin math was like 35%. Just like thinking like, oh well, if Chase Brown tears his ACL tomorrow, only 30% of my teams are ruined, not 60 of them.
Yeah, I think
this is how I'm going to feed my family is the Justin Jefferson nuke season. It's Drew. It's the smartest thing I've ever done and the craziest thing fantasy football drafters have ever allowed. Like, imagine getting to have Justin Jefferson as a brand play. Like, oh, Justin Jefferson had a good season. Davis really knew it. It's insane. It's insane.
You're going the Nick Wright route. I can already see it. You're taking the Nick Wright route. Like, just take the player that's really good, take a position that the market isn't taking, that this player is that good, make it into a big deal that the market is against you. Yeah, I mean, it's worked for Nick Wright. He's gotten a lot of clicks this way.
Nick Wright is like his real take is that Patrick Mahomes is the best instead of like a guy who should
and LeBron. Those are his takes. And then, but he gets off the rails at times when he says, Jokic is the worst MVP to ever win the award.
Well, sure. I mean, yeah, no one gets 100% right. Yeah. All right. Let's hop in, guys. We are going to do another one. Maybe we get to. Oh, I gotta share my screen. What is your favorite draft position? You're loading it up. What are you hoping to get?
I think right now on Underdog 2 is really, really fun. Because I think there's
that's interesting. You think 2?
I've been able to get so many combinations of like CD, Devonta, Jalen Hurts that are just like, wow. And I mean, Hurts in the 4th, not Hurts in the 3rd. So like CD, Devonta, Neighbors, Jalen Hurts, or I've even gotten Allen and Kincaid on the 4-5 at that 2 spot. The ability to manipulate that 4-5 range, I think, is pretty useful. So like, I think it's somewhere 1 through 5 probably. Oh, Nate Noling in this draft.
Oh my God. Nate Noling in this draft. Amazing.
Well, we know that there's one drafter that won't make a single mistake according to him.
I bet he doesn't even know. I'm going to text him. Nate, do you know you're in a draft with me and Dink? Yeah, he definitely doesn't know. I think we are going to do a Gilcast draft soon. I think we're going to do a Gilcast high stakes draft, which we've talked about for a long time, but we've never done. I think we're going to do an NFFC primetime, and it's just going to be incredible to have drafted a high stakes team with Sammy and Nate, because Nate is gonna just be like, you guys are idiots. How could we ever take this guy here? You're an idiot. And we're gonna have to be. And I will have my hand on the control. So I really am looking forward to completely disregarding mistakes. All right, at 9.
I will say 9 is probably my least favorite.
Yeah,
like 9 or 10 are pretty brutal. I maybe 12. Actually, 12 is probably my least favorite.
12's the worst.
Then 9 or 10. 11, it's just like, okay, well, I don't have a decision to make. It's whoever you left me here, so fine. But 9 or 10, you feel like you have to make a decision on somebody you could have gotten at 11. It feels uncomfortable. And then 12 is the worst, I think.
The thing that I don't like about 7, 8, 9 is that you end up taking Bijan or Breece a big chunk of the time there, and they're great picks.
I've got some of us can get 7, 8, 9 Justin Jefferson.
Some of us.
That happens sometimes.
Correct. But when you come back around for your 3rd round pick, it's like terrible. It's like, oh, I'm taking Michael Pittman Jr.
Great.
Yeah, here's the deal, Willis. They fired the guy. I mean, I don't know. All right, we're up. AJ Brown.
I take AJ here a lot because the ability to just get Hurts in the 4th and when you select AJ, it comes pre-filled with
it does.
In the
it
4th.
does.
So
it does.
It's just like
yeah.
So yeah, I take AJ there.
Sure. Yeah. No.
What's your order on? So I've had a lot of conversations with Leone back and forth on like Puka, Garrett, AJ. I think we have AJ, Puka, Garrett. We might even have Puka, AJ, Garrett, depending on the site.
It's definitely AJ Brown. I could see an argument for moving Garrett Wilson down further than 11. Honestly, like vibes in Jets training camp, very, very bad. Like Rodgers has looked miserable. His team, like Alan Lazard, is already prominently involved. Like I wonder if Rodgers, as a 40-year-old coming off the Achilles, can't just force feed one guy the way that he always has. Like I wonder if a declining ability from Rodgers forces him to be a little bit more egalitarian. I mean, obviously, like it's not like I'm saying he's a bad pick.
Yeah.
But I could definitely see taking London or maybe even Nico over him.
Yeah, I think my thought process on maybe Wilson greater than Puka was Wilson better prospect pedigree. Gibbs is fine there, though uncomfortable. But
what about Debo?
I would take Gibbs here personally. Like Gibbs at 16 is a big fall.
Yeah, it is.
You can do some stuff with that too. The only challenge of Philadelphia, Detroit on the back end is they all have the same bye, so you end up like overloading your roster with like early round. So that week 5 is going to be a struggle to get through. But with Puka and Garrett, like better prospect coming out. You could say like Puka, if he was healthy in college, would he have been the same prospect? Probably, but like Garrett was a better prospect.
His college coaches said he was soft. Puka's college coaches said he's too soft to play full. That's why he never played full snaps. Is his coaches were like, he can't stay healthy, so we'll just play him for half the snaps.
Just crazy. And then you've got the wide receiver competition is just so much different, right? Like Cooper Kupp can like legitimately demand targets, whereas there's nobody on the Jets that can. And we've seen Aaron Rodgers force feed guys, whether it was Devontae Adams. I mean, remember Christian Watson's rookie year where Aaron Rodgers threw like 4 consecutive out route fades at the goal line, just trying to stat pad for Christian Watson. So like that's the concern for me on Puka versus Garrett Wilson. I've evened out my exposure between the two. But essentially just like, is Garrett Wilson going to come out here with like a 32% target share this year, even though they play really slow? And the same quarterback risk that you have on Rodgers in terms of health, like we thought Stafford might have to retire last year because of like the elbow thing coming into the year. So like, I don't think the risk is very different between the two. I do think the schedule in division and outdoor versus indoor is all unfavorable for Garrett Wilson in that combination. But those are the two that I've like kind of been trying to make sure that I'm even exposure, because our ranks would definitely have you loaded up on Puka over Garrett.
Which is, I mean, I think that's a fine spot to pivot. Like if you want to RNG that and take Puka sometimes and Garrett sometimes, I think it's fine. I mean, the week 17 game for Puka probably would be my tiebreaker. That is an awesome, an awesome game. Whereas I don't expect Jets Bills to be very awesome. I mean, obviously prognosticating what a game script 3.5 months from now is going to be like is a bit of a fool's errand, but just on its face, I like that game much better.
I'll give you another potential tiebreaker. What does this room give? God.
I'm definitely not taking Derrick Henry, so I hope that Sam Wise is in the chat. He's not going to take Derrick Henry. He would. He very rarely does this. He's in a lot of these drafts, but I hope he does. I really hope he does.
This is why the 9th pick sucks. Like this range
it's the third round pick.
Yeah, and if you didn't have AJ here, you could consider pulling up Kelsey with Mahomes, but you want to do it with Hurts. So I'd rather play Hurts' ceiling than Mahomes. So I'd probably be Pittman here, but if you want Pickens, that's fine.
Well, the only reason to take Pittman is to set up Richardson, in my opinion. And
you're going to have Hurts. Yeah. But you're going to have Hurts. So yeah, good point.
I mean, I think I argued about this with Leone the other day, just real quick on Pickens. Is like, I don't do your little math, Leone, on Pickens. I watched that dude score 60 fantasy points in a game. That's really all I got on George Pickens Jr. Anyways,
I mean, it's just Arthur Smith, man. It's just that's the challenge. But the one other tiebreaker I'll give you on Puka and Garrett, and this one I think is interesting that I don't think people talk about a lot. Some of these teams that the week 17 correlation is also the same bye weeks. So like Baltimore, Houston, Buffalo, Jets, they're just difficult to build because you start to run into these issues where like you start to get the heavier you get into that game, the more you're sacrificing on an individual week in terms of your potential points down the road. And so like some of the builds that I get into with Garrett Wilson over Puka, I then have to make a decision like, okay, do I want to take Josh Allen in the third? Then if I'm taking Josh Allen in the third, then I'm trying to get like Samuel because Kincaid's probably not coming back to me. So then like I start to get stretched, and then I can't stack Garrett Wilson with Aaron Rodgers because I have Josh Allen in the same bye. So like that's one other reason that like if you want to lean in the direction of Puka as the tiebreaker, I think it's valuable.
That's true. Although the one thing that does suck about Rams stuff is that there's no backstack for Stafford, I guess, unless you're a Jordan Whittington bro.
Yeah.
Or a DeMarcus Robinson.
I have no Stafford because of that.
Yeah. Damn. This I guess we know who we're taking. This the 9-hole does suck for these exact picks.
I mean, it's really the third round pick that's the issue. Like, and literally we were one pick away from that being Tank Dell and feeling totally fine about that. So yeah. I mean, preloaded,
nice and easy.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts, good pick. I don't really with the Eagles. I don't care that much about doing a bring back. Like I'm not gonna like force Brandon Cooks or Jake Ferguson.
I get into the Dowdle Zeke stuff usually with the Eagles. That's usually the way I get into it.
Well,
or maybe Tolbert late.
Right now, I'm calling for an immediate halt on all Rico Dowdle selections in my portfolio. You mentioned Rico Dowdle's name next to Malik Davis, and that is enough for me to be out. Yeah. That is enough for me to say. I mean,
who could have seen the guy who's never carried the ball more than like 100 times in any season, being vulnerable to competition? Who could have forecasted such a thing? But unfortunately, we all got a little excited. We'll see if it comes to fruition. But the Cowboys just refusing to bring in any competition whatsoever just made it so that it felt like, God, if all the competition is Zeke, like we got something here.
Which is insane because it was like a terrible running back class at the top, but it was really good in day 3. Like there are a bunch of running backs on day 3 who I think could contribute to NFL teams. Like Why is Braylon Allen not a Cowboy? Why is Braylon Allen going to be scoring 6 touchdowns for the Jets instead of 10 touchdowns for the Cowboys? It's very frustrating.
Yeah.
See the 4-hole here cooking pretty hard. He took Keenan early to set up a Caleb team. Because he had the Jefferson Adams start, and he said, I gotta
the Jefferson Adams Cup, start, or Jefferson Adams neighbors. Those starts get a little hairy in terms of where you're finding your stack.
Willis, you can have him, buddy. You can. I promise you that you can have. He's picking to the right of us, and he can have him. I'm not gonna fight for him. This, although the draft does start to favor us in the back half. So once you get past round 4, the right side of the board has a lot of my more preferred picks, like rounds 5 through 10, which I suppose is the give and take. You know, you're never going to win them all, but we are definitely behind at wide receiver right now.
Oh, for sure. And this one of the other challenges of like that second round pick where I think Gibbs is so clearly ahead of everybody that's there that like I think you have to take Gibbs, but you know that all right, we're battling it out. And this is where like in the third round you can't take Laporte or Kelsey because you have Hurts coming back in the fourth. You have to take a wide receiver at that third spot.
And it's a guy that your best argument for him is that he had a good game once. I mean, I do wonder, Drew, if we're being very processed and analytics oriented, Arthur Smith probably got a little bit too much shit just because people didn't like him. Like he's an annoying person and he speaks condescending and annoying way to people. He did craft the literal number 1 most efficient offense in the NFL with Ryan Tannehill as his quarterback. So there's definitely a chance that we are all just like too annoyed with him for ruining our fantasy teams, and that he ends up. Are you?
Jeez. This would be a Godwin pick for me here, but
Godwin, you don't want Rome.
I didn't say that, but this would be a Godwin pick for me here.
Okay. Well, I guess. That's a real Hollywood, Rashi, and Worth. I mean, that is how they should be picked. Probably they should probably all be 5th round picks. But man, that is annoying.
Yeah, I mean, you've been saying that the Chiefs are so mispriced this year. With all these guys starting to inch up into like middle 5 or whatever, do you still feel that way?
Oh yeah, I mean, the idea that like Christian Kirk should go ahead of any Chiefs wide receiver. I know I'm talking to the part owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars, I believe. But I mean, come on, dude.
We are very high on the Jacksonville Jaguars this year.
It's the number one like cabal thing is to be like Trevor Lawrence, like, he's healthy. He was so injured last year. And I don't know, Trevor Lawrence might just be not that good.
Yeah. Kincaid at 5'11" is also like we couldn't afford to take that pick.
No. What is average on players in the first round? 8.3%.
Yeah.
That means you have an exactly standard distribution. We got to take a wide receiver. It sucks, but we have to.
Yeah, I would say so. If you're really into Christian Watson, that's fine. But I would probably take Deontay Johnson for the week 17 correlation with Godwin.
This is helping my Jacquard tree. I bet I have 0 of that comp. I will tell you, I have 0 of the Godwin Deontay Johnson combination.
There you go. And now you also have good chemistry on the team with Pickens and Deontay Johnson as well. So former teammates.
I feel like they probably hated each other. I feel like they probably really liked. I think
we have locker room issues now.
Yeah, Pickens and his former teammate A.D. Mitchell, both really bad NFL combine interviews. That is well established that teams are basically like, Pickens is a dick, and A.D. Mitchell, same thing. Apparently Mitchell was saying things like, I taught George Pickens everything he knows, like stuff like that when he was interviewing with teams. Like he was very much like, I am the man. Which obviously for me that is like I already liked AD Mitchell, and that made me like him even more.
That's funny. That's funny.
I do think the AD Mitchell, Colts, Richardson thing might end up like being a reverse looking at efficiency, where we were like, AD Mitchell like played the most prestigious programs in college football, had 5 touchdowns in 5 college football playoff games. Shane Steichens is OC, and we were worried about like Michael Pittman Jr. limiting his range of outcomes. I don't know. Like I think he could score 11 touchdowns like Chase Claypool did as a rookie.
I mean, I guess he scored 11 touchdowns last year. He just wasn't productive until, like you mentioned, the playoff games. That's where like almost all of his production came.
Well, he was injured he played on a bum ankle as a sophomore. How do you show your draft capital in the draft? You use the draft caddy. It's a best ball product. It costs $29.99 a month. There's a link to purchase it in the description of this podcast. Drew, what do you think about the tools? You were well versed in the DFS wars of the tools originally. How do you feel about the best ball tools?
They're all improving dramatically, and I think very, very useful, especially if you're drafting tons of teams. I think managing portfolios is really helpful to have some of these tools. I think they're testing the lines of where the sites are comfortable with, and I think we're getting clarity. It's one of those things that when you like work for a site that could potentially develop tools, I would love to have the clarity like in advance, and not because you don't want to be the line stepper when you're like a site that has a name and a reputation to withhold. You don't want to be the one to upset a partner. So I just wish the lines were a little bit more clearly defined, like from the start, from these sites in terms of what tools they're going to allow. That would be the only thing. But I think in general, like it makes all the sense in the world that the tools are going to keep helping. Like the sites are benefited from having tools that help you draft faster and enter more drafts and get more confident to enter more drafts because they're making more money every time you draft. So I think it's just natural evolution.
I think Karain will do all of the line stepping.
Yeah.
I think Karain will.
I think that's happening.
Yeah, I think you'll get all the definitions you need from Karain. Well, and I mean, Brick basically did a tool that did break terms of service, and they were like, you gotta roll that back.
Yep.
So both. All right, what do you want to do here? Wide receiver is so bad.
Yeah, I would take.
This is a terrible pick.
I would take a running back here.
We could do Warren, double Steelers, Connor, Ramondre, Aaron Jones.
Warren is my general click in this range, and we just had Connor last draft. So
Jakard Tree not getting any better. So I disagree with this in the way like were tools bad for DFS? Yeah, they made the game softer, but tools are not going to make you better at balancing ownership and projecting players. It's just going to, I guess there are definitely less dead teams showing up to week 17 with the tools. So if you want to make that argument, but in my opinion, I guess my experience is I've never used the tools before last week, and drafting these teams on the stream, the tool has made it a lot easier for me. I just really have enjoyed using this tool. But this is the point: it's a tool. It is not the same as DFS optimizers. I think it's very different because it's not doing the work for you.
I also think DFS optimizers are like largely used wrong and incorrectly.
You can still put bad teams in with the DFS optimizer. I think people assume, and this is a lot of the content that I'll do at Established Run when we do office hours or different things like that. I think a lot of people assume, by the way, Ferguson's good. Ferguson's good for the Hurts. Like I would back. Yeah. There, we don't have to fight for Zeke. I do a lot of content that tries to stress to people. I think people think a lot of tools are sort of like a slot machine, that there's like if you hit the buttons correctly, it spits out money. And it's not like that. Like, so people will ask like, oh, like what rules did you have? And I was like, these are the rules that I played on this slate. If you just took these rules and replicated it, you might get like wildly different lineups than me because of
the amount of times I'm running these to get my portfolio to look the way that I want it to, and the amount of adjustments I'm making on like player projections while I'm doing that to get my portfolio to look the way that I want it to. And I think a lot of people just want to press a button and like walk away. And I think if you use best ball draft tools the same way, you only get as much out of it as you understand how to leverage the tool to your advantage. And so like just using a tool in itself will level you up a little bit, but the people who are still going to be at the advantages are the people who are using tools in the ways that are most helpful to them winning, and not just taking the very base level of a tool, whether it's an optimizer, whether it's a best ball draft tool, whatever it is.
Yeah. I don't know if this is true. I don't know if this is any more true than being able to purchase good rankings. Like, would you say that if someone bought the ETR rankings and uploaded them and drafted off of them and listened to like Market Mondays, would you say that they're plus EV, or would you say that makes them more or less plus EV than using the tool? Like, I bet it'd be very similar.
Well, let me just give the example of like last night. I had there was like some tech error on UD where it still showed on my screen in a waiting tab, because I load up multiple drafts at a time. It still showed up on my screen as like a waiting for 3 or whatever. And then I was like, it's been waiting for 3 for a long time. I was drafting late at night, so I was like, maybe it's that. And I like refreshed it, and it was in round like 8, and I had auto drafted 3 quarterbacks with our rankings like through the first like 8 rounds. Yeah, the rankings were not enough to build a good team. That was a very, very bad team that I felt in there. And so if you're talking about tools that are like actually like making the pick for you and leveraging off, I think that absolutely can be the case. A lot of the tools that had come out prior to this year were more about managing portfolio exposures and just showing you what percentage of players you have and uploading your rankings and stuff like, and showing you how other people draft in terms of what their ranges are. And that stuff is helpful, but most people aren't even using the range stuff, would be my guess, like that Brick has on the caddy and stuff like that. So
I mean, mostly I'm just looking at the buckets, and I like that it shows me the week 17 like that. Exactly. I mean, I think everyone uses it for something else, but for this, it's like I don't have to memorize who DeAndre Swift happens to play in week 17. Like it's all just there. And this is totally, I mean, you're just never going to have a gambling game where this is going to happen. Like, there's all like name a gambling game, tools are coming in. It's completely impossible. It's about outlining what is and isn't allowed. Like maybe find a new gambling game. I'm sure there will be one, but anyone who's played poker, DFS, like long, whatever, like it's just not going to happen. All right.
This would probably be Dobbs for me, but what other wide receivers are in that range?
Dobbs, Shakir, Wicks.
Definitely be Dobbs for me.
Hey, Dobbs has been the star of training camp today. He beat Jair Alexander's ass. Wicks goes the pick after. That's so funny. I mean, the rankings wouldn't tell you to take 3 quarterbacks in the first round, but what if you listen? Like if someone,
but literally, my ranking, our ETR rankings were in the rankings.
That's what he's saying. He's saying that
the rankings did a tool that is building the team for you wouldn't tell you to do that. Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah,
but those tools generally have not been in existence. So
I believe Underdog has addressed it because they've outlined what is and isn't acceptable. Like they have like specifically with Brick, they were like, it can't make the pick for you.
Right.
Like it said like it can't make the pick for you.
Yeah.
And let's make this pick and then we can get back to it. Cause I've been thinking a lot about this, and obviously part of it is like, sure, would best ball be a little bit easier for me if truly no tools existed? Probably. Like, but maybe marginally my entries would be worth a little bit more money, but I might trade that in for, I'm not going to draft any dead teams on stream because I've got this stuff all lined up for me. And it's like kind of hard to juggle everything while I'm doing, 30 teams a week on these streams. All right. We're up.
Goddard snipes on us, which is
annoying. This is an interesting spot.
But I guess it's a snipe. It's a snipe back since the Dak.
Yes.
We took Ferguson for the Dak team. I'd probably take Javonte here.
Yeah. All right, let me get this. So I don't even think you are wrong in a total vacuum about this. About like if you were gonna say, I just want there to be no tools that exist, and this is another thing, is a casual drafter is not doing this. So are you saying that the people who are good at this anyways are getting an extra edge over you because they have this tool? Like if someone who's good at best ball is using the tool anyways, it's just helping them get more teams in, really.
The other thing that I'd say is like, what game do you gamble at that you like come into the room and they announce to you like all the disadvantages that you're having against you? Like you go to a poker room in Vegas and they're like, oh, we're going to send you to table 12. Good luck. Right. They don't say, oh, table 12, seat 3 through 7 are all professionals who are in their 4th hour grinding on this table. Like you're going to play. You're going to have your fun and play. You don't know that you're playing against pros or not. Like it's the same thing. Like if you're playing in games for money, there's other people that are going to have different advantages or skill level differences or whatever at their disposal to try to improve. And so like, that's just the nature of any game where there's money at stake.
Correct. I'm 100% with that thought process. And maybe it's that I've been around gambling too long, you know, like, and that's just what I come to expect. But both of these things can't be true. If the tools are horrible for the game, they can't be overrated. And if they're overrated, they can't be horrible for the game. It's got to be one or the other. Either it's horrible for the game and they're good tools, or they are fine for the game because they are overrated. And really at the end of the day, the thing that makes best ball different is it can't tell you the answers to the test anyways. Like if you were using a solver poker side for No Limit Hold'em, that like actually would be an unfair advantage because you'd have access to information that other people don't have. Any information a tool can show you, you know that information already. You can know what the week 17 schedule is. It's consolidation of information.
Yeah, one of the interesting things that our data science team has so many different things to test at their disposal, but I wonder if you just knew the total points scored by every fantasy player in the season, how much would you improve your chances of winning Best Ball Mania? You don't know you don't know which weeks they score what points.
I know for a fact it's not that helpful because I went back and looked at this after Karain won. I went back and looked at if you knew Karain's roster, or if you knew the highest scoring week 17 player, if you went back and looked at it by round, it was not helpful at all. And in fact, it would have been a team that would not have advanced probably if you just took the highest scoring guy in every position. So
I think it's such a unique game as well, where there's so much variance layered on top of it that like how much EV can the tools erode? Like ultimately, like yes, some, but like there's so much variance associated with this game that we're playing.
Yes, it will definitely eradicate some. It will definitely clear out some entries that would have been dead beforehand. But this is also a game where you expect to make the finals once every 8.3 years or something like that. Like it's very minimal. All right, we are up. Wide receiver is getting fairly thin. Leggett would be an option.
I think Leggett's an option, but the only thing I don't love about Leggett is we already have Deontay Johnson, and
never mind. Yeah,
so I would probably play Gabe Davis if I was playing a wide receiver here. Gabe Davis is like perfect for best ball, just like the perfect best ball wide receiver.
It's true. He's like, really taken.
You get him double digit rounds. You know that like there's going to be like 7 zeros during the course of the year that you're just like, whatever, do your thing. I just want those 25s. I'm going to get 3 25s a year out of the 11th, 12th round. Good by me.
100%. I mean, he's the new. I was trying to think of the better and best ball guy in my lifetime. Lee Evans would be one of them. I mean, Gabe definitely. Gabe, he's the current crown of that because he does vacillate between 2 touchdown games and like literally not being targeted. So yeah, I think you're probably right about that. But
yeah, Gabe is
All
a guy
right.
that I literally will not draft. I refuse. No price matters. I'm not drafting him in a redraft league where I have to make lineup decisions because I just
No.
never. I don't even
You'd
want
never
the
get him
pain
right.
of dealing with it. Maybe
No,
he'd be
Deshaun
different.
Jackson was better than this. The thing is, Deshaun Jackson was this is wrong. All right, we are up. This is not a great spot to be in.
No, I think we're the way we've set up is for like Baker backdoors late. We could go running back or wide receiver here. I don't think I'd pull the yeah, I'd be fine with Chandler if you want to go Chandler or Burton. Those guys are both interesting to me.
Let's just take Burton. Well, no, I'm trying to balance more Yoshi Boss right now. I've got like 31.
Okay.
I've got like 31% of Burton, and I'd rather. So I gotta push back on this idea that Deshaun Jackson was a quote unquote better in best ball guy. Not reality. Had 5 different 1,000-yard seasons. This is not right.
Yeah. People are asking, Gabe changing teams, like how much does that matter? The way that Gabe won, he like wins contested deep balls. Like yes, Josh Allen can throw great deep balls, but like, is it going to be that different? Like Trevor Lawrence isn't incompetent. So like, I don't think it's going to be that different. I guess the concern would be that Brian Thomas just absorbs that role entirely. And then Gabe is like relegated, but they gave Gabe a bunch of money. So and also like Trevor Lawrence made Zay Jones relevant from a fantasy perspective. So like, let's not like knock Trevor Lawrence's ability to sustain wide receiver value too much.
I mean, he could definitely be the Zay Jones role, which was like a pretty valuable role for the weeks that he spiked in. But Kirk is going to be ahead of him, and Ingram is going to be ahead of him, and Brian Thomas Jr. I mean, I guess it's hard to forecast right now, but I think
he will be ahead of him. But the point is, like, we had this with Kirk, Ridley, Zay Jones, Evan Ingram. We had this before, and like there were still weeks to be had. So the thing is, they don't play anybody outside of those guys, basically. So that's the thing you have kind of working in your favor with those guys.
This is a great toy game. I'm gonna send this to Nerdy Tenor and the End of Game Syndicate guys. Underdog inserted a fake wide receiver into the pool that scores exactly 50 points in week 17, but 0 points every other week. I think he'd be like a 3rd round pick, probably, just off the top of my head. That
seems high to me.
I mean, that's basically saying if you get to week 17, you win. Assuming you have a competent run. 50 points would be the highest point. That'd be like Alvin Kamara. That'd be like what Kamara did for her.
Yeah. I think it would be more like
101.
6th,
no, this is wrong. It's not the first round.
I think it would be more like 5th, 6th, because advance rates are so difficult. Like taking a 0 from a 3rd round pick throughout the season and in the playoffs, that's really tough to advance with.
Yes, it's you can't win without them. I'm not saying you are right. You cannot.
You absolutely can.
Without
you
them.
absolutely can. There's no guarantee that they're getting to the finals. So like,
but it's not just you getting them. The all 668,000 entries or whatever get a chance to take.
Right. But I'm saying you're taking him at whatever we're saying the ADP is established for everybody to get him around that pick. Right. So like, my point being, like, if he's not good enough for you to advance, he's most likely not good enough for many other teams to advance. Like, I don't think it's a guarantee that you have to have that player, because that player might not ever make the finals. Yeah, and Willis no Kareem won without Mike Evans' 45-point game. So like, weird stuff.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, but that's the thing is, there's a guarantee some teams will have them. I mean, this is also 150 entries than the largest final prior, so the final gets even higher. So the need to have the nuts, like the need to have the nuts, is even higher. Taking him in the first is bad because there are other players in the first round who can have 50 points.
I don't think he's a first rounder, but it would be not a first round game for sure.
You know what, Mike, I'm gonna highlight.
Are you gonna take Burton now?
I don't know.
What do you do? I think it's a wide receiver here.
Yeah. All right. Let's take. Well, no, dude. I literally have so much of him. And he's a faller right now.
Demario Douglas.
Yeah. Nah, this is okay. That's me being a coward. That's me being a coward. All right, Matt F. I'm gonna tweet this right now. This is gonna be some really good engagement farming.
Look at you just stealing content from the viewers.
What is the probability of all first rounders combined having one 50-point game at any point in the season? That's like minus 110 either way. Feels like, right?
50? I don't know.
50 is a lot. 50 is a lot.
On underdog, what is 50 is 4 touchdowns is 24. How do you
Jamar Chase had a 50-pointer last year.
200 yards, 4 touchdowns.
Here, I'll look it up.
And
how many
12 catches, 12 204. That's a lot. I like.
What do you want to do with this pick here? Do we take another running back?
I think we're in the territory where we have to be looking at wide receiver, tight end still.
Oh yeah, tight end. Fant gives us another quarterback. Yeah.
Fant's good.
All right.
Because this is probably an 8-3, a 2-5-8-3.
Yeah, with Ferguson as your one. Yeah. All right. Single games, descending fantasy points. We'll do FanDuel points because that's basically half PPR for 2023 regular season. Let's see. Can I do a position filter? I guess it doesn't matter. Descending fantasy points greater than 50. How many do you think there will have been last year?
Two.
It's a good question.
Amari,
Pickens, Chase.
Okay, Pickens. Yeah, Pickens was in the fantasy playoffs. Yeah.
Pickens was in they were both in week 16.
Yeah, crazy.
FanDuel points, single games requiring FanDuel points, none.
See, 50 is so much.
50 is a lot. 50 is a lot. All right, I'm gonna do it by 40. I'm gonna do it by 40. A-Chain, yeah, this should be wrong. A-Chain had one. Maybe I did something wrong with the filter. But yeah, because A-Chain would have been. He had 4 touchdowns. That would have been over.
So A-Chain's best game last year was
here. I'll share. I'm sharing the tab. A-Chain, Cooper,
200,
McCaffrey.
200. Okay, yeah.
So and Josh.
Yeah,
Allen
no, but nobody got to 50. Nobody got to 50.
Nobody got to 50. Interesting. No one even DK scoring. There were only 4.
Yeah.
Huh.
Chase and Amari were the ones I was remembering. DJ Moore against Washington on that Thursday night. My God.
Yeah, I mean, look, 50 is a lot of points. It's not a first rounder though, because you have to get there and you are sacrificing loads.
You're talking about literally a 0 in every other week.
Literally a 0. Like he's a fictional player.
Much sacrificed. It's so much sacrificed value compared to everybody else. You're giving up a couple hundred points off the go if you're taking them like first round.
Yeah, it's not the 101 because week 17 is all that matters, but you have to advance your entry there. If you could, what if expand the argument, expand your thought process further. What if I mean, this is the real answer is the person who drafted the 12 would just be so pissed off they got the 12, they'd get up the pick, and they'd just be like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm taking Drake London, and I'm taking the guy who's going to give me all these consecutive zeros. That's what the real answer is.
So I guess here's my question. God, this ADP is not great. I just looked up 2023 ADP, and this ADP is not great from Fantasy Pros for underdog references. But I'm trying to think what 2023 player was a legit 0 in round
4
1.
has the best database to go and look up.
Okay.
Can I pull the chat if anyone refers to player as the running back 29 versus running back 32 and nowhere care about the difference? I do that. I think I'm the only person that does that. because I do so many drafts that I have it memorized. Like you could just ask me a player right now and I'd be like, oh yeah, that's the running back 20 or whatever. Like that's just how I think about them in my head. All right, we are up. We should probably take Geno. Because all of our other, well, May's still there. Oh no, but
yeah,
May,
we can't take May. We got to take Geno. Yeah,
okay.
We got to take Geno.
All right.
This draft is like the other one. The first one was smooth. This draft is just constant scramble mode.
Yeah, I mean, I never feel that good when I'm looking at my wide receiver room, and we've got Pittsburgh represented, Tampa Bay,
Carolina,
Panthers, the Jaguars, the Patriots. Yeah, we didn't necessarily pick good teams. Maybe good players, but not good teams.
Yeah, we did not maximize.
All right, we can finally make a good pick at running back in the 16th round. You good with Braylon?
That's fine by me. That's closing out running back.
Yeah.
So we need wide receiver, tight end to finish it.
All right. I got to tweet this before I forget it.
I'm looking at last year's ADP now.
Eckler and Kelsey were like awful first round picks last season, like all time bad. Get Shrek'd. This fundamentally misunderstanding that yes, week 17 is all that matters. That's where all the money is. But you cannot possibly get to week 17 if you are stone taking a 0 at the 101. You will be sacrificing hundreds and hundreds of points to your opponents.
Yeah. Bone like saying we botched this one. We'll give the postmortem after, but this was uncomfortable the whole way. And this is the challenge of like getting behind a wide receiver avalanche is like sometimes you just cannot dig yourself out.
That's an argument for why we should not have taken Jahmyr Gibbs, even at that insane value.
Yeah.
I will give this Samwise, when you are in these drafts with me, you do draft pretty good teams. You do make it. Some of the guys who hang out in the YouTube, I'm like, it's fine if you draft with me because you don't draft the same way or you make mistakes, but you draft pretty good. I would stop with Caleb and Cousins. They don't have the same bye week, right?
No, 7 and 12.
Yeah, so I think that's fine. B-Spurf, we are literally talking about a fictional player. Matt F. By the way, Matt F. dropped the comment and then immediately left. He did not comment again. He just dropped the best question, like literally the greatest toy game experiment of best ball season, and then just peaced out. He was like, all right, I've had enough. All you need is a full roster of 2 to 18 round picks to outperform the rest of the pod for 2 single weeks to get to the finals. I mean, it seems like a lot. I mean, because Leone did the Sims and found out the value of having 18 active players itself is super valuable. Yeah.
All you need is a full roster of round 2 to 18 picks to outperform the rest of the pod for 2 single. No, you have to get to the pods. You're not guaranteed to get to the pods. Like that's my biggest I'm not concerned about the pods weeks. Like it's 1 through 14 or whatever that you have to survive. That's the biggest challenge. Like the semifinals and quarterfinals or whatever, like not that big of a deal.
It's insane.
Yeah.
It's insane. Yeah. I'll say it's absolutely impossible for that to be a good first round pick. I'd start to think about it after Chris Olave. That's right about the line. And then honestly, for sure, my line would be after DJ Moore goes. After DJ Moore goes, I'm taking hypothetical 50-point guy. I'm just like, you know what? I know ball enough. Xavier Worthy should be a second round pick. Now, convincing evidence here, Eckler had an 8% advance rate last year as basically like literally like he was like James White. Like he sucked.
Yeah. That is pretty wild because I mean that's essentially like an even advance rate with the field.
No, it's half of even because 2 advance.
Oh, it's half of even. Yeah. Sorry, it's yeah.
So that makes me lean the other way. That makes me lean. Maybe he is a first round pick because if we got to pick real quick. We need another tight end. I think
wide receiver and tight end. Get running backs and quarterbacks off the board.
He freaking went, dude.
Oh man. Tolbert correlation.
I mean, that's crazy that I passed on Burton to try and balance out my exposures, and then Yoshi Boss goes ahead of
By
MVP.
Nate.
By Nate. Are you kidding me? No.
So good. It's so
good. Yeah. This is a good one. If you'd taken A-Chain in round 1 and had taken him every time and had 100% exposure to him, you would have advanced more than 16.3% of your teams.
But A-Chan had way more than one scoreable week.
A-Chan had more than one in 1 week.
He had like 8 scoreable weeks like that you're using. So of course.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. And Eckler did have some spike weeks. So yeah, he was running back 3 in week 1. All right,
tight end to close it out.
Tight end. Do we have
what are our buys at tight end? 10 and
7 and 10.
Probably Sinnott just for the upside.
Sure, why not?
Just hope. All right, this is a truly terrible team.
Yeah, this was really not one of our best.
I mean, the great question is Matt F was basically asking, would you draft Gabe Davis in round 11 for his 50-point finals week? And I think we all came to the conclusion that that's all that mattered. So we won the draft, right? Because we have Gabe Davis and his 50 points in week 7.
So in other words, as long as Gabe Davis is what we need Gabe Davis to be a 0.02% advance rate player. We sneak him through. And Leone touches on this in the Best Ball Manifesto analysis. And it's so funny about how sharp drafters can actually influence the advance rate of bad picks because, Gabe Davis is not a sharp drafter pick. Gabe Davis is kind of the opposite of a sharp drafter pick. So if you consider yourself a sharp drafter, maybe you should. I think about this. I take guys like Zeke or Najee Harris or, non-trendy picks, right? I try and kind of weave them in because I'm like, that at least is going to have me in weirder permutational zones in the finals or the semifinals or whatever.
I will say, like, the most challenging part of this game and the most frustrating part of this game is when you're sitting there in the semis in the playoffs and you see your teams and you're like, I just want this team that is scoring so little points to advance. I just so badly need them to advance because these teams that I have that are scoring like 160 this week or whatever and are advancing, everybody's going to have these same players. I just need I need the good pod run. I need the good pod run to get this team through with 135. So I get a bunch of low owned guys in the finals. It's the stupidest part of this game that we play.
It's the some pods did not even have Amari Cooper or George Pickens last year.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, that's so insane to think about that you could have advanced in a Cooperless pod or whatever, and just totally gotten lucky. And I actually used to kind of dislike that. And I'd be like, no, like I'm the best drafter in the world. It's like, that's not really what we're doing here. If you think you're the best drafter in the world, you should be doing a lot of main events and you should be doing a lot of, I guess the marathon now on Underdog is probably what you'd be doing if you thought you were the best drafter in the world. But I think it's a different game. And I think playing the different game is fun. Like I have changed my tune on that.
That's where Underdog deserves a ton of credit for like game innovation and game style innovation. And like the sprint is really cool this year that they're doing. The eliminator contest is really cool. Like just having the weekly winners is a very cool concept. Like all of those different ways to play the games are super, super interesting and allows room for people to try to solve the games differently because so many people are just taking the same set of rankings, the same strategy over to every different concept. And that is absolutely not the right way to play.
All right, we got a sauce BSP in the 7-hole. He started running back, so I'm curious how buried by the Avalanche he got.
He dug pretty well.
You got DJ Moore because you were pandering to your audience. See, this is what people do with the sauces is they know.
I mean, Zay at 42 is really.
Yeah, I don't know how he
really,
got that
really
in this
nice.
room. He must listen to the fantasy footballers though, because he took Calvin Ridley at ahead of ADP. He follows Hayden Winks on Twitter.
0% for me on Calvin Ridley this year. straight
Yeah.
0%.
And then, I mean, apparently he also doesn't mind zeros because he took a guy who's going to be suspended. He's the opposite of Matt F's thought experiment because he took Jordan Addison, who might score 50 points in the regular season, but is going to be suspended for the playoffs. He does know ball because he took Brock Bowers. What do you think the odds are Rashid Shaheed ends up being this year's? What the hell were we collectively thinking with his ADP thing? Like, I kind of think Shaheed is good, but if he just ends up being a bit like the 900th consecutive bit player for the Saints, I will not be surprised.
So you think you're saying to the downside. I think the thing on Shaheed is like he's very intriguing for best ball because the way he's going to score with deep plays, and he's very efficient, and he's got more
Gabe
room
Davis
to grow from a target perspective. But the concern is just like his profile is so hard to be anything better than like an 8th round player. Like that, it's just so hard with his size to be that. So yeah, I think he'll probably be fine. I think he'll probably be fine. I think it's like the older players that you worry about that with, where it's like, why were we doing this? I will say, I know there was some Khalil Shakir like hype in the chat earlier. I'm more worried about that with Shakir than I am with Shaheed. Shakir worries me a lot more for that than Shaheed, because Shakir, like, there are scenarios, right, that he's not one of the top 3 wide receivers. And if he's not one of the top 3 wide receivers and the Bills are playing a lot of 2 tight end stuff, like that, he's just not on the field very much at all. And like
Khalil Shakir is a psyop.
That's my concern.
I'm not taking that guy. Ricky Pearsall ahead of ADP. I mean, that's a new one for me. What's the thought process? No Purdy, no Lion, just raw dog and Ricky Pearsall ahead of ADP. Incredible.
And then Malik Washington. And then uncorrelated Cousins. Yeah.
I mean, bro, you at least gotta BSP. I like you. You hang out in these streams. You're a good dude, but uncorrelated Kirk Cousins, dude. Come on, at least pander to your audience and take Rondale Moore with your round 18 pick if you're gonna take.
I mean, for real. I mean, the Malik Washington without Tua and the Kirk Cousins without like at least a Mooney. Give me at least a Mooney in there. Like
this, yeah. I had literally forgotten this happened. Darren Waller in the 4th last year. How many 4th round picks have been retired the year after?
That was crazy because he rose 2.5 rounds in the offseason. Like he started the season as like a mid 6th, and then like at the end he was like in the 4th, and it's like, what happened here? That was one where I was a little bit nervous that I was like missing the boat when like everybody's like piling in. Thankfully, like that and Ridley, thankfully, like, you know, avoided the damage.
Ridley, man.
The Ridley damage. Man.
I really.
Somebody in chat earlier said like that I look like a Ridley guy. You must not use ETR rankings because we have been way under market Ridley.
Someone also gave you one of the biggest compliments of your life that you look like Zach Lowe, which you do actually. As he is aged and you've kind of looked the same, you guys are kind of molding into one guy.
We're both a little pointy. We're both Dartmouth guys, so you know that maybe it's the Hanover, New Hampshire weathered face look that Zach Lowe and I have. But you know, we both try to know ball, just a different type of ball than the streamer we're doing here.
I hope that Darren Waller. I hope that Travis Kelce is not.
Oh man,
Waller. That would be insanely bad for my bags. Have you gotten to have your conversation with Zach Lowe that you've dreamt of your entire life?
No, I've never connected with Zach personally or professionally. Sadly.
God, I mean, come on. We got Schefter on the ETR pod. We can't get Zach Lowe.
I know. The connection has not been made just
yet. It's
yet,
truly one of my great little joys in life is when I refresh my podcast feed and there's just a new 90-minute Lowe post. It's like what's better than that? You refresh it, you're like, I'm clearing my morning. I'm gonna walk my dog.
I will also say, just as like a person who does content in the basketball space, is the thing that is so refreshing to me about Zach is like you've seen him grow from like a content creator from just like a dude who just like loves ball and like diagramming plays in his articles and like doing little video clips that were so helpful in terms of trying to understand the game. So like now he's like joking and like very like talking about like getting drunk with the dads to do like Olympic ceremonies and stuff. Like you are seeing like an authentic self grow in a way that's like very fun from a content perspective. I love people that I've been able to follow their content for like 5 to 10 years, just seeing the growth and authenticity over it, I think is so cool. And I think at different points, ESPN had tried to like filter that out of their audience. And so he's definitely withstood that test of time. And I like love seeing that. I just love seeing like whoever a person is, like show me who you are. Like I want to know more about, what makes you tick, not just like, just data or just like,
ball.
Yeah, exactly.
I do, which is my absolute favorite podcast right now is, well, Hardcore History is obviously the top, but that's like one, it's more like a documentary. It comes out once a year, but the rest is history. And they started out very similar, where it was like very little personality, just the facts. And now they're doing these like 9-episode, 8-hour epic investigations into like the life of General Custer. And it's like full of personality, and they're doing like voices and everything. The thing is that's so difficult about that is you can't start your thing too personality based, because no one cares.
It has to be a build, like just generally, unless you're like, because the other thing is like people who start with like a ton of personality, then like people are questioning like, is this really who that person is? Is this a bit? Like, is this a character that they're playing? And like, so you have to start, like, you have to kind of build to it. But I think it's really great when you see content creators in any way, shape, or form just like kind of like, loosen up and like get comfortable with who they are. And it's also something that I think happens a lot in your 30s and 40s. So like, I think it's just like, it's cool to watch and listen to.
I think that we could have Dink fill in on the low post. He'd hop in, it'd be him and Adam Mares from DNVR.
Yeah.
You guys would be dropping the exact.
I can throw a couple what up Becks. I can throw what up Beck. I can practice. I can get Howard Beck and just introduce him appropriately.
My boys? Did you see my Team Canada boys this morning? Absolutely whipping some Australian butt.
What's going on with your Team Canada? What is the association?
Because Dort and Shea.
Oh, just because of the Thunder. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, are you claiming Canadian citizenship now? Like,
no. I'm claiming Dort and Shea.
Yeah. I mean, the Thunder next year. I think next year's the year, man.
People are sort of saying that I was kind of the first on the Lou Dort bandwagon. They're sort of remembering that I was the first progenitor of Lou Dort is the next Kawhi Leonard, and it's looking pretty good right now.
I wouldn't go so far as to say the next Kawhi Leonard, but I think he's like the modern day Tony Allen. Actually, he's a much better. Exactly.
I mean,
that's a perfect.
He's bigger because you have to be bigger now.
He also can shoot. He can also shoot. So he's better than Tony Allen. But like that's a great comp.
Tony Allen. People are saying.
Yeah, it's a great comp.
If you had to bet on one team to win the Western Conference right now, who would it be?
OKC.
Yeah. Oh, it's so beautiful, man. I mean, truthfully, they are not quite as good on offense as they need to be. They're phenomenal on defense, but it's a lot of it's going to be on Chet.
Yeah, I was just talking in our last podcast. We talked about like the top 5 free agent signings of the offseason, and I had Hartenstein up there. In part, even though the money is wild. In part because I think it will help diversify their offense, because I think they will get into a lot more dribble handoff stuff with Hartenstein, because he can also sort of turn dribble handoffs into hitting cutters on the back door. And I think that, as opposed to just the sort of like pick and pop with Shea and Chet that then turns into like Shea ISO, I think that's the next level of them, is just diversifying the offense a little bit more. And I think they have the opportunity to do so this year.
Just another beautiful cap machination by Sam Presti, getting Hartenstein. Incredible. Yeah. That's some real basketball minutia. Like, to know that Isaiah Hartenstein is kind of the missing piece for the Thunder is like, you really got to be a nerd. But it's so, I mean, anyone who watched them was like, I would just like to see Chet next to a beefy guy. Just, can I get 10 minutes?
Who can just help on the boards? Just help on the boards. And then the other thing,
dude,
Adam Mars mentioned this on the last Sacklow podcast, but basically, like, the recipe to getting through Denver, who is still like going to be a very tough out even after losing KCP, is in some ways you need to try to slow down the offense by having a lot of size, rim protecting to move Aaron Gordon out of the dunker spot as much as you can. And this allows them to have Hartenstein on Jokic, Chet on Aaron Gordon in the dunker spot, facilitate, push Aaron Gordon out to the 3-point line, and just make space tougher for Denver. And so, like, I think it's just an ideal fit for Oklahoma City.
Couldn't agree more. I was not a Giddey guy. I was pissed when they took him. I wanted Kuminga when they took him. I mean, he was definitely the thing with Giddey is Giddey is better than Thunder fans want to say he is now. Like they're basically acting like he's like Monte Ellis or whatever, you know, like he's better than that, but he just doesn't fit next to Shea at all.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of stat padding he can do.
Why are we talking about old shit? Why are we talking about old shit, man? I knew it was bad. It wasn't good. I should have just taken Burton. Drew, I'm gonna do one more. Why don't you?
I got the jet.
Yeah, why don't you tell the people about all of the beautiful things coming with the ETR NBA, and send people to the ETR NBA YouTube channel as well while we're here.
Yeah, Establish Run NBA on YouTube. And in terms of stuff that's coming in the pipeline, I'm hopping off this call to join a projections call. We're working on our season-long projections right now. Getting news alerts that Bruno Fernando was just waived by the Hawks. So, you know, we're throwing Cody Zeller minutes. I mean, this is what my life is right now.
Cody Zeller is on the Hawks?
Yeah, apparently. It's things that I'm just learning now as well.
Where's Miles Plumlee?
We're going through
a job?
Miles Plumlee's been gone for a long time. Mason Plumlee is with the Suns.
No, I know. Mason is still around, but where's Miles?
Yeah, Miles has been gone a long time. But we are hoping to release best ball rankings and maybe a best ball NBA product in a couple weeks here. So we're dialing in all those projections now so that for basically at the start of football season, when you're all done drafting these NFL best ball drafts, the double dribble will be popping. And I will say, from looking at some of the early ADP on the double dribble, some of you people have lost your minds with some of the things that are going on in there based on the ADP that's going on. So it's going to be, when we release, I think we'll move the ADP pretty aggressively, pretty quickly. So yeah, check out, my Twitter, Establish Run NBA Twitter. That's where we'll have announcements when the packages are live and whatnot.
Take it easy, Drew. All right, everyone. We are gonna hop in. We're gonna do one more. We're gonna do one more Best Ball Mania 5 draft. Of course, thank you very much to God. It keeps happening to me. Let's see if the refresh helps. This has been happening to me all day. Let's see if we can get one more in. Let's see if we can draft a better team in the end. What did I say? F in chat. Yeah, F in chat to pay respect to one Mr. Drew Dinkmeyer. Drew Dinkmeyer, a great friend of mine. Drew Dinkmeyer at my wedding. Michael Leone at my wedding. A great dude. Drew Dinkmeyer's been there for me for a long time. One of my first true industry friends, Drew Dinkmeyer. The stream is frozen? Gray, come on, man. I'm not anti T. Higgins. The thing is that T. Higgins ruined me multiple times in one season. I want to say this was 2020. Yes. This season right here from T. Higgins, this game right here against Baltimore, 10 snaps, no targets. And this game right here in week 14, I had him in cash this week against the Ravens. I started him in the playoffs this week in the Fantasy Football Players Championship, and it cost me. And that is as simple as it gets, Gray. He cost me, and that's all there is. That's all there is to it, is that he cost me, and you can't let that go. You can't let that go when someone really has done it to you that bad. I'm also going to turn the music on a little bit. So we're going to vibe here. We got the 108. I'm not going to do Yoshi Voss and Burton on the same team because there's just like no way that works out. There's no way that Yoshi Voss and Burton end up both being the guy that you need, even as round 13 and round 18 picks. I think there's no way. I'll run this screen on RotoViz and let's run T. Higgins. Actually, here, the better example would be Tyler Boyd, and let's run it with T. Higgins. And it's not gonna be a favorable slate. Yes, Nick Goulet is the 1-4. The Mattek team from the 3-hole comes pre-filled with Chase Burton, Yoshi Boss. It doesn't, because it comes pre-filled with Justin Jefferson, brother. Yeah, Florida Apple Mac Pros Inc. When you get sick at a restaurant, you never eat at that restaurant again. Even if the restaurant's pretty good. Even if every other time you've been to that restaurant, they served you great food, the service was good, you liked it. When you get sick, you get sick. I know they are laughed at, but T. Higgins is unusable and a 10-man will sink your battleship. T. Higgins is unusable and a 10-man guy. I didn't get that. I didn't get that. That one flew above my head. All right, looks like this is going to, wow. That is early on Gibbs. I suppose this is going to be a Bijan Robinson team. The caddy wanted, see, that's interesting. The caddy wanted me to take AJ Brown because of the draft capital buckets. Yoshi Boss is playing out a slot. Burton moves ahead of T. Higgins on the depth chart. You win 1.5 milli. I mean, that's not going to happen. The Burton thing was always basically contingent value. I mean, not fully contingent value. Certainly I thought it was possible that Burton was able to work in as the third wide receiver or get enough snaps as a backup. But Yoshi Boss is really throwing a wrench in that. So now Burton is mostly a contingent value play. Yeah, no chance. No chance are Burton and Yoshi Boss so good that Higgins is traded. Yeah, T. Higgins in a 10-man league, I would not be into. 12-man league, I mean, whatever. I'm mostly taking him. Mostly taking him at ADP there. Let's see if anything else weird happens in this one. So Jahmyr Gibbs went at the 1-7. I'd never seen that before. AJ Brown did go ahead of Brees. I guess this leaves me with a slightly more interesting wide receiver to take. Let's see. What do we do? I mean, I guess I'll just take whoever's at the top of my queue. James Young, a channel legend. Probably multiple of you guys who have memberships to the channel got a membership because of James Young. He bought two last week. He got 5 memberships to the channel because he's a real one. Another weird one here. The Brees Hall drafter at 110 took Devonta Smith ahead of ADP. Took him at the 2.3. Trying weird things on the right side of the board. Can't say it's wrong. Can't say there's any real difference between Devonta Smith, Nico Collins, Deebo Samuel. Like, a lot of these guys have very similar concerns. Fuck, Nico went. All right, well, I'm going to take Deebo because that's a weird combination. That doesn't line up, does it? Well, what do I sort by ADP? I guess Olave would be... Nah, fuck it. I'm not gonna do that. I'm taking Deebo. I don't care. The caddy doesn't know ball. You think the caddy knows ball? The caddy is merely a guideline. The caddy can't tell me what to do. The caddy can only suggest, and I'm going to disregard. I'm going to disregard that suggestion. Bijan Robinson and Deebo Samuel to start. Oh, I was just looking up the Tyler Boyd T. Higgins split. So T. Higgins got drafted in 2019. I guess the Tyler Boyd splits are not that wide. Here, I'll share this. So the out of splits, the in splits, 10.93 PPR points, actually a little bit fewer on games that T. Higgins didn't play. Just looking at this for Yoshi Boss reasons. Maybe it's different if it's 2021. No, it's not really. Just last 2 years, T. Higgins in and out. Yeah, no, it really makes no difference. What is your current Mahomes exposure? I feel like you're not taking him anywhere with all those guests holding you back. It's a good question. Where are we at on Mahomes? I can check. 14.7% for a quarterback. It's pretty high. Really, the way quarterback exposures work is they tend to be more flat even than the positional ones because you're trying to match them with their teammates. If only the caddy knew Chris Olave's never had a 20-point game on underdog. Shout out to the caddy, though. Yeah, shout out to the caddy for trying to tell me to do the wrong thing. Has noted crypto bro Davis bathed in the broth of smoking chicken fish / Solana yet? No, I do own some Solana, not because I really like it, but because why was it? This was back last year when everyone was farming points. So I had some extra. I had like $1,500 in Ethereum on Coinbase, and I moved it all into Solana to farm points on MarginFi, and it's still sitting there, earning me some points. I hope that Harry the Hammer is a real one and takes Derrick Henry here. Please take Derrick Henry here, Harry the Hammer. Please. Anything. Do I have Sam Laporta? All right, just going to run to the podium and take DJ Moore here. Do I have thoughts on Rainmaker shutting down? I mean, I guess my main thought is fantasy sports works. Inkle, please tell me this is not true. I have not logged on to MarginFi in forever. You could be telling me the truth right now, and I literally would not know. I could have been totally rug pulled by MarginFi, and I would not know. So I really, really hope that you're lying to me right now. But my thoughts on Rainmaker shutting down is that fantasy sports works fine with US dollars. It doesn't need to be on the blockchain. I think the idea of turning sports into a stock market, I mean, it's best ball is a better iteration of that. And if you could stretch best ball out for golf or whatever, I think that would be better. And I mean, sports betting is so legal and so prevalent now that the idea of needing a substitute for it, it's like, what's the use? You know, I think you should probably I just don't think there's any really need for it. And they could open themselves up though if they don't make people right. You know, if they don't make people correct with all the money. I mean, there are people who spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on Rainmakers. They better have a plan. They better have a plan. Inkle, I did know that. I did know they haven't dropped the token. I just mean, like, literally, can I still access my wallet? Does my Solana wallet still exist? Because I need the Solana wallet to still exist. No, it's actually the opposite. Well, it might gain some value because it might have been worth 0, and you might be getting some financial compensation for it. All right, what do we do here? I've got 2 quarterbacks set up already. Mahomes already went. I was actually, guys, I was literally going to take Mahomes. Let's take, we took Amari on the last one. Let's take, or we took Pickens on the last one. Let's take Amari on this one. Yeah. 14% of Mahomes is good, but Tolan wants me to get to 17%. I mean, look, I probably would like to get to 17% Mahomes. I mean, realistically, I'd like to have 20% of Mahomes probably. All right. Bijan Robinson, Deebo Samuel, and DJ Moore and Amari Cooper through 4 rounds. I mean, I guess if you're going to draft a Bijan team, that's kind of how you want to go about it. I've got Kirk left. I've got Purdy left. I've got Caleb left. I've got Watson left. My bringbacks for Atlanta are the Commies. Not really that into McLaurin. I am kind of into Jameson Williams. I got to be honest. I'm kind of buying the Jameson Williams stuff a little bit as the bringback for Deebo. Got Fant, Lockett, JSN as my bringbacks for DJ Moore. Missed out on all the good Dolphins bringbacks, which is fine. This guy, Fat Bobby, drafting out of the 5 hole, he's going to try and do the Lamar thing. Pretty interesting. That's actually 2 drafts in a row we've done where Mahomes has gone as the quarterback 1, which I think might be, correlation aside, Curtis Samuel over Jameson Williams, correlation aside for sure. I think Joe Brady really wants to get Curtis Samuel the ball. Yeah, Samwise, you're a good drafter, bro. I gotta hand it to you. I mean, I like to make fun of you guys, but you're a pretty good drafter. You build pretty good teams. This is a good point. Feels like you need to be in on Laporta or JMO. I mean, I'm definitely not that in on either one of them. I'm more in on Montgomery out of all of those players, but I like Jameson Williams' price more than I like Laporta's. Nick, which Tyler is this? Tyler Lockett? Tyler Algier. At certain points of the season, we're going to be leaning on him. Yeah, no chance. I don't buy it. I don't I don't buy it. I think Bijan Robinson. I think Bijan Robinson is he's the type of guy that maybe a coach would believe that. Maybe a coach thinks that, and they get into the building and they watch him play, and they're like, oh yeah, we're actually not benching this guy for the converted linebacker from BYU. Benjamin May has 16% JMO with 15 BBMs left. He's got an ADP of 96. I mean, would I pack the bags at this point? I don't think I'd be done, because I don't think he's raised to a point. I don't think that he has raised to the point that he is a bad price. He's coming up, but like he's not even going ahead of like JSN. So I think it's probably fine. All right, we are about to be up on the clock, and we are on the clock, and we are going to take a small dipperino. Not really. We're going to take, that's so funny, Rice, Worthy, and Brown. All three go in a row there. We are going to add Hollywood Brown as our fourth wide receiver. Ben, you're a dog, though. Only 15 BBMs left. Yeah, actually, Ben, that's what I would actually tell you to do this. I think Mr. Bingo Bongo is probably correct. I'd probably tell you to hold off. I'd probably tell you zoom out on the chart a little bit, go touch some grass, draft in some of these other contests, do weekly winners, do the eliminators. Oh yeah, I did like working with Scott Farrell. Don't work with him anymore, because Sports Grid said, later, bro. We don't need full-time employees anymore. We only want contract. But I loved Scotty. Scotty was awesome. He was a great dude to work with, great dude to chat with. Nick asks, what are your thoughts on fast puppy context? Maxing it out with your biggest beliefs. Fucking shipper, dude. Exactly. You got this exactly right. You had 57% Brian Thomas, 45% Estimate, 40% Baker, 40% May, Worthy 35%. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more with that operational philosophy. It's I guess it's assuming that the dollars, that it's the dollar amount. I mean, I wouldn't argue that is, game theory optimal or anything like that. But I think it is okay. It's definitely Kittle by my ranking. It's another true zero RB team. We've got Debo. Maybe I save this one for Bowers. No, there's not really a wide receiver I want to take unless I want to take Rome. By ADP and ranking and by Caddy, it's all Kittle. So that's what I'm going to do. I think you have. I think you've got it. Yeah, I think that's basically what you want to do. For me, that's how I approach it. Obviously everyone can feel differently, but for me, I play it more fast and loose in those smaller dollar contests and a little bit more close to the market in Best Ball Mania. What new contests do I think they'll roll out tomorrow? I mean, what's on the menu right now? By the way, guys, I'm gonna have to make about 900 slow draft picks when I get off this stream. That is miserable. Okay, how many am I on the clock in right? Actually, I'm only like 30 right now on the clock. So what do they have in the menu right now? They have the Sprint, the Marathon, the Eliminator, the Mastiff, Best Ball Mania, SFB Satellite, the Slow Puppy, which I max entered, the Bulldog, the Corgi. I don't know. I bet they'll do like a 5 max or a 10 max or something. No shot. People do not adjust at all. They do not adjust at all for the structural difference in terms of advance rate, in terms of, how many you get out of your pod, how many to get out of week 15, how many to get out of week 16. They simply just draft the best players. Like even for a like they've done like a winner take all type thing or whatever. And yeah, people are not adjusting. They're not adjusting for all the Golden. Love the Golden. One of my favorite contests on underdog.com. I think this is true. I think the best contest they've done. How would you even adjust for that? I mean, BSP, you're asking the wrong guy. You're asking the guy you're asking the vibes-based drafter. You're asking the guy who just kind of hangs out, takes who he likes. I mean, obviously, like I have rankings and I stick to them and I've got player takes, but I'm not the math-based guy. So the question is correct that people are not adjusting. But, like the content for Best Ball Mania is pretty good. But that means that people know how to play Best Ball Mania. They know how to think about Best Ball Mania, and they don't know how to think about the other one, the other contest formats as much. Like weekly winners, how much weekly winners content do you get? Like Pete's done a weekly winner stream. I think Hayden just did one, but they don't happen. They don't happen all that often. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting. They got to get the rest of these tourneys filled. BBM is now down to like 50. We saw it was like 51, 52% today or something like that. I think they're not sweating like the Corgi and the Bulldog. Weekly winners is going to fill ahead of time. I think the sprint and the eliminator, they're fine with that taking a little bit while longer. Like they're not sweating it at all. Guys, we have identified the okay, wait, I'm on the clock. We need a running back. No, I don't know why the caddy wants me to take Stroud. Kamara, Stevenson. We'll take Stevenson. That gives us another court. Do I need a running back? I don't really need a running back. That was a mistake. Fucking idiot. Idiot. I did not need a running back there. I got too carried away. Why weekly winners for the vibes? Yeah, just for the vibes. I mean, I don't know, man. Will the sprint have overlay? Not with old JMC coming into the Discords and having everyone get in all the drafts, and they're starting to fill a little bit quicker. God, I feel like an idiot. That was a Kyler Murray ass pick if I've ever seen one. You just take Kyler there. You set up the back door. Damn, that's annoying. I don't like making bad picks. At least different bye weeks. I have a lot of Bijan Ramondre rooms. I guess I must be drafting a lot of very similar teams. Yeah, JMC, he pings all the different Discords. I added him to the YouTube Discord the other day, and he's already just from typing sprint 8 out of 12 in the main channel. He's already like rank 3 in the Discord, which is very funny to me. I mean, maybe it's only funny to me, but it is very funny. I guess I could take frickin' Curtis Samuel on this one, but do I even want to? Do I want to take Curtis Samuel? Maybe I just make it a hyper fragile. Maybe I just take a running back here and make this one a hyper fragile team. I suppose that is probably best. It doesn't feel that good. I've got Cousins, I've got May, I've got Purdy, I've got Caleb, I've got Watson, all his quarterback outs. I don't necessarily need to add another quarterback out. Kyler actually probably would have been. Can we see your Bolt? Sure. I will pull up the Bulldog team. Oh, no. All right. We'll do James Conner. Sure. Let me pull up my Bulldog team. We just drafted it. We just drafted it this morning with my friends Jon and Nez. It was pretty. I remember it being good, but that was a long time ago, so maybe it's not. Share this tab instead. All right, what did we do? We did Kyler Murray and Justin Herbert. We did Devin Achane, Zamir White, Tony Pollard, Marshawn Lloyd, Khalil Herbert. Don't love that running back room. Don't love the Zamir White pick. Tyreek, Brandon Ayuk, Rashee Rice, Ladd McConkey, Jerry Jeudy, Darnell Mooney, Marvin Mims, Greg Dortch, and Jordan Whittington, a wide receiver, and Trey McBride and Noah Fant. So we did Herbert with McConkey, no bring back, and we did Murray with Whittington as the bring back, and Tyler and Trey McBride as the stack. That's fine. That's fine. This is a good team. Yeah, that was an all right team. I don't love what's going on with this current team. Definitely. What mistakes did I make? I am not in. Well, I mean, I might have like some old PGA Rainmakers or whatever, but by the time Rainmakers came around, I was pretty much already over NFTs. That was already kind of after the whole Top Shot thing. That's kind of after minting NFTs came around. I was not a big. It's not a big Rainmakers guy. I definitely have some, but they're like the cheap cards. They're like the core cards or whatever. You know, not the ones that required any real spending or money. All right, we are about up on the clock. The draft caddy wants me to take Purdy. I think this is early on Purdy. I think you want to wait. I'm not going to hit the wide receiver draft capital bucket here. What do I do? At pick one, frickin' Chase Brown. I was probably going to take Chase Brown. All right. Shaheed, Lockett with Moore gives me another quarterback out. Shaheed doesn't correlate with anyone here. All right. Lockett, welcome to the team. We need you in the Solana shitcoin trench. It's never happening, dude. It's never happening. Mike, remember when Jonathan Bales tweeted about goons, and then I bought a goon, and Leone changed his avatar to the goons? I mean, just beautiful, beautiful stuff. Yeah, you're not catching me. You're not catching me in the shitcoin trenches, though. I just, I mean, look, if you guys want me, I feel like Nick, it's kind of me partially doing a bit, but I love having quarterback options. I just fucking nothing I hate more than getting blocked out of a quarterback and having to do, what Dink and I had to do 2 ago when we had to do Deshaun Watson and Elijah Moore. I hate it. Or doing Bo Nix and Greg Dulcich, like or Levis and Tyler Boyd. It's just like makes me just feel like the draft was a waste. So I prioritize stack flexibility at a premium, particularly when I don't get Lamar, Hurts, Allen, Mahomes, Richardson, Kyler. I will break lots of ties based on keeping the quarterback window open. What do you guys think? Should I try and push it? Should I push it another round on the quarterback? Should I try and take a running back here, or should I just take the quarterback? Feels tricky. Quarterback definitely. I mean, this team is dead if I don't get Purdy. It can't win probably. So we're gonna do it. Maybe I should have pushed it, but whatever. Yeah. Caleb maybe could come back around. You never know. Or if he is, I'll feel glad to have gotten him. But my pocket picks of Chase Brown in the 10th round is now gone, and Javonte Williams was gone, so that felt pretty straightforward. Got plenty of wide receivers left that I think are fine. Although, yeah, so Sion Vaki, I don't know if you guys know, he had a bad day at practice yesterday. This is actually a really funny line. Let me see if I can go find it on The Athletic. The most recent Lions training camp update from The Athletic was that he got picked up and thrown down by okay, I gotta find it. It's too funny. Sion Vaki struggled today. He failed to make a move during the tackling drill, running outside the designated box against Malcolm Rodriguez and getting an earful from the running back coach. The next time around, same matchup, Rodriguez lifted Vaki high in the air and slammed him on the ground, a WWE-like takedown from the former wrestler. It's not what you want. Of course I'm buying Lauby hype. Do you even know that I am the original Lauby hyper? Get Shrek, bro. Do you know I have 70% of Dylan Lauby in the big board? Do you know that Dylan Lauby came on my podcast, bro? Do you know? Of course I'm buying it. A-Rod got the 102 in a dynasty startup earlier, either going JJ or CD, but on the 2-3 turn, I'm thinking about going Kyron A-Chain, but I'll my Pickens at QB, so I'm conflicted. Is this Superflex? This can't be Superflex. If it's non-Superflex, you're smashing A-Chain. If it's Superflex, you want to take a quarterback. You want Purdy or whoever is there, because you're not coming back. Ben R, what's up, brother? Yeah, A-Rod, you do CD or Jefferson. I also, I don't know if you know, but I do have dynasty rankings. I have dynasty rankings on the if you subscribe to the Davis Mattek Patreon, which I have not mentioned, there's a link to that in the description of the show. you can get access to my dynasty rankings if you are a more serious dynasty player. But it's $10 a month. You can get him. You can get him if you want. Caleb Williams does go. Was always going to be thin, but we are about to be back up on the clock. Do we dare double stack? Do we dare double stack our boy? Not my boy. Please God, not my boy. Or would I? Gino, Sean. Do we dare? Shout out to you, Eli Mitchell. You started the stream. Wow, that's crazy. Starting it on 2x and getting caught up live. Yeah, I am gonna take Jerry Jeudy actually. Gives me how are we feeling at running back? Bijan, yeah, Jeudy, freaking double stack. We'll take Jalen Wright later. Let me not announce that too loud. Would I be okay with 25% CH exposure if it meant you had 25% Chase Brown exposure? If I had 25% CH, I'd be a little worried about the generic print stuff. I mean, at the end of the day, he's gonna make the team though. It's not like he is gonna get cut. You know, it's not like he is gonna go to a different team or whatever. Yeah. So Rasheen Ali, I fear Jerry knows ball. I fear Jerry might know ball if he is woke to Rasheen Ali. Yeah, A-Rod, if you subscribe, you can get the rankings. And of course I will answer any questions. I'm always in the Discord and everything. 90% Kadarius Toney. You're living on a different planet than me. Dylan Laube is not Amir Abdullah's backup. You need to learn ball. You need to learn ball, best ball moderate. I'm sorry. You just simply are gonna have to. Generic Prince is very funny. That is extremely funny. All right, we are almost back up. Caddy wants me to take Herbert because the caddy doesn't know ball. The caddy needs to learn ball and know that that we are taking Deshaun Watson with our 14th round pick. Need a running back here. We've got DJ Moore. We've got Tyler Lockett. We can save tight end. We definitely need. We could maybe even be done at running back because does Charbonnet have a different bye week than these guys? Charbonnet has a bye week 10. We could maybe be done at running back. We'll see what comes up. But assuming that A.J. does not take Charbonnet, yeah, we can be done at running back. All right, through 12 rounds, we've got Bijan Robinson as our anchor RB, Debo, DJ Moore, Amari Cooper, Hollywood Brown, George Kittle. I did take Ramondre Stevenson. I was going to take Jameson Williams. Why did this guy take Oh, he must just love the Lions. Harry the Hammer just must love the Lions because he has Gibbs, Laporta. He got sniped on David Montgomery, so he took Jameson Williams. No 49er bring back for him, though. Okay, through 12 rounds, Bijan, Debo, DJ Moore, Amari Cooper, Hollywood Brown, George Kittle, Ramondre, James Conner, Tyler Lockett, Brock Purdy, Jerry Jeudy, Zach Charbonnet. Not too bad. Theoretically, ML, I have 123% Chiefs. Yeah, the math doesn't check out. It's true. How pissed would you be if Stephon did? I wouldn't be that mad. You know, sometimes you lose. Sometimes you make a decision and you have to be comfortable with that decision. Like in betting, this is true in DFS, this is true in best ball, this is true in poker, this is true in sport, like in everything. You got to make your decision and you can't know the result until the end, but you have to put your money into the middle of the table based on the process that you've got. And sometimes you lose. Actually, a lot of the time you're going to lose. I mean, in best ball specifically, 99.9% of the time you were going to lose. And then it is what it is. You know, I think you have to be comfortable knowing the range of outcomes. And the way that I'm betting is that Nico Collins is going to be the top wide receiver and that Tank and Diggs are probably going to split a lot of that secondary work, and they are going to just sort of go round and round as the not secondary options, but as the non-primary options in that offense. And that's totally fine. by me. All right, this running back room, the caddy has us in bucket 4. The target is bucket 5. I'm only bucket 2 for wide receiver. What do we say? Do we just be done? We're probably just done at running back. We've got our elite tight end with Kittle. We've got backup quarterback options in multiple directions. Could take. Oh, Cousins is gone. Got May. Got Geno. We're chilling. I'm not stressed. Not stressed about a quarterback. I don't know if we have to do one more. Really, I think this team, it's got the right profiles of running backs because it's got Bijan as the alpha. It's got Ramondre and Connor as the guys who are gonna just be getting points as the season starts, and then it's got Charbonnet as the wild card. I mean, maybe I'll take another one, but I'm not prioritizing taking another one right now. I have one priority running back that I really hope that I get. Noah grabbed Daniels, May, McCarthy. I think May and McCarthy you don't want on the same team. May and McCarthy you don't want on the same team, brother. That feels quite thin to me. Because you just want guys every single week who are eligible and who are getting points. And I think your best case is that you've got 2 guys starting by week 3. All right, we are up on the clock. It's a little bit ahead of ADP, whatever. I'm going to take him. I'm going to take Deshaun Watson to go with Amari Cooper and with Jerry Jeudy. And I'm going to star the remaining Dolphins. Although, God, man, I really, that week 17 game, the Dolphins playing in the cold, I'm not loving it. Yeah, Carr would have been a better third quarterback on that team. Kind of cooked, bro. Kind of cooked. It happens though. I mean, maybe McCarthy does start week 1. McCarthy could start week 1. Why not? It's July, dude. It's July. There's a lot left to happen in these NFL training camps. And I personally think the most ridiculous one is Jacoby Brissett. Is Jacoby Brissett starting week 1? Like, what is the point? What is the point of that? Tipton? Bro, you're drafting, what is his name? The Saint? Lee Tipton or something? I mean, he hasn't even practiced with the ones yet. My last draft, this dude ended with Lauby and Trey Tucker with the Tipton bring back. Crazy. That's how, I mean, look, LaMichael Coltrane might be the most woke best ball drafter of 2024 if he's getting that deep into the combinatorics. All right, we are about back up. Probably shouldn't have shared my screen. I'm gonna unshare it because there's one guy left. You guys don't know about Tipton. You guys don't know about Tipton on the Saints. He's the new Bub Means. Mason Tipton. He's 23 years old. I don't even know where this dude went to college, honestly. I'm not woke enough to be drafting Mason Tipton, honestly. The beat writers are wish casting Tipton. Jacoby can lead them to a top 20-ish average offense. Shout out to him. I knew this was going to happen. Actually, no, it didn't. I could take Jalen Wright. Shout out to Jalen Wright. Please, there we go. Takes Wandale, leaves me Jalen Wright. So there we go. There's my bring back. Got 5 running backs, all with a different bye week. Beautiful. Done at quarterback. I do need one more tight end. Pretty fine with any of the remaining tight ends that get to me there. Not really. No Bub Means love for me. Marquez Callaway ass player. And if Mason tipped, does Bub Means? All right, let's look it up. Maybe I'm wrong about Bub Means. Maybe I need to reevaluate my Bub Means exposure because Shaheed is kind of the profile of guy that would not surprise me to be a fantasy bust. So let's go. What is Bub Means is Gerard Means Bub Means? Is Gerard Means Bub Means? It's got to be, right? Because he was the guy from Pittsburgh. Bub Means. Yeah, Gerard Means. Okay. Let's check his Sims. Alec Pierce, Cody Latimer, T. Higgins, Terrace Marshall, AJ Brown. Is this serious? This can't be serious. He's a little dude. He's a big dude? I thought Bub Means was small. Are you guys for real about this? Where did he get drafted? Where did Bub Means get drafted? Did he get drafted at all? He was an undrafted free agent, right? No, the 170th pick. All right, 170. Is this for real? I think maybe I should have been taking Bub Means this whole time. I think I might be woke to Bub Means. What is it, 4.340? And how much does he weigh? 212 pounds. All right, we got to make these picks here in a second. But I thought Bub Means was small. This whole time I thought Bub Means was a little guy. All right, we got Gabe Davis. We got Nico. We got Parker Washington. Bruce Ellington had a run. People forget. I'm going to exclude non-Power 5 guys. Let's see if that makes it any better here. We got to make this pick real quick. Definitely need another wide receiver. I would like Jonnu as the bring back. Let's do Jonnu. So we've got a double bring back here. Are you going to do draft like Tuttle from the Swole class? That was a stacked team. Probably not. Probably not. Yeah, you can't guard. I don't know about that. I don't know if these are. I don't know if these are the same measurables. But here, this is with exclude non-Power 5 conference players. Pretty good. We should probably make let's make the comps a little bit more. Let's make the comps a little bit more recent and see if that makes any difference. Bub Means does sound like a 20s Mafia goon. That is true. I love finding out about these players from you guys though, because I have not been woke at all to Bub Means, but I think I was wrong. B-Spurf, this is rotoviz.com. Yeah, so your hits are Gabe Davis, Nico Collins. That's about it. You know, a lot of these other guys are guys I've had on dynasty teams. You know how many dynasty teams I had Deion Kane on? Yeah. All right, we're back up. Need a wide receiver here, I would imagine. We're done at court. Yeah, we are all wide receivers from this point out. Or by ADP. Yeah. Do we have an obvious bring back? I guess Luke McCaffrey would be our obvious bring back. So let's do that. Sounds like Bub Means is a poor man Jerry Rice. I don't know about that. Yeah, I think Zach is right. I think that's actually I think I'm now back out. Bub Means these are all sacrificial X wide receivers. These are all guys that are there to make sure that Chris Olave and Rashid Shaheed can run the routes where they're actually supposed to get the ball. I fear the Bub Means is ceiling outcome might be DJ Shark. He might be yeah, but you gotta Michael Thomas, it's not the same though, because Michael Thomas played at frickin' Ohio State, dude. Michael Thomas was a totally different caliber of player. Like we were talking about even, you know, which is funny because I actually thought Michael Thomas was kind of a bad wide receiver prospect compared to the other one. Yeah. Juwan, I mean, the thing is that Juwan is like an infinitely better pick. Juwan is just probably going to be Juwan is, yeah. I did see that Olave hurt his hip. I mean, not great. I want to guys, I want to stretch this stream to 5 hours. So after this, why don't we do let's knock out some questions. Let's do questions because I would love to get this stream to 5 hours for the analytics, for the algorithm. That would be ideal. Let's do that when we're done. Yeah, oh yeah, I can go through. There we go. That's what I'll do. I'll go make my my slow draft picks. Yeah, for a few minutes I did think Bub Means was the new Anquan Bolton. Turns out that he's not. All right, we need to land this ship. We got the 5 running back room with Bijan, Ramondre, Connor, Charbonnet, and Jalen Wright. Debo, DJ Moore, Amari Cooper, Hollywood Brown, Tyler Lockett, Jerry Jeudy. So I'd like to avoid a week 10 bye if I could. We got Kittle and Jonnu at tight end. Purdy and Watson at quarterback. Oh, I wonder who I'm going to take. Guys, I wonder who I could possibly be taking. Well, it's at 0. My Taysom Hill exposure in Best Ball Mania is 0 because he's not in the player pool. Well, yeah, I guess he is in the player pool, but he's eligible. He's eligible at quarterback. All right. Do we add to the Greg Dortch bags, or do I do what I've been threatening to do all day? I'm going to do it. You guys can't stop me. Yoshi Boss. Adding Yoshi Boss to the room. You love to see it. Jalen McMillan is the brain play. Javon Baker is the heart play. Javon Baker, I'm pretty convinced that Javon Baker is leading the charge for this year's Puka Nacua. It's just reliant on the Patriots offense being good enough to support a Puka Nacua, and I don't know if it will be. I will be doing UD dailies. I don't know if I'll be doing them with Adam. Maybe I will. I haven't even thought that far through, to be honest. But dailies are going to be on the channel. I mean, obviously it'll be NFL dailies, but maybe, I mean, you guys heard me talking to the Badge Bros earlier. I would also love to do college football dailies as well. Tony, don't get me wrong, Mr. Tony. I'm not anti Jalen Polk in any way. I'm probably the biggest Drake May Patriots bull outside of Pat Kerrane that you're gonna find. Non-contact shoulder injury, and now the hip, starting to dislike Olave. I mean, he's fine. Jalen McMillan is to Trey Palmer what Burton is to Yoshi Boss. Also, I don't know. I gotta think more about that. All right, going back to the draft. Damn it, I was hoping Dortch would get there, but he doesn't. Do we need another wide receiver? I guess. What can it hurt? Should I take my first generic Prince team? I might take my first generic Prince team. No, I'm going to take another wide receiver. Got Purdy and Watson. What's the most scroll? Oh no. Oh, I'm gonna have to do it on my phone. No, I'm not. I messed it up. Let's do Malik Washington. Malik Washington, welcome to the team. The Prince that was promised. Yeah, I didn't wait. I skipped over this comment and I thought it was interesting. Jalen McMillan is to Trey Palmer what Burton is to Yoshi Boss. So Burton is the Palmer and Yoshi Boss is the McMillan. So that means that you like McMillan and Yoshi Boss. I don't know. Do live streaming drafts pay well? Absolutely not. No, they don't. I think I'm making about $35 a video or something like that, but it's all part of the game. You know, it's all like I get affiliate deals, and you know, when the channel gets bigger, obviously we can make more money and stuff. You know, there's a lot. Yeah, I think I should have taken McMillan equals Burton because they're both promising rookies trying to unseat promising year 2 guys. Yeah, the thing is I liked Palmer. I was actually a Palmer bull relative to the field, but he wasn't promising enough for them to not take McMillan. And if you're not promising enough to not take McMillan, then you're moving on. So shit, maybe I'm wrong about Yoshi Boss. Maybe I got to stop being, if I'm in on McMillan and I'm out on Palmer, you're right. It doesn't make a ton of sense for me to be jamming in Yoshi Boss. I mean, not like I don't already have bags on bags of Burton. All right, let's land this plane. How did this team, and which tab am I sharing? Let's share this one. All right, how did this team end up? Bijan as the anchor running back with Debo, DJ Moore, Amari Cooper, Hollywood Brown, George Kittle at tight end, Ramondre and James Conner, Tyler Lockett correlated with DJ Moore. We got Purdy with Kittle and Debo. I grabbed Jerry Jeudy. Charbonnet is another Chicago-Seattle guy. Got Watson with Jeudy and Cooper. Jalen Wright is a bring back. Jonnu Smith is a bring back. Damn, I went too heavy. Malik Washington was a bad pick. Should not have taken Malik Washington. Forgot that I had Jonnu. That was no good. That's too much Miami, I think. McCaffrey as the Bijan bring back. You know what I should have taken? Should have taken Rondale Moore. Nick Goulet wants a little sauce for the 1-4. How'd he do? Nick Goulet, do you know you have the same last name as my former business partner, Adam Goulet? We used to play on DraftKings together. His DraftKings name, all caps, Goulet, Goulet. What a guy. All right. You started out very strong. Jamar Chase, Brandon Ayuk, Kyron Williams. Beautiful start. And you fucked it up. Why would you take Christian Kirk? I mean, T. Higgins, dude. T. Higgins was right there. I'm realizing that you didn't take Mark Andrews because he just got taken, and you don't take Lamar when Andrews is already gone. But I really don't like this pick. I actually think Keenan and McLaurin or Keenan and any Chiefs wide receiver is better than this. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, no good. It's whatever. McConkey, strong. Evan Ingram ahead of ADP. I don't like this. I truly would rather have done JSN or Jamison Williams and taken, I mean, Bowers at 101. Would you rather have Brock fucking Bowers in the 9th round or Evan Ingram? You'd definitely rather have him. You did Joe Burrow. Okay, I thought you did Joe Burrow uncorrelated. Joe Burrow, fine. Moss, I mean, maybe learn ball, dude. Maybe learn ball. Gus Edwards, whatever. Trevor Lawrence and Christian Kirk. I think when you take Burrow, you want to add someone with a little bit of rushing. I don't love that. Guy read one camp report about Tyler Algier and decided he needed to be in on him. Demario Douglas ahead of ADP. I did that on the last stream. We all saw how that worked out. I don't love this Tracy pick here early. He's been falling uncorrelated, and I guess not uncorrelated, but early. I think you would have been better off with Chig here and literally anyone than Tyler Boyd. I mean, I might rather take Traylon Burks right now than Tyler Boyd. Like, what's the fucking point? Zay Jones, what's the fucking point? Gesicki, you need to learn Eric All, buddy. Shout out to you, Nick. I appreciate it. I'm glad having you here. What do we got? What else do we got? Would I forfeit all my drafts right now, high stakes, so all my best ball teams right now for 15K? Absolutely not. No fucking chance. The number's much higher. I think my teams are good. I think I've drafted a lot of very good teams. I think my portfolio is better than 90% of your favorite drafters. I think my portfolio of teams is incredibly good. Sure. Kirk over Higgins, 100%. Sure. Take Hollywood Brown, dude. Fucking live a little. Harry the Hammer, you got to be a member or you got to drop a super chat. These are the rules. I appreciate you, but these are the rules. I don't break the rules. Last year, Eli Mitchell made a note to himself to eliminate inept offenses and OCs from my best ball pool. Who in your eyes could fit that bill? I mean, there's a lot of fucking teams that could fit that bill. Who are all the teams that could fit that bill? Truly, let's say teams that we know are inept. I mean, all right, we know the Raiders are going to be inept. We know the Giants. Oh, no, the Giants are not fair. We know the Panthers are going to be inept. We know, I guess knowing is different than suggesting. Because if I think about it, it's different than thinking is different than knowing. These are teams I think that will be inept. I think the Jets will be inept. I think the Patriots will probably be inept, even though I would like for them not to be. I think that the Titans are going to border on inept, but I'm hoping that I'm wrong. I think the Raiders are going to be inept. I think the Broncos are going to trend towards being inept. I think the Steelers are going to be pretty tough watches on offense a lot of weeks. I think the Giants are going to be a tough watch. I think the Commanders are going to be a tough watch. I think the Buccaneers are going to be a tough watch. Panthers are going to be a tough watch. I think the whole NFC West should be good, and I think the whole NFC North should be good. And obviously I'm wrong. I'm wrong about this shit all the time, but that's just that's what I'm imagining. Artillery Frost, you are a good dude. You are always in here hanging out. I appreciate you, and I look forward to chatting with you in the Discord. So come and hang out in the Discord. 40% Alexander Madison is crazy. That's crazy. Doing any summer reading? Yeah, Tiger Uppercut. I'm reading right now. I just got done with a couple books. I try and read like a nonfiction and a fiction at once. What I'm reading right now is Raymond Chandler. So I've read all his novels, his detective novels. Now I'm reading his short stories. They're nice. They're quick. Love them. Yeah, about 30, 45 pages per short story. Beautiful. Absolutely can't complain. Some of my favorite stuff. Robert, we're saucing pick number 5. Fat Bobby. Unbelievable start here. And no sauce to add here. Jefferson, Olave, Cup. I don't care about the hip injury or whatever. That's good value on Olave. Love Cooper Cup. Love Mark Andrews. And this is where you couldn't help it, man. You couldn't help it. You got your redraft brain turned on. You took Jacobs over Rashee Rice, Xavier Worthy, Hollywood Brown, Anthony Richardson, Jaden Reed. I mean, it's not good. And I don't think taking Kenneth Walker over Ladd was all that good either. I did see Ridley fell all the way to 71 in this one. That's a range where he would definitely be draftable. Now, I feel like you kind of went in reverse on this pick, where would you rather have Rashee Rice and David Montgomery or Josh Jacobs and JSN? You definitely rather have Rashee Rice and David Montgomery. So just think about that. Mostert, when both of the Bengals backs are still on board, I don't know. I got to commend you. These are 3 consecutive very strong picks. Wait, did you do... Bro, uncorrelated Caleb Williams. I don't love it. I don't love Caleb Williams and Cole Kmet. I think you need one of the 3 wide receivers, but these are 2 consecutive strong selections. I think the Caleb Williams backdoor thing, it just feels like it's a little bit of, I mean, look, I've been there. You're gonna have me look you in the eye and say that I haven't done this? Of course I have done this. Everyone has done this. And it never feels good. Stafford pick, strong. Jaleel, strong. Demarcus Robinson. All right, buddy. We're gonna take you to school. We're gonna take you to school, Fat Bobby, and you're gonna learn about Demarcus Robinson. We're gonna share the Demarcus Robinson tab. 2 career 100-yard games. Dose. That's who we're taking. Year 9 for Demarcus Robinson. You don't have to do it. No one's making you do it. Enough with Demarcus Robinson. Mims, Roschon, Nix. This is not a 3-quarterback team. Unless I'm missing something about the bye weeks. Am I missing something with the bye weeks? Didn't need to be a 3. This is a better... I would rather have... I guess you did do... 3 tight end team? Nah, dude. Kmet was not the move here. Kmet was not the move. Damn, is this a 3 quarterback and a 3 tight end team? Don't love that in July. I think you can get away with that in May. I don't love it. I don't love it in July. There we go. But what if he averages the same amount of TDs per game that he did in the last 4 games of last season? I mean, I've thought about it, and I don't think it's very likely. Yeah, 40% Madison is insane. I think that's insane. Do I change strategy on DK versus underdog? I mean, the only strategy change that you do on DraftKings differently is you can go even harder on 0 RB because you're gonna have great picks. Like you're gonna be like, I think Chase Brown is pick at ADP 130 or something insane. So yeah, I think you just go even harder. What are my thoughts on former 5-star Jatavian Sanders? Well, I'll tell you, I wish that Jatavian Sanders had done anything at I wish that Jatavian Sanders would have been could he have approximated average athleticism at the combine? Because the production profile for him is awesome. I mean, look at this. He had a 21% dominator rating as a 19-year-old at Texas, playing next to A.D. Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, Bijan Robinson, Jonathan Brooks, Jordan Whittington, who's on the Rams now. He was ahead of all of these guys. And the game logs are very strong. I mean, look, he had a bunch of good games. He had 5 for 114 against Bama, 5 for 110 against Baylor, 8 for 105 and a touchdown against Oklahoma State. Like, he was a good college player. Really good game against West Virginia in 2022. And his best games were all last season. Like, he's a really good player. But man, the athleticism is so bad. It's so bad. 4.6940. Right? It's the reason he cost himself a ton of money. He could have been a second round pick. Yeah, and this is the issue, is that he's a 4th round rookie tight end on a bad team. So maybe if Sanders would have landed with the Rams, if Sanders would have landed with the Bengals, if the Bengals would have taken him, I could have really taken some shots on him. Like, compare him to Eric All for Iowa, right? Did Eric All ever have a 100-yard game? Never even had a 100-yard game in college, right? Never had a dominant. I guess he had a crazy dominator rating his final season, but it was in 7 games, right? So the dominator ratings get a little bit wonky there. What did Baltimore count as when Manders was drafted? I mean, they were a good team. They were a good team, and the 49ers were a good team. 49ers were a good team too. They were both good teams. Canales might just, I mean, that's the thing. You want to talk about dudes who are good. Dave Canales, bro, he does not play. Dave Canales is a really good coach. He was OC, oversaw some really good offenses for Seattle, and yeah, he was awesome. So it's definitely possible. Were the 49ers terrible that? I don't know. Let's go back and look. George Kittle's rookie year. Okay. The 49ers were terrible that year. Guess what? So is George Kittle. George Kittle's rookie year, he played in 15 games. What, did he come on late? I don't really remember this lore. Kittle, 3rd on the team in yards. Pierre Garçon was on that team. That's crazy. 2017 rookie year. No, he didn't come on late. He's starting from week 1. He scored 2 touchdowns, right? Yeah, so it didn't work out, right? When doing the big dog higher cost drafts, do you prefer slow? No, I draft worst teams in slow drafts, honestly. I really do. They're worse teams when I do slows, to be frank. Do the Cowboys have a path to a top 5 offense again? No, I really don't think they do. I really think the top 5 offense feels like it's pretty set in stone, right? It's Chiefs, Bills, Dolphins, 49ers, Bengals. Those are the top 5 offenses. Guys, we are gonna wrap it up here. 5 hours in, we knocked out 5 drafts, 2 with the Badge Bros, 2 with Bankmeyer, 1 solo. I appreciate all of you guys hanging out. I would love for you guys to become members of the channel. I would love for you guys to check out patreon.com/Davis Mattek. All of that would be awesome. But either way, thank you guys very much for hanging out. I appreciate all of you. It's been a great time. I love hanging out with you guys, man. I'm really enjoying waking up every day and know that I'm doing these drafts. So thanks for hanging out. Later, everybody. We're gonna be done.